they play almost Valorant that we almost say you shouldn't be doing that, and yet they get away with it.
Yeah, they are leaning into the whimsy, right? There's more Neon, more Yoru, just more combinations in general, and allowing, there is, yeah, and they're allowing these guys that they have, the tools that they have to really explode on a massive level. Regionally, they've done fantastic, even though they've been challenged, but they always come out stronger, it feels like. FPX look here like they're here to play.
Well, speaking of exploding, they explode onto every site, it feels like, Tom. Every time we see them play, it's just one of the most exciting teams to watch.
Yeah, I think they're a team that I just really enjoy watching structurally. I think they have a lot of really cool ideas. Like, for example, you can see the setup here just to take over A long. They actually combine with a Seize and like a gravity well while Jing runs at them. It's not just Jing running at them. They have little bits to almost set up the players that are there. So I think they're a very intelligent team. I think as well you have players like Benkai who I think are severely underrated just because of how explosive the other two are.
Sure, and just the ability to be able to keep up with the rest of the team too is impressive on its own. Benkai played quite well at Reykjavik as well as the IGL as a guy who's calling. I don't know how he's calling with those two guys. I don't know how you keep him on a leash. I don't think you do. It's an unorthodox style, which I think the answer has always been to try to counter them, try to play slow, try to expect and know that it's about to happen because it will. But that hasn't worked in the past. So it's going to be really interesting to see how Guild, a really prep-heavy team, goes up against them.
Yeah, I think that's why we're going to get a super, super interesting matchup today. But speaking of Forsaken and Jing, this duo, I think at this point, they're kind of household names on the international stage, Vala, and they're definitely the two players we need to keep an eye on.
Yeah, I mean, Forsaken will never have stats that won't impress you. And I think as well, at Reykjavik, he stole the show because he plays some funky agents, right? Jing play really cool agent, but I mean, sorry, Forsaken play really cool agent, but Jing is nasty. This guy goes dumb, stupid in the server. Like, it is ridiculous the stuff he's able to pull off.
This execute's so sick. Like, this is where they have smoke specifically set up just to set up Forsaken with a stun to the right. And it's like, if you look at it almost in like layman's terms, you're like, oh, he just TP'd behind them. But it's like their full execute is based solely around what Forsaken is doing with this Yoru. And it's brilliant on so many different levels. Like, you'll watch the way Yoru is played by Angel, for example. It's him taking space for the team so they can set up. Their setup is Yoru. It's completely different. No one does what Forsaken is doing, and no one does what FPX does.
I feel like they're the only team when they pick Yoru Reina, it's not troll. It's like, it works.
Yeah.
You know, I don't
Reina
hate it.
last tournament was my favorite thing of the tournament.
They could pick whatever they want, and I'm going to be like, yeah, okay, this is fine. Like, they'll probably win, actually.
Bring the Phoenix, Benkai. Bring the Phoenix.
What's that on Breeze? I don't want to see that again.
We do have to touch on, though, because unfortunately, Forsaken has been tested positive for COVID-19. But he is going to be playing off-site with the rest of the team going to be here playing on stage. How much do you guys think that would impact his performance? I mean, from speaking to him over the last couple of days, you know, he's feeling okay and he feels like it's not going to be too big of a hindrance.
I do think like they are a team that relies very heavily on synergy. So it does worry me a little bit. I know it's only a small change, but I imagine they play together normally when they're at home. So I do think it could affect them a bit, but he's someone that plays with such confidence in his own ability that I don't think it'll matter too much.
Yeah, I mean, you just listen to any comms videos, and I think they'll make him feel comfortable. I think they'll make him feel right at home, or like he's on stage with them anyway. So I think it'll be okay, but obviously you have to consider the fact that symptomatic or whatever, it's still going to affect somebody no matter what.
Yeah, I mean, again, Benkai's going to have to do a lot today, I think, as the in-game leader to try and make sure that situation goes as positive as it can possibly be. And speaking of Benkai, let's see what he had to say ahead of the matchup today.
Hey guys, my name is Benkai, and I'm the in-game leader and captain of FPX. Feels great to be back, especially knowing that we also qualified ourselves into the champions at the end of the year. For us, it's still business as usual. I wouldn't say that I really changed the way that I look at the game. It's still the same, like in terms of my creativity and what new things that my team can bring to the table. My entire team is able to come up with a lot of new things that really puts us at a step higher than all the other teams. We have a lot of emphasis on repeating ourselves and telling the team that we don't have any expectations and don't expect to win. So it really puts the team in a mentality of just going out there to have fun, and they don't really care about whether they win or lose, which is the kind of mentality that I want to have.
And ladies and gentlemen, it is going to be FPX.
I guess in the end of the day, it would be nice to try and win like a trophy. I think that's still like the ultimate goal for every player, right? And it remains true for me.
Having fun above winning a trophy. I think that's the kind of mentality I have as well.
That's the
I really
embodiment
want
of paper.
I want to take like someone to splice him talking and FNS. I just think it would be perfect. It's like, we're coming back for the championship, and it's like, yeah, if we win, it'd be nice, but I just want to have fun.
I do. I mean, I feel like you feel it though when you watch them. I have a lot of fun watching them, and you can tell they are just there to have fun. I think that it's about the friendships we make along the way, as they say. You two totally disagree, but
I hate friends.
I like winning.
yeah, but when it comes to winning though, they're gonna have to go against Guild today, and Guild, they are looking phenomenal, Bala. Who knew that they had this in them?
Yeah, this is ridiculous. Did you say you did? You did, actually. You did. Legendary tweet. No, but these guys, I mean, they're so unexpected, I think, based off of the group. But it's not even the fact that they made it out. It's the fact that they made it out in the way that they did, right? They 2-0'd Optic, and then they have a close game against Kuru, but they come out with looking even better. Leo is having a performance of his lifetime. Trex is having a performance of his lifetime. For guys who are new to the stage, nobody could have expected this.
Well, that's the thing. It's like we had caveats for Guild. Like, we expected them to be decent, but coming in, we're like, okay, 2 young players going into a tournament, trying to almost... I think it was Trex actually meeting some of his teammates because, like, actually getting to some of the boot camps and stuff have been difficult. All of these things come together and you go, okay, maybe they can, like, do some damage, upset a team here and there. But to get out of the group in first, that was a different story.
I love how everyone at EMEA were hyping them up, but somehow they managed to exceed the hype.
They're still our 3rd best team. Like,
yeah.
no matter how much
I do
we hype
think
them
that
up.
the final playoff run that they had where they lost to FPX, where they lost to Fnatic, definitely hurt them a lot. But they also learned from that in ways that we didn't expect. Like, they're adding maps to the pool in this event. They don't have a permaban. They're target banning specific things against their opponents that has made them really, really strong. They're playing unexpected things.
I mean, we talked about some of the heavy executes and the style of FPX. And Tom, what about on the side of Guild?
I think this was they didn't even win this round, but they just had some really awesome things. I think Bala in the moment even said, did he just blast pack him into the nade? Like, it's such a small little detail that they're throwing through with every other piece of utility, but they clearly come into games incredibly well prepped, and even if you see them swap one agent or swap one little thing, there is always a reason. It's the complete opposite of FPX, where there might be some like whimsy random, like, I like Raider, I'm going to play Raider. There's never that with Guild. It always is planned, and it's a complete clash of styles going into this match.
Yeah, I think that the 2 players that you're talking about, the youngsters, Leo and Trex, have been phenomenal. Yeah. Leo is playing at an all-time level. He is literally better than, Peak Chronicle, in a sense.
That's nuts.
0.95 KPR. That is something that is unheard of. That's almost better than, that's close to Ye at Berlin as well, 1.02. And then the guy on the other side, Trex, I know we're watching Leo right here, but I kind of feel bad for Trex because Leo's stealing the show, right? Trex is having the best performance as a duelist at this tournament. As a race.
Yes, he's #1 in ACS, ADR, he's #1 in assists per rounds, he's #5 in kills per round, #2 in cast. Like, pretty much every single stat, you're going to see him near the top, and like playing multiple different roles as well.
And this is a meta that's dominated by Chambers, right?
Yeah.
Like, Artis is after him, right, on the ACS or whatever, but he's up there as a raise, and that's not something that has been happening in recent times. It didn't happen at Reykjavik, but it's happening here right now.
Yeah, and speaking of a Guild, Mimi is standing by right now by the telestrator to break down some of the deeper things we've seen.
Thanks so much, Sue, and to the folks over on the desk. There was a round that I wanted to chat about here from Guild that's talking about how they react on the fly and how they re-clear space in the mid-round, because facing off against FPX, let's be honest, FPX is a team that controls the pace, so giving them something and retaking is going to be very important. This round is when Guild was playing against Optic on day 1 of this event, and as we let things start to go here, you'll notice that Optic is on a bit of a lesser buy. They're going to be trying to take some space close in towards mid here. You see 3 players players heading up that direction, 1 player on each extremity. But the team to focus on here is how Guild is holding this space. You'll notice there's a Cypher cam in towards the vents here, and there's Trex on the Raze in close. You have Leo on the other side, and their whole plan is to just re-clear the space, give mid control, and react off the Cypher cam. As we see things continue on through, the cam holds in close, and Victor is spotted. Leo immediately makes the reaction to rotate on over and be ready to take this fight to hold the space in vents. He gives vents initially, and then, off the contact of his teammates, Cam pops up, takes down Victor, and the reaction off of that is even better. And initially, there'll just be an aftershock to come through. That completely denies space in vents, and there's a slow field on the other side here that was thrown down by Russ. So there's no way you can still be in vents, and there's no way you can go and push to trade a teammate that is in that position. And unfortunately for Optic, the spike is exactly what's in that position. You see Victor gets caught in this close corner, and for Guild, they realize there's a possibility of another player to be here, so they'll pop up the wall across all of this space and just push on through. And with so many players swinging into him, there's absolutely nothing Victor can do. You can see this again from Coldamenta's POV. Wall goes up, it blocks the space. Everyone is trapped. If there was 1 player, 2 players, however many from Optic here, they would be trapped, and it would be an advantageous fight for Guild because, again, there's 4 players here in a position to aid. And of course, that's the spike to fall on the floor. At that point, Optic really has no way back into the round. Marv will attempt to fight on through, but it's all done. Guild is excellent in those situations when their opponent sets the pace and shows them something. They're really good at adapting on the fly, coming up with a plan, and denying it, which is going to be incredibly important in their game against FPX. Back over to you guys on the desk.
Thank you very much, Mimi, for that breakdown. A lovely set piece there, but I can't help but feel like Jing and Forsaken are just going to ignore that. They're just going to run at the aftershock. They don't care. They're not going to care about that.
Sit in the slow and just one-tap Coldamenta.
That's the issue, though,
I do think that the matchup is interesting in that facet, the way that Mimi's talking about it, because Guild is a team that preps really well. And I think the only counter that I've been able to think of for FPX is like, yeah, we know that they're doing it. Let's play slow. I talked about how that didn't work in the past. It's not what happened at Reykjavik when teams played really passive against them. But I just don't think that if there's any team that I trust to be able to prep and counter FPX, it's Guild in what they've showed us so far.
Ooh, Barlow. Ooh, I'm excited to see what they are going to bring to the preparation phase here. We're going to take a quick break here. Don't worry, guys. Stick with us, and we'll see you back here in a few. I cannot fit in the boxes. Stop it, quitting was never an option. And you cannot stop it. Nah, you cannot stop it.
Tuh bisa aman lah kalau mau menang.
Welcome back, everybody. Now, earlier we asked you guys to vote in our poll of the day, but Twitter, they were like, we cannot possibly choose between these 4 choices. It's way too difficult. So the website decided to go down.
So what you're basically saying is production decided that when I choose a poll question, it doesn't get run.
No, it's Twitter's fault. Blame Twitter.
Yeah,
so it is very on brand of you, Tom, for you to come on the desk and just destroy all the technology.
Wait, no, so what I'm reading is it's actually Brent's Nan who won the poll.
Yes.
Nan.
Yes. Nan%.
Oh my goodness. Well, I'm going to put you guys on the spot here. I know you said earlier, Jing, that's the kind of person you went for, but you didn't give us an answer. So who do you actually think is going to...
Leo. I think Leo's going to pull off the craziest play because he's going to do it on an agent that won't make sense for him to make that play, and that's why it'll be even crazier.
Not
don't
Forsaken?
know what you just said.
No one's...
I was trying to follow the logic.
Oh, as in like...
He's going to do it on Sage.
A Sova,
It'll be like Breach 1v5. That's what's going to come up.
Do we consider him getting like 4 shock dart kills in 1 round as even crazy at this point?
4 shock dart kills in 1 round is crazy.
I just feel like Leo
what do
can
you mean?
pull that off.
2 shock darts.
Yeah, but you can kill 2 people with 1 if they're both low, and then 2 with the other. I'm pretty sure Jonas has done it. I feel like that's the kind of thing he's done.
Yeah, but then he gets 0 kills for the rest of the game. So
yeah, that's it. Wait, Jonas? I thought you were flaming Leo.
No.
I was going to be like, Tom, you're on dangerous territory here.
No, Jonas.
Never. Not Leo. We would never blaspheme against Leo.
No.
I do wonder what you mean by crazy, though. Do you mean crazy as like it's
all
not
headshots
doable?
Run. Yeah.
Like Zenfree's nasty 1v3 that he had yesterday.
Or even Marv's 1v3 was nasty.
Oh my God. No,
who would you say has had the craziest play so far?
Zenfree's. That was 1 taps. 2
I don't know. I
to
feel
close
like
out the clutch.
Xiao's 0.8 diffuse was pretty nasty. I think I'd go for that one.
Oh, I'm pretty sure we're going to get more today. And that is all from us for now in the pre-show. The group stage is over and playoffs is finally here. These are the best of the best, and it's time to see which team has what it takes to go the distance.
They're absolutely ready for a Masters Copenhagen win.
DRX making their way through.
A sigh of relief for FPX.
The green wall stands strong before the throne.
We definitely have a target on our back. There's always going to be people trying to knock you off your throne.
We're here to dethrone the old gods.
Playoffs is when the tournament really begins.
Estén preparados para lo que viene. Estamos más fuertes que nunca.
The gods of VCT will fall.
We came kind of as underdogs, so it looked like we can just beat anyone, right?
Be prepared to see the same amount of damage that we dealt in Reykjavik.
I want to be known for winning the most tournaments. I'm not interested in anything else.
When you hear the name Fnatic, you know exactly what that means.
We had to get one, didn't we? We had to get the epic shots, and there's just Boaster sat there just being tired.
Being a clown, basically.
Yeah. I like the variation of the thrones. You were a fan of the grass one.
The grass one?
Yeah.
Def was sitting on? That was sick. That was so cool out in the park.
Who's the throne designer? That's what I want to know. who's getting all the plaudits for that? No, awesome video as always. I think every time I hear Angel say anything in these videos, I'm always a little bit more scared of him.
Yeah, I think so. Yeah, but you know that like what he's saying could come true, like because he's saying it. Yeah. One thing I will say is that trailer is the first time we saw all of the teams here now, right, left. The 4 teams we haven't seen so far. So that is really exciting to think that essentially on paper we haven't even seen the best teams play.
It could be, yeah. It 100% could be. I think at this point we're like completely refreshed, right? We said our group stage pick'ems were out the window, but now the bracket stage starts and we can start anew.
Those can go out the window as well soon.
Those are going to go out the window too.
I mean, I think I'll bring it back to this match for now. Let's take a look at the map select for today.
Mic test, mic test, mic test, mic test, mic test.
Now, we haven't seen FPX play yet, so talk me through, you guys, about their map pool, what we can expect.
Let's go, FPX. Buying 人 buying 是正常 ，OK， 比较难打的 buying， 他们还是比较喜欢 Icebox 这种 map。Man Split 的 Split 因为最近有一点问题，也是蛮难打。Ascent 哦，这个，然后第2场应该会选 Haven 吧。Oh, Ascent attack. Okay, Ascent attack. Fracture. 我都是喜欢打 Fracture， Fracture 不好打了，其实。
I think maybe the better of the two. I think playing against their Yoru is really.
但是 Fracture 就特别适合这种这个FPX 这个 team play。OK，ban Heaven，ban Breeze 就是 Icebox 了，最后。是啊，两边的 Icebox 都很喜欢。Icebox 就到选 side 了，对吧？Defend 确实 ，Guild 的 Icebox defense 是出名了的。他们的战术啊，在这2个 team 有什么分别呢 ？FPX 就是一个比较 aggressive 的一个 team， 所以他会很喜欢去 push 你，他的打法很占有侵略性。你只要一没有看住一个地方是漏了一个漏洞这样了，他们就会慢慢吃那个 map， 慢慢你就没有 map control。这个是 FPX 的一个特点。Then Guild 是什么 ？Guild 是比较像是防守比较打 passive 的，他的 defend， 他可以给你 side， 然后他会打 retake， 他不会讲哦，我要一直去拿你的地盘那些没有，我就等到你要 plan 的时候，我就开始我的 retake 了。那他们的 skill， 他们的道具的配合 ，for 他们的 retake， 他们蛮喜欢这种 play style。So basically 就是一个矛跟盾的一个打法的一个区别。我们来看看 FPX 的矛强还是 Guild 的盾好一点。到底是矛可以比较强，还是盾比较强？当然，这其中还是要看一下选手 ID 的一个实力差别啊。毕竟有 Forsaken、Leo 这种会比较偏向于功能性 ，Forsaken 这种就是偏向于打枪型，就是硬跟你打，硬跟你打，看你打不打得过。而且他的 team 还有 Jin， 他的 Jin。当然，我们这里是马来西亚支持回我们的 FPX。Let's go！这里还没有点订阅的朋友，点订阅，我会跟你们一起看完这场 Master 的一个比赛，然后会进行一个解说，还有一个复盘。如果喜欢我的影片，记得 like and share， 还有 subscribe 我的 channel。 在之后呢，我会做一些比赛的一些复盘啊，可以大概解释一下他们在做什么，或者是他们使用什么战术，还有他们打法的一个倾向，以及我们普通玩家可以从他们中学到了什么，可以从他们的打法中学到了什么样的一个战术，因为战术比较偏向于体系的，如果你们5个人一起配合时，你的战术是很难执行的。当然是一些小配合，那些你跟你的朋友啊2个人一起打啊，还是蛮好玩的一些小配合啊。还有呢，这里一个坏消息就是 Forsaken positive， 他的 COVID positive 了。然后在今天这一场比赛，他会quarantine自己一个人打，应该是这样的。毕竟不可能不让他上场的嘛，对不对？Pyjamas， 我们看 U 这里的6，哇，好帅呀！你就是这种欧美型男子。Let's go FPX， 看看 Forsaken 这里没有出场，因为 Forsaken 是 COVID positive。不是一个什么太大的问题，毕竟他讲是一个minor symptom， 就讲他只有一点点症状的，只是 test 到了你就必须要 quarantine 咯。在现在这种 COVID 的年代是没有办法阻止的一个事情啊。接下来我们看看这个 FPX 跟 U 的一个差距是
Have they finally met their match in FPX today? And yeah, it's great to see Forsaken kind of making it on stage. I saw a picture of him, but also the dinosaur costume. I'm sure there's a story behind this. There is a story.
I think they lost their luggage again, so it's just whatever he can get from the costume store. That's what he's been wearing all day.
Oh gosh. But yeah, like I said, do you guys feel like Tom, Guild maybe meeting their match today? Maybe today's the day they drop a series?
It's going to be interesting because I think especially going into map 1, if I'm not mistaken, they haven't actually played it since the group stage where they play versus BBL. So chances are the comp that they're going to be running is nothing that will have ever been seen before by their opposition, because at that point Trex was still playing Killjoy.
Yeah.
And they've done a couple different role swaps to, for example, Russ get off some of the agents that he's played and move more towards the stage in a lot of instances. So it's a hard sell though for me to.
这里是一个比赛前的一个怎么说呢？
Optic. They already played Crew. They already played a team that beat Loud essentially. So it's a really hard sell. But now that we're in playoffs, like I said, we reset. Yeah, it might be.
Yeah, I think so. I think we do reset. And the team composition, like you guys said, this was also pre-fade days for Guild. They didn't play fade for the longest time. Yeah. Tom and Barley, do you guys feel like we might get the fade out of them? Is that a good idea here for them today?
I wouldn't be surprised. I think an awful lot of teams are running fade on this map at the moment. I think it really works for teams especially. I think FPX have proven how good that agent really can be.
Yeah, I think a lot of the teams in the EU have really shown that fade, the fade raised comps that they're playing on that map are phenomenal.
我一直很好奇他们用的是什么monitor 嘞？这 monitor 看起来很薄。
So don't put them on that Killjoy, which is what they used to be playing him on.
当然他把那个 logo 跟它盖掉了，放一个 master 字上去，哈哈，尴尬。
His chamber is nasty. I would be really surprised if he's not going to run it. Just if you're going to change the rest of the comp, I'd be gobsmacked if they keep running the jet.
Yeah, it depends on what else they need though. Yeah. But also I don't mind the jet on this map. I think it's very playable.
Yeah, I think so too. But on the other side of this, of course, FPX, they've had a great run on this map in terms of domestic, but obviously the last time we saw them play internationally didn't go super well for them. They ended up losing, and of course, it's a different comp now for them as well, but they're sticking with the Astra.
Yeah, I think again it's another thing you can just combo in with Jing. Like we even saw one of the plays that they made earlier on where they had their little setups to almost just give Jing the space to run in. Jing is always going to want to run in, and then you almost have Forsaken as, I kind of want to say backup, which is weird because on every other map that's not the case, but I think on this map that's actually what they do. They have him as almost just like holding portions of the map out, and he will catch you if you try and rotate.
Yeah, if it slows down like that, it's very difficult for a chamber to get in that front of line type of play. I think that's why most maps they're actually.
已经选了英雄了，进场了。可以看到我们的 Forsaken 选手在他的一个房间呢，自己跟自己玩啊你。
I would say, very unstandard for them to play because of the way that they want to lean into double duelists, they want to lean into Jet still with Forsaken, or in some cases Yoru too. But I wouldn't be surprised if FPX changes things up as well. We can't just look at that history and say they're going to come in with it, because we have seen Yoru played on this map by Optic, and I also saw the potential ideas that they run on Bind, for example, to work really, really well on this map.
Wouldn't that be a spanner though, knowing that like, oh Guild, they've had time to prep for us. We're just gonna make sure to make you throw everything out the window. Which would be a very, very FPX way to do it. I also gotta remind you guys, as you see in your settings, Forsaken is not on stage right now. He is playing off-site. I know you guys raised some issues with synergy, but as we head into the Prime Gaming Agent Select, he's fortunately probably gonna be running on the chamber. So does that?
I'm gonna wait and see. Like I feel like we always talk about like.
In case 有人不知道啊，比赛的一个装备都是统一的，就像他的电脑还有他的 monitor 啊、桌子、椅子这些，除了个人的 mouse 跟 keyboard， 还有你的耳机啦，都是统一的。所以就是怎么说呢？每个人就不会讲哦，我的装备比你好啊，你比较卡，你的电脑没有这种问题啊。
Some of the role swaps that they've shown so far here at Copenhagen, this leans directly into it. This leans into Trex being one of the highest played and good raises at the tournament. This also continues to give Leo a lot of space to support his team, but be a monster on his own.
Yeah. Well, this is it. It's time to see what FPX and Guild can bring in the playoff stage of Valorant Masters Copenhagen.
我们这里看看 Guild 有没有机会拿下第一场比赛呢？你的 map pick。这里 FPX 选择的是一个 attacker side，attacker 开始，毕竟在 Ascent 这个 map 里面它比较小。我是看到也是有人选 defense 开局吧，主要是看你更倾向哪一种打法。毕竟讲真的 ，FPX 就是一个进攻比较强的一个队伍，我们之前也是讲过，所以他的 attacker 比较强是可以这么理解吧。
That's where they start to come in, and we get a test for these group stage phenoms like Guild. Because sure, you can run through the groups, and sure you.
来了，我们第一场比赛正式的开始了。这一场比赛是 AME 的 Guild 打 FPX 的一个 FPX 啊。首先我们看到这里，他们 setup 是一个 1-4 的一个 setup， 主要是打 mid 跟 shot。Ascent 这个 map 就是主要看 shot 了。哎呦，这里 Sapphire 这里一个 headshot。在 TB 走，他们完全没法。shot 还补了一枪导播，你在招什么导播？好像也是没有声音耶，导播。是我的问题吗，导播？没有关系，我们这里看到啊，主要是 FPX 冲动太快了，他们这个进攻太快了，导播还没有反应过来，已经杀了2个人了。被杀了2个人 ，sorry， 哈哈哈。当然，我们 Guild 是一个比较打 passive 的一个 team 啊，看看怎么打先。等他的一个闪拉，杀到个人，没有杀到那个 defuse bomb 的那个人啊。现在是一个2v2的一个 situation， 没有 smoke 啊，就一直后他们拉他们。这个 Heaven 的人也可以跳下来 ，nice 干得漂亮。哦，这里 FPX 打得很好。你有没有声音？好像有，但是比较小声。
Went all the way down mid and wrapped around Heaven, and I was looking at that on the minimap, Brendan, and I thought, there's no way he has enough time. There is simply no way. And yet the rest of FPX flashing through the smoke, applying pressure onto the plant, bought time for Mindfreak, who also opened things up through tree in the first place. Yeah. And the pistol round, Bren, is going to be a small little sample of what you've got for the entirety of this series. Guild have come into this tournament with a brand new strategy, which is to play retake. On their defense side, they are playing.
他们是一个4打4、5打4的一个 A side 啊，这里 FPX 少有一个人，魔力有一个人，然后再进到 side。哎呦，这里这个 Spectre 好准啊！没有办法，他们一 Chrome 完全打不过，而且对面是有一个 Half Shield 的小 Shield、Small Shield， 所以 basically 他们只要守下这一场。就要看第3场的一个发挥了 bonus round。这里60 HP 难搞啊，6收不到东西啊6。哎呦，被一个侦察的一个 bot 看到了，然后也是回来。 可是他们也不知道对面在哪里，就一直 hold 着。毕竟他们现在保的枪越多，下一场的 bonus round 的几率赢的几率会更大。OK， 时间差不多了，这里3个人选择回去，然后 KO 这里就打算 push。这里6是要死的，他不死的话，下一场是没有钱的，就是不要被对面杀，可是又要去被那个 bomb 砸死，这个。现在来到了我们第3场，6是可以买的一场，然后打 FPX 的一个 bonus round。这里就可以看得出啊，6的进攻是真的是太强了，他们的 aggressive play 啊，可以一瞬间就进到你的side，杀了你的人，然后再 plant 满 bomb 再走，然后打一个 post plant situation。Then 6最喜欢的一个 defensive play 啊，也就是他们喜欢打 retake 嘛，是不是完全没有用？因为你死的人太多了。但是我们主要是来看一下这个第3场会有什么一个发挥呢？没有看到全部在这边，但是也没有打算要打 A， 全部人一起转去打 B。可能是因为知道 KO 在这边就不想打 KO 的一个魔力吧，会比较烦。还有 Flash， 还有 Chamber 还没知道。如果这一个 scan 应该是可以看 scan 到全部那个这里的人，在外面的人啊。哎呦 ，nice 1枪2枪，哦呦！快他们到，哦呦！快他们到两个 Q， 然后他的 teammate 2个 Q。这里 FPX 的一个 bonus shot 打到有点烂了，不是打到有点烂，就是他们的闪那些没有给到很及时，所以对面打了他们一个 pick。在他们竞赛的时候，但是不用紧，这里一打3，只要打掉他们的人就已经赚了。只要打到对面的经济就会有点开始崩的一个感觉。哎呦，差一点打到 extra 的一个 basin。对，一个 Q 这里，2个 Q 这里，哦呦 ，almost clutch， 为77 HP 没有打过这一个全部。So close man， 如果他拿 Vendor，imagine 他拿 Vendor。Imagine 他那边的，他真的是有可能可以杀得完。哇，张伟这个 shot， 你看 Trax 这里，他打2个背身。那可能在这里有1个 Q， 然后再烧多2个 Q。太 lucky 了，因为对面只有1个，看这里1枪2枪1枪，哎呦 ，almost 真的 almost， 差一点他就可以把这一场给他拿下来。3比0开局又会直接崩掉。现在比赛来到了第4场。FPX 还是想打，因为他们的那个team comp 会比较适合打 A 一点，魔力啊也是足够。金这里飞进去杀掉一个，不懂有没有看到 Josh 呢？哎呦 Josh， 哎呦，只换到1个人，不是很值得啊这边。应该要打这个 bot 了的啦 ，Forsaken 现在在这里可以提 B 去，不用怕。OK， 没有办法了，他不走的话就会被拉住。金这里没有打过那个全部，用大招吗？拖延大概几秒这样，然后再让 Forsaken 去 pick。对面选择了一个宝枪，应该是不保的话，下一场不用打了。就他们也知道他们的位置，不用打这一场是。哦 ，Forsaken 还想继续去抓对面的一个背身，Leo 看着他是会lucky 这里没有看到。但是如果 Forsaken 抓掉了这个 Vendor 哇，很伤，看谁会上。哎呦，没有看到 ，What？
Overall, though, look at how that round played out. FPX got into the site, and unfortunately, Coldamenta wasn't able to get more than 1 with the judge. Great trade from FPX. But in the post plant, FPX are going to continue to push.
说吧，这个 game 应该没有4x3 CSGO 那种 Black Bar 那种情况吧？真的是奇怪，可能是哦，我记得了，他的枪是左边的，所以可能他的枪是顶住了那个人的样子，应该是。我们再看第5场，这里也是一个full buy for FPX， 还是要打 A， 照打 A 吧的。哎呦，这里差一点。 反正我觉得他们会 rotate， 因为他们自己的 B 已经进了，全部已经进了 B 了。要热还是要 rotate？Yes， 一定是 rotate 了。哎呦，这个也 nice way， 这个呢，极关键。那个 Forsaken 已经拿了一个 B 的 control， 他只要在 CT 等着了 free Q， 哦，看到一个人，没有办法躲了，硬打吧。现在 U 也是知道了哦，你好像 rotate B 哦，53秒。FPX 再 rotate 回去 A 也是可以的，他们可以直接走 shot 过去，因为 Extra 已经开了大招了。果然就是直接去打 A 吧，然后这里 Mind Freaks PRX。FPX 这种 aggressive play 就是一直抓你后面咯，你没有看 Race 应该是白给了这里，白给了一个。还有一场，如果他要不要打？哎呦，这样都没有打过，惊了！开玩笑，想抠我的屁股。哎。
Yeah, awesome rotates around the map by FPX. I do think that was a bit of an overextension from Forsaken, but the way in which they're using very heavy
这里被捏到不应该，应该是
defensive rotates and then lurking. And at the beginning of the round, Forsaken was one that lurked. And
这里应该是他想会换一个人，如果对面 push 的话，没有想到对面直接就这样炸死了。还是打 A 的一场，副败打副败，看一下这个欧丁没有什么穿到墙的，我在这边。可能还是要收集一下 info 先。OK， KO 开大招开始 commit，scan outside 没有人，已经直接进 side， 已经 clear 了 ，under 全部 clear 完，只是要一直 post plan。defend， 然后一个extra 这里是看 flank 啦，我他们队也是应该知道他会看 flank 的。哎呦，抓 timing， 抓 timing，no！Oh my god， 这样都没有 check 到他的 corner， 这里不应该呀，你 flank 要很小心啊，这里双架一拉没了，虽然被 scan 了，可是这里打不到。哦，一个进 shot， 一个在 CT， 又是这两个人，又是 Leo 跟 Chamber 这两个人又要保枪了吗？这一场不保，下一场没有枪了啊！换一个，应该会换两个死的，所以应该是保枪啊。这个 OD 应该是拿来打一个 post plan 的一个 situation， 然后 extra smoke 去穿烟的，不然没有道理出 OD， 因为这里没有的穿墙嘛。所以现在我们可以看得出 FPX 打 U 的一个策略就是我直接撕破你的防线，我进到去你的 side， 我 post plan 我就慢慢等了。这里换多少个人都没有用了，也是下一场你讲对面又有枪，你自己没有枪，好过你一开始去保枪，又叫了一个暂停啊，没有办法，你再不叫暂停，你直接凉了，这个 momentum 继续打下去。主要现在我们来慢慢分析一下为什么刚刚他们会有出现问题。很明显，我们一开始就讲了 ，FPX 是一个 aggressive team 啊，他的进攻打到很强，你正面刚是刚不过，而 U 是一个打防守比较 defensive、比较 passive 的一个 defend， 应该是这样讲。他很喜欢等你 plant bomb 的时候，然后用一些道具来就是retake 那个 side。问题出现在这里，他们的道具完全没有用到，因为 FPX 撕防线撕到太快了，他直接进到去你的一个CT 啊 Heaven 里面啊，你怎么用道具去防守？你一拿道具出来，他直接在你脸上了。这个就是 U 现在面临的一个问题，正面打不过，防守也 retake 不到。最主要当然是战术方面的。
Like advanced versions of themselves, but haven't quite got going yet.
OK， 现在我们看一下 FPX 知道了，对面叫一个暂停之后选择了打 B， 因为战术肯定是设计给 A 的嘛，你一直 rush A， 打一场 B， 然后对面没有勾到人 ，scan 一下 知道你 push 了，全部这里应该会慢慢来，因为还有 TP 啊，所以不怕这个 Forsaken 这里。难道要打一个配合吗？ 这里没有啦，也知道你要那个 bot 冲到这么快。既然他知道你可能会来防守 B， 就他给了你 information 啊，应该会打 mid 进 market 这样来进，这样会比你直接一直 B 进会好很多。毕竟对面是有 shotgun 有 spectre， 他猜了。OK market clear。 对面知道 CT 一个人有人，打掉狗，全部这里不敢拉了，没有枪了。反正是 Forsaken 这里已经少了，Leo 看 Leo 可以换得到个，哎呦，一个人没有打掉，哦，没了这一场，不用看了。你的 G 他不会给你机会，尤其是 Forsaken 这种，不会给你机会。 Post plan 有3个人都不用 pick， 打一个 crossfire 吧。Odin, let's go.
To find awesome value with it. FPX's trading and discipline is a lot better than last we saw them. If you haven't been following APAC, if you only tune in for the big global events, you will still see the same glimpses of Forsaken and Jing running in, taking duels, the creative, aggressive, yes, hyper-confident plays. But what you need to appreciate now is that Mindfreak, Divine, Benkai have gotten so much tighter at supporting them. The trades, the discipline, the macro game is all there. Are we going to see an aggressive play out of Guild this round? They have safe and
OK， 又到新的一场，这里的战术还是一样的 ，Bid A 然后打 B。哦呦，看一下这里，哦呦 timing， 哦 nice， 终于换了一个人头，再换不到人头，他们就打不开了。反而是 Extra 这里准备要去，哦没了，要等一下那个 skill 上。 太明显了，因为 A 一个人都没有。哎呦，这里全部还可以换多一个吗？没有了，不知道，因为现在 Jin 已经在 market 这里等了。如果抓到 Extra， 还是一个2打2的一个开局。OK， 抓掉2打2，这里 G 应该也是知道这价值好了。 拿换2bomb先，不急。这里 Extra 不能动了的，硬打了的。你进一定会被抓timing啊！换了一个 nice， 如果 up miss nice，let's go Paper X。Oh my god！ Oh my god！ 他们的个人能力真的是很夸张，果然是 Epic 的第一名，冬至选手就是不一样。 你看这里 Mindfreak 这里，他利用了这个箱子，去造成了一个 one on one， 对面也是没有 double pick 他。Nice， 飞飞，会不会？生气到这个 Guild 的一个教练呢？这里还是打一个老套路啊，打 A， 因为2场 B 嘛，打1场 A。 看一下 Forsaken 这里抓一个 split， 哎呦 timing， 这里一个双拉就没了，全部这么 KO 不要双拉，没了 ，KO 没了，这样就竞赛又打一个 post plan 了咯，有 Odin 就像刚讲 spray 的 Odin 不用出了，就在你后边。
And look at this aggression already, never allowing Guild to set up for a reasonable retake. They're pushing him. I mean, this is so outlandish.
Nice try, man. 自己掉一个人就换这杀完了。
Guild so far in this tournament have been playing the best.
就有一点被 bully 啊，他们防守方完全没有发挥出他们应该有的一个表现出来。 基本上可以讲是放了个寂寞啊，唯一赢的一场也是对面是小强，然后你大强的一个优势下才赢得了那唯一的1分，其他场完全就是啊被压着打。虽然你讲到有点不难听，可是这个 FPX 真的太强了。 OK， 这里小走位躲掉，应该是可以抓掉他的，应该是 nice， 枪都给他，DB 的、哦，这个反应能力果然是不一样啊，职业选手的反应能力。OK，nice express， 他们现在知道他们是要打 A， 所以他们就叫多一个人过来。可是 Forsaken 又抓掉了 shot 的一个选手，然后他们就讲，哎，要转不要转哦，等下打 B 嘞。OK，Forsaken 被抓掉，对，看错地方了，他是没有用啊，他是没有用啊，他们这里是打 B 的一个、啊，只是 bait 你去 A 的嘛，就一直 bait 你不是，用 extra 的大招 bait 你，然后再用一个 raise 的 ulti。问题是他们要解决这个 C 的这个。C 的这一把 G 啊，他竟然 backside， 哦，也没有进到 nice 啦，这个过点收到很美。问题是溜这里，如果你一 scan 的话，对面知道你的位置了，被打2个被身，almost丢，这么没有？这里 Jin 应该抓一个背身啊，问题是溜这里反应有点快啊。6是死了，但是他的 teammate trade 了，也就讲他们整体的一个沟通还是蛮好。就讲，哎，后面有人，看一下 ，market， 大概是这种的场景。看一下 replay， 这里杀了第一个人之后，回到去这里对面冲的时候直接是 reflect， 哇，这个 flick。来，我们来到 round 11， 还是一个副白打一个副白，然后这里又是一个小秀。这 smoke harbor 的都不用跟他配，为什么我这里会一直打？
Look at that. Trademark was actually placed deep into mid there by Forsaken to try and clear out of the smoke. That was inside of it. It's got to be respected as well. As soon as the null command is popped off.
我看一下金这里要怎样打，让欧丁先前压。欧丁不用动，欧丁就在这里一直等着 spray， 看后面。我要 rotate 了，有没有人看到这个 ？OK， 一个 Q， 2个 Q， 哎呦，被欧丁穿死了。这里 Forsaken 也是 flank 到了进去 side 里面，如果还可以抓到一个人 ，nice， 抓到一个人，然后要打 market。现在 bomb 是过不到 market， 主要是，哎呦，2个人就倒了。看一下这个 ban 盖。会读 ban 盖还是 ban 开？应该是 ban 开。ban 开是哪一个 river 啦 ？river 还有 skill full shield， 有 scan， 36秒还是有的打的。所以先 scan 一下，看到一个人，应该可以看到。嗯，狗他，哎呀，没了，狗都还没到的情况下已经被打死了。来 try。Nice try for 那个 FPX 这里主要是没有杀到人，在前面 mid 那边那个 flank 台那个那个爱只管重要的。
You know, it's a two-pronged attack. Either they get through Catwalk or they can return back to B. But I really appreciate the way that Coldamentor and Leo dealt with it, reading the play, rotating back, and Russ did well in mid.
这里 FPX 还是一个副班，因为他们太有钱了，现在已经满了。我们这里看一下 Forsaken TP， 还是要打一个。哦呦，被塞抓了一个人头哦，这边。这一次回去了一个 shot。
Here's Forsaken again on the lurk. Take a look at the minimap.
这里 Forsaken 一直在那边乐了。如果他可以抓到2个人的话，基本上这一场就是胜了。如果他乐的时候，对面也是可以直接 rotate， 不要 pick。这里好多人，你不要 pick。OK， 这里 FPX 又是在想要不要回去 A 了，因为基本上之前有一场也是这样 ，Forsaken 死了之后，他们没有 info 了，对面全部人 rotate， 打回 A 才是最好的选择。不过那一场是U 是少人，所以他们打的时候可以直接进到赛。这一场 U 是5个人，他们直接2-1-2的，没有给你任何的机会。反正是他们还是要硬打 B， 因为欧丁打 B 是比较强一点的。这里欧丁不能 pick 啊，移动速度这么慢，应该算拉。 双拉，一起双拉，然后这里 trap 丢一个 net， 他们要推一下33秒，不够时间了。OK，MindFreak 这里拿到第一个人头，18秒，他们只要打掉 side 的一个 tracks， 哎呦。
is going to have to get destroyed, but they have to hold this down with only 13 seconds remaining. The spike, it can be denied.
哎呦，没有不然这么这里，bomb drop 了，被穿死了。我second在 blank 的情况下，不要去拉会比较好一点，因为他打近点也是可以的嘛。你要拖到你的 teammate 来下包，你包都还没有下就这么拉的话，你的 teammate 不知道要做什么。 不知道要不要进，这里是最后一场了，我们看一下 Pistol Round 的一个开局，已经是拿了一个 Frenzy， 因为也是Frenzy 比较尴尬一点，但是还是很强的那种。
Yeah, no, they're into the sights within the first few seconds, and even when they are, sometimes you've got Forsaken's disgusting lurks that may have went a little bit overboard every once in a while, but it is ridiculous how much space they were taking.
It's crazy the amounts that it was catching Guild.
这里就来到了一个重要的问题啊 ，FPX 是很 aggressive 的 play， 连他们的 defense side 啦 ，defending side 啦，也是 aggressive 的，反而是 Guild 他的 defense 会比较强，就他的 attack 如果 attack 不到的话 ，map 没有 control， 因为 FPX 一定会 rush 嘛，是不是？他一定会 push， 不是 rush， 他们就很难打了这边。
And then they get another rotation back through. MindFreak smokes off the trip, finds another pick, and the round is over. That stuff is so difficult to deal with when you're Guild and you're trying to set up phase raid combos of your own.
Yeah, I think a lot of it as well comes down to, firstly, you've got the fact that Benkai calling a great game, but also MindFreak just his positioning as well. But we've got that head-to-head. The main reason I wanted to bring this up, though, is more so that I think going into the second half, we have to highlight Trex. I think he's someone that can have a high amount of impact. I think a lot of the time the executions from Guild are incredible, but he is that mantle. If he's having a bad game on this second half, it's done.
Yeah, I also, that defensive side for him, it's really difficult to place the utility in the specific spots when FPX is all over the map. I think the guy who...
好了，这里是一个中场休息。 换场休息差不多到开始的时间了，让我们来看一下 FPX 的这个防守会怎么打。照他们的一个习惯来讲呢，照 FPX 的一个进攻习惯来讲，他们应该会去抢中，应该呢，不一定，但是如果他们抢中抢得到的话，2场 free point， 基本上就是一个10比4的一个开局。 看一下这里 FPX 是怎么选择，你看他们在 side 那边还在那边摇来摇去，选择分配人啊。看看让 Forsaken 去打哪里 ？Forsaken 在这里应该是打 A， 应该是打 shot， 然后 Race 会用 net 来保护一个 long， 不对哦。 竟然没有抢中两方，双方都不抢中，反而是 Forsaken 这里拿到了一个 map control。 哦 ，Forsaken 直接 TP 去 market， 因为他看到对面要 rush，teammate 讲 rush，come， 有一个魔力先延缓一下他们的一个行动，然后 mid 这里开始热了啦，要进那个 con 了。MindFreak 这里不要倒 ，MindFreak 不要倒，你10 HP 不要动了的 ，hold 你的 angle， 因为他的 smoke 很重要。还有就是你多一个人，对面也是怕嘛 ，check 这个 angle。OK， 现在是3个 flank， 2个在 CT，scan 到人了哦，凉了。这里没有人 check 6少1个少2个，没有子弹。这里还是被 mark 到了，已经漏了，要死了，30多 HP， 2枪就死，看有没有机会，没有了，2边一起进 ，nice， 完美的一个团战 PRX， 这里拿到了一个4杀 ，Benkai。 打到很好啊！这里的 FPX 主要是他们那个 MindFreak 都真的是没有打10 HP， 发挥它的作用，然后乐的3个人哦，完美进来。虽然讲 Forsaken 被打到是有点伤，不过还是换掉了。Frenzy 就是这样哦，你很强，但是你子弹不多。这里一起拉不了 ，H 一起进，没有机会啊，直接 defuse。哎呦，4杀来讲啊，5个 ball 了哦。 下一场拿1个 ball 就差不多可以开大了。这里5个球的一个 Benkai， 又是一个 Guild 的一个 timeout 啦，再不叫你没了。Guild 的一个 timeout 应该是在想要怎么去帮他们的一个大强的一场，可能是要考虑一下要不要直接，可能是要考虑一下要不要直接就是那个叫什么买枪副白。副白打副白还是可以打的，主要是第3场就会直接乌了。主要是这里啊 ，U 的一个进攻比较烂，我们也知道。第二个问题就是，如果你不买枪的话啦，你进攻根本上打不进啊。没有一个长枪的情况下，进攻是很难打。看你要不要让哦，这里 U 的一个战术真的是一个 full buy round 啊，2把bulldog，是2把bulldog吗？没有看清楚。You need to place higher than FNC， 是不然我们进不到champion赛。OK， 这里真的是一个 full buy， 一个 bulldog 加3把 spectre。反正这里 FPX 也是一个 full buy 嘛。full buy 的 full buy，small buy 的 small buy 可以这样讲。哎呦 ，U 这里是进到了 market， 对面也是知道2个人来防你的 U， 有一个魔力你是进不到 side 的哦。然后 Forsaken 1个人是守一下，哎呦 ，nice flash，nice flash，Forsaken 这里打掉了最重要的宝啊！这里 G 还想上 ，G 还想上，来个 crossfire，nice， 完美啊！这里又崩掉了，直接没有经济。第2场的一个强起都没有打到 ，Oh my god，Forsaken 打到了最重要的一个爆肥。
Not only does he win the 1v2 with the judge in B main, taking down these players, but then he goes for the teleport back in behind.
Oh, you the TP, dude! Oh, fuck you, dude! Forsaken 这个4杀超级重要啊，不讲重要就是痛苦面积，又好痛苦啊！又抢起一个。哦，下一把还可以full buy，不急，看错了，不是看错，就是如果他们抢起 Sheriff 是可以进攻会打得比较好，因为你还是可以爆头死嘛。对面是 Bond Strong。你抢起 Sheriff， 你存1000块，因为联赛是连输2把嘛，你下一场还是可以抢起，主要是没有技能了，1001完全没有技能的。没有技能那个长枪来打，也是要看你个人的实力。个人实力打得过 FPX 没有，这个是最重要的问题。你不靠道具，你怎么打过这种钢枪王？真的。Forsaken 还是用他的 Just 在 shot 那边看着。如果这里又是想要打 A， 然后 shot 跟 long 一起进的话 ，Forsaken 可能会杀2到3个人哦。这里他应该是听到声音啊。应该是要 TP 回去，哎，不 TP， 直接拿他的 Just 出来哦，配合 Jinx 的一个 net 跟一个扫射，完美啊，2个 shot 的人到了。哎呦，这里 Walking Jinx，Oh my god，Oh my god， 我们 FPX 已经11比4。这里 Forsaken 真的很大胆，正常人啊，被 push 了之后你2枪不中哦，你没有杀到任何一个人，你是不是打保守一点，直接 TP 回去？结果 Forsaken 知道他地面在，我直接拉，配合这个 net， 他就算这里没有扫死 net 也是会炸死2个人啊，太 low 了。然后 David 这里一个 headshot， 哦 ，nice flick， dude。OK， 这一场打他这也是讲了 Forsaken 有狙了，他已经很恐怖了。nice， 刚讲完他就拿了第1个人头，虽然是被 scan 到了，但是没有什么用啊，对面打不过。还有我们可以看一下这里的 U 的一个技能，虽然你是 full buy round， 但是你没有 shield， 你没有技能。杀，有没有侦查？哎，哦，买小修来换了一个 skill 回来，也是可以啦。不过小修不是更快被打爆？你看一下这里 G 1个 Q 2个 Q， 还不用怕的，还有打爆了。应该知道在左边了，应该会直接 hold 他。Nice， 这里 bomb drop， 连他们应该也是知道塞在那个 long 了。 哎呦，12比4 ，FPX 首先拿下了一个赛点，再多1分就可以终结第一场比赛了。第一场是 U pick 的一个 Ascend， 第二场 FPX 是选 Fracture， 他们的 Fracture 打得很强，好难啊 U。让我们看一下这里 for second， 哇，直接预判了你跳的那个位置。你进这里还有大招，省下了一个大招 ，headshot。哎呦，他对你心态的一个把握啊，1 HP 都不怕。很强玩就是1 HP 怕什么？真的打到很美 ，FPX 这里新加坡加 Malaysia 的一个Epic Team。Jeans 果然是靠大招侵略性的拿下了他的那个 Belong。既然 Belong 已经 clear 了，那他们可以开始防守了。For second 又拿 Judge， 如果这里给他再抢到2个人，基本上这一场是 GG。知道，他可以拿到多少个人 ？Nice flash， 1个人都没换到。没有关系，我们这里看一下他的 teammate 还有在吗？哦呦，在他 rest 的时候直接跟他烧死 Odin， 哦 nice， 7倍。哎呦，这里 check 还是有个机会，但是会被狗咬死没有？6 HP， 6 HP 打一个 Spectre Running Gun， Spectre 中1枪就会直接死啊！而且你是没有大招是没有威胁力的一个 race 来的。哎呦，这里恭喜 FPX 13比4拿下了第一场 map。Oh my god，FPX 真的是打得很好啊！尤其这个 map 是 new 的一个 map， 他们的防守一个策略完全没有打到出来，他们的侵略性、他们的威胁力完全没有打出来，对面想进就进罢了。来，让我们恭喜 FPX 拿下了第一场比赛。接下来我们要等他的休息时间啊！对，2个人那边跟 Face Bomb 一下。兄弟，你1个人过得好吗？我们看一下 replay， 这里狗蛋们但 spray 到了第2个人，然后 Jeans 的一个大招烧掉了，然后再打回这一个。哇，这个 Mike Freaks 的一个排名真是好夸张啊！竟然没有 check 他。我 second 也是一个很完美的一个，哦，这里 retake track 的一个 retake。这里 Kodamanda 不是很记得这一场，哈哈。这里 Force 跟2个 Just 达到了最重要的爆肥呀，然后他在 TP 去再烧掉了这个 Race 完全不知道在哪买一个 KO 的一个4杀，不是 KO， 这个全部的4杀。Holy shit！ 直接崩溃啊！我看第2场他们心态直接爆炸。他们不是普通的输，他们是被打到怎么讲呢？被打到你完全没有反手之力的一种输。This is a bully。他们拿那4场也是可以讲这样的哦。这是 bonus round 那一场来的，后面的3场也算是怎么说呢？超常发挥，极限拿下的那一种比赛的，不是一个就是怎么说呢？稳稳拿下那种，就是势均力敌的一个比赛啊，有点被bully的感觉。好了，这里我们先休息一下，马上回来。我们等第2场是FPX 选择map pick 来的，是一个 fracture， 然后应该是选 defending 的 for you defend， 然后 FPX 又是他们最喜欢的 attack。接下来我们进入广告时间，这里是 Secret Lab 的一个2022年 Master Edition。有钱的朋友可以继续看下去，没有钱的朋友可以先去休息一下，走一走，喝一杯水，好过你坐什么椅子，坐什么椅子都没有用，都不如你站起来走一走更健康。Secret Lab Titan Evo 2022版，这里我们等2分钟啊。然后这里可以看到我们的赞助商 FPX， 这里有它的无线滑鼠跟无线键盘，有一个 60% 的一个 Gaming Edition， 还有这里是 Sony 的 InZone，Sony 最新推出的一个品牌，没有人想到他们会做一个电竞外设的一个品牌出来。这个 InZone 主要是卖一个电竞外设， 不是主机，不是 PS5， 它是一个 monitor 再加上它的 speaker， 不是 speaker sorry headset monitor 加 headset。当然在业配的一些影片里面都看到他们是不吹一下的，全部人都吹到他们有点牛逼，但是有价格有点感人啊，对我们这种平民来说还是没有机会去尝试啦。就像主播，我现在用的是一个雷蛇的一个Kraken Pro V2。当然，这种平民耳机也是有平民耳机的好，可以换耳套，而且不会这么热。如果你有兴趣的话，可以赞助我。好了，这里让我们来休息一下，稍后回来。
It's a great day to be a paper girl or a paper boy out there. I know you guys are having a lot of fun, and so are we. There was a lot of hype and anticipation. Yeah.
It's funny because the watch party that we showed, they looked like bored. They're like, yeah, this is normal.
They're too
when
used
did they
to
pull
an
out the fun stuff?
Yeah, they're too used to an APAC. But this is why I was going to ask you guys. You know, we had expectations. Have they been met? It's very early days, but have they been met?
Yeah, I mean, this map one was a stomp. It's exactly what we expected, exactly what we wanted from FPX. I think everybody wanted them to continue exactly the type of stuff that they did at Reykjavik and the type of stuff that they've been doing online. It's so fun to watch.
I think one of the most fun things about this matchup is when you talk about in-game leaders who've had success on multiple different teams, the list is very short. In fact, I think it might just be called a mentor. The fact is, Benkai, he's made some incredible calls throughout this matchup.
Dude, this guy Jing is literally that showstopper right there. He's not even looking. He's like, where's the guy? I'm just going to guess he's behind Jen, and he gets the kill. He's so good, and he's always making a play with something from FPX or some timing that he's trying to hit. Here, he's diving at his teammate, who's getting pressured like crazy, Forsaken with the judge, and it nets him 2 kills for him.
You can't give them anything. You give them an inch, they take a mile, you know? You literally cannot make mistakes when you're with this team. I also want to touch on, though, Forsaken too when it comes to
106.
Yeah, I mean Jing and Forsaken as a duo, especially as you guys can see down there versus Trex and Leo. Trex and Leo are one of the most formidable duos of this entire tournament, and they made them look like just below average players on this map.
They're the guys who are having the best group stage.
Yes.
Like Leo of all time potentially, and now it's playoffs and he's just gone because he's playing against Jing and Forsaken and FPX.
Yeah, I think even just watching back some of those clips, you just see the sheer confidence of Jing. It's like he gets seized down to 1 HP. Does he hide? No, he's like, I'm going to hold the angle. They won't expect me to just sit in the open and stare at them. But that's Jing. It's like, it feels like when they were like putting in elements of fear, they just forgot it with Jing. There's nothing there.
It's just pure confidence, isn't
it?
Pure confidence. Speaking of pure confidence, it's time to take a look at the Verizon high-speed moment. And it's FPX, so Tom, this is going to be a fun one.
Yeah, of course. The fact that Divide basically spent the whole game using the Odin is just hilarious, but of course it's going to be this man again.
Yeah, Jing is a nasty, nasty boy. I mean, he just sits behind the smoke, waits for it to fade, and then gets 2 of them. It's so good from FPX, and Trex almost pulls it off, but this entire round felt super high pace, and eventually Jing is so Trex too, so good.
It's just gotta be a tilter when you throw everything at them, nothing works, and then they just end up doing the craziest things. But I will say that Safe had 305 ACS on a map that he only got 4 rounds.
Yeah, I think he was flawless in opening kills as well. So it's not even like he was having a particularly bad performance. It's just that they got boomed.
And that is actually a good sign. I mean, not the booming part. They're down map. They're down map 1, and they're going to Fraction X.
And it was their choice.
Pretty terrible.
Yeah.
It was their counter.
But if Safe is getting 100% opening kill success rate, that is literally something that is a win contention against Paper X. It's how Zeta Division took them down at last Reykjavik, and nobody else has been able to stop them because people haven't been able to put up numbers like Safe did in that map. But the rest of the team needs to understand how to fight back. For example, they took way too long to adapt to Forsaken's flanks.
This is the thing about Guild, right? In the past, when they're down, they're out. But recently, as they qualify for this tournament and in this tournament, Tom, they have been down at times, but they're never out. They always find a way.
Yeah, I think the worry for me is that they went into Ascent with a clear game plan to try and, like, okay, this is a map we haven't played much. We'll go in and surprise them, and it just didn't really work.
And
now
we know what comp you're going to play.
Well, the other thing as well is you're going to know what they're going to do on Fracture. So is every other team that's played them on Fracture. They are super aggressive, and there is nothing you can do. They're just nothing.
I got nothing to say. It's true. Like, it's true. They play an unconventional comp, and they're playing Neon Rays at the same time, right? Because they're dropping an extra controller that you would use with Viper. So they're basically getting the double walls and sending it and doing what we saw on Ascent with them going on multiple sides of the maps at all times, just triple speed.
Well, I'm glad you guys mentioned Fracture. If we kind of go deeper into what we can expect from it, this is where, Tom, you said, well, you got to pick your poison. It's either Bind or Fracture. Now, after that Ascent performance of just seeing Paper X bulldoze them over, I do feel like my hopes have gone down a little bit, given that Fracture is the bulldoze map.
Yeah, this is the map where they literally just sprint at people at full speed. Like, Forsaken's Neon shouldn't be allowed. Like, I feel like his entry stats are always ridiculous, and he basically is just running at full speed at you. And he's almost like, in most of these rounds, you're going to see him as the first man in, as almost like the bait for Jing, but then he takes 3 players with him on the way, and Jing just cleans up the rest.
Yeah, it's really tough to deal with, I think. And for Guild as well, the comp that they've been playing, at least that they switched to, I don't necessarily think has had good success against this style of play on Fracture. And we've seen it go up against it. We've seen Optic kind of take down a number of teams with their Neon comp. It's much different than the one we're going to see from Paper X right now.
It's basically triple duelist.
It's basically triple duelist. And it's also high octane the entire time on all 4 sides of the map. So, like, for Guild, who we already saw had trouble placing their utility on specific spots to do anything against Paper X, now they have 4 sides to contend with.
But this is also
3 duelists.
I feel like this is where you realize that Benkai is actually a god. Because the man that is setting pretty much every single one of these plays up is Benkai, and he is very, very good on the breach.
Well, we're into the Prime Gaming Agent Select here. Paper X, they're 1-0 up right now going into their map pick of Fracture, and Jing has switched over to the Sage.
Oh, weird. Okay.
No raise.
Yeah, no raise on the Fracture, and I think it's just weird to pair it with the Sage here, this Neon comp. And they're going to stick with the solo Viper, too, on this map. I'm not a fan. I'm not going to lie. I'm not a fan. I would have rather seen them just stick to the double duelist because it's Paper X. So, yeah,
I will say, as a caveat, Jing Sage is a
Hello， 欢迎回来。这里我们看到他们的一个选角，其实跟之前他们打的别的比赛有点相似了，就是 Forsaken 在这一场里面会玩 Neon。Neon 有一个很高的机动性，可以让他去。你有一个很高的机动性让他去，因为是 attack 还是他 rotate side 的时候啊，他可以用一个很快的速度去帮助他的 teammate， 然后他的 teammate Jin 这里就会玩一个Sage 咯 ，Sage 不是那种比较 passive 奶嘛，他会比较 aggressive， 因为他的 wall 那些，他可以帮 teammate 创造很多价值，然后他毕竟他本身也是很强嘛。然后就是基本上的一个 Viper 因为 Viper 的 wall 比较长啊，可以手塞啊，一个人手塞，再加买 bridge 一个 flash， 再加买阵。这个 map 的一个 combo 来讲呢，它就是 bridge 的，然后再加上一个 neon 的打 B。defend 的时候，你只要在上面这样震一下，然后 neon 冲下去，基本上如果被 stun 到了，或者是被 flash 到了，是2到3个人头是有可能的。这里是 Paper X 喜欢的一个 aggressive 打法，这里他就选了一个比较常规，就是讲常规，比较适合他的打法，还是喜欢打 rotate 多一点，打 retake 多一点。 这里我们就开始比赛了，这里是第一场 Round 1，我们看一下 FPX 应该是全 A， 反而是 U 这里被尴尬了，他被骗去外面了。不要找一个人，哎呦，佛斯根没有杀到他45 HP。U 这里上面2个人，然后 CT 有人 ，FPX 需要注意一下，他们应该是要打回防啊。 打 line up 的应该是，佛斯根这里应该是回满血的，看一下，对的，玩 6就是这种好处。哎呦，佛斯根这一拉一个头 ，Jinx 再拉一下，不急，再回来不急不迟。哎呦，佛斯根这里20 HP 应该 Jinx 一枪他就死了，他只有1粒子弹的机会啊，我们自己可以看到 ，defusing 冰冲破了 ，OK，nice， 这个魔力把他两个都漏，不要 pick 不是。 Low, 1 HP, it's 1 HP. Oh, let's go, FPX. 哇，他还没有死。哎呦 ，FPX 这里打的真是很美啊！他们这一个，哦，这个 defense。
On either side of the map where you have no space to back off. And then their attack sides, they get into the site very cleanly, normally playing the double duelist, of course. And then they've got post-plant setups that are phenomenal too. Like I said, they're winning over 80% of their post-plant. And Mind Freak there going all the way back to spawn, shooting his snake bites, already got the poison orb on the spike.
第2场这里应该也是一个打 A 了，他们先 flash B 背一下，然后再打一个 A 的一个，你看已经拼出来了。看见你可以炸一下这里吗？我讲 OK， 然后佛斯根开跳，3、2、1，冲！佛斯根一进 ，check 没有人 ，side 没有人，震一下，这个震很完美啊，是可以震到下面跟上面2个同时震到的一个啊，那这什么？他们讲，诶，没有人在 say 啊。 这么好玩啊！这个 Sage 的一个 wall 也是让他们 retake 会比较难一点啊。当然 airdrop 这里跳去也是可以，但是你进去就没有 teammate 可以帮到你啊。问题就在这里。哎呦，这里现在没有打到 Jinx 不敢动了，他还有一个差一点，但是没关系。我这个只要在这里等嘛，等他跳下来。Mind Freak 这里的一个 spray miss 掉了 pistol nice， 再 reload 一下。哎呦，想 knife 哦。Let's go! Let's go, FPX! Nice, yeah.
They're so fun to watch, and they're so happy to throw in these moments of personality in there. We saw Jing in the previous map as well. But the flank from Benkai is important to keep in mind, because even if we're talking gun round here,
自己 Mind Freak 是打得很好，这里 Benkai knife， 因为他们上一场也是知道他们会 push airdrop 嘛，所以他们会直接派有一个人去后面去 flank 他们，这里 Benkai 的一个 flank 完美，照样他们还是一个 flash B。 然后打 A 加 B 震 A 的一个战术，我们看一下 U 这里他们就选择了全部 push airdrop， 因为他们觉得可能你不会在同一个地方打这么多次，而且在上面 retake 也是比较简单。反正 PRX 这里是一个副败打副败啊，我看一下，应该是开个高速通道，然后跳进 side 没有人 ，Sage 会走过来直接 wall， 呀 nice wall， 哎呦 wall 没有人打，哦幸好差点死掉，然后 plant 上面。 我们看一下这里又会怎么反打，又是有很多 skill 的，哎呦，直接开大 ，brim 开大，又被自己的人烧了很多枪啊。
falling so low, but look at that spike plant location right up top. It is chaos right now on the battlefield.
这里 Forsaken 慢慢打，还是有机会的。这里又，哎呦，他 predict 错了，但是还是少一个人。这里 Forsaken 还有机会，1打2的一个机会，没了，又没了，你们又抢几局没了，这一场又是没。 不有钱没有3000多，没有钱。Oh my god! FPX 直接 bully you in this Master Game 1。FPX 太强了，他完全就是在压制，那个 Duke 完全没有 map control， 他们也 defend 不到。 正面又打不过。然后这里他们哇 ，FPX 的一个战术下得很美啊！他们这里不是在假 A 啊，假 B 啊，直接 rush FPX 的一个 rush B， 因为他们知道打这么多 A， 对面也是知道的嘛，是不是？换一个闪现，这里给他们 hold， 他们知道有一个人了，他们知道这个开大招了，最多是杀一个人罢了，不可能再 repeat 啊这个 situation。然后对面 flank 哦，这里 flank 哦，有没有人看到？G 现在这里很尴尬啊 ，Forsaken 这里很尴尬哦，这里剩下3个人罢了，但是对面也是 low 了，而且是 equal round， 他们还是有机会的。看一下 Forsaken 这里先 check 一下他们的 spawn 先，这个 T spawn， 然后 maybe 他们会过去跟 Bridge 一起打 A。
But that wasn't really possible. Benkai's the closest to it, and he's only now starting to take space over a dish. Oh, the pace!
What?
Instantaneous, man. The slider dash
across. Oh my god, Forsaken insane. This guy's so crazy, man.
Down to that 2v2.
哎呦啊，他还是死掉了。You joking, bro? 这里应该是知道在右边的。哎呀 ，nice try, bro. So crazy, Forsaken is so crazy. 他看到你的一个 slow ball， 他直接 dash 过来双杀，然后还有一个 dash 再 dash 去 CT 把那个 bridge 给他干掉。Oh my god, Forsaken！ 但是这里主要是被 flank 的损失太大了。你看这里一个 flank， 2个 Q， 然后再 flank 过去一个 dash， 一块来讲真的是没有太大的压力啊。幸好是这里是赢了一场，不然他们下一场完全就是没钱了。这里我们看到他们也是打回他们那个老战术啦，一个假 B 真 A 的一个战术，然后又拼了3个点，让 Bridge 去跟他炸一下。问题是这里又已经知道他们要做什么了，他们就是叫了4个人来 A 啊，4个人来守 A 啊。他们知道溜在，他们就慢慢走不了，门都不用开的，慢慢走不了。因为对面没有你的 info 吗？没有侦察角。OK， 这里应该是听到了，这里听到开播不了，要开门了。等一个 bridge 的一个 flash， 等 timing 啦 ，basically 等 timing 啦，他开大或者是炸一下。哇，没有炸到！这里 Forsaken 还有机会杀多一个、2个。Oh my god， 3打3的一个 situation， 很大的优势都是被他们的一个门这里损失掉了。这里沃虽然是 break 了，但是还是有一个 safe plan 的一个机会的。Jinx 拉到去左边拉了一下，哎呦，没有杀到。Oh my god！ 这里，哎呦，没有人看后面，没有人看后面。哎呦，这里 FPX 的一个失误啊，没有人看后面，两个人都在看前面，不是？有一把狙看前面不够，还要叫买另外一个人看狙，这个沟通上的一个问题啊。狙看前面就可以了，后面让那个 Wander 来看。OK， 这里又是打回了2分回来了。FPX 还是有钱买的。对。这里的 Wander 给到了 Mind Freak。Mind Freak 起来一个小秀拿再加一把 Wander。那你个例来讲，应该是给 Forsaken 比较好，不过 Forsaken 可能比较自信啦，他就讲我要一把 Sheriff 就够了，我不需要其他枪。哎呦，这里 shot 有没有第2个人头？哦，没有了，1换1也是值得的，1扣让。这里 Forsaken 自信过头，没有枪，如果拿一把 Wander 可能就傻了。然后这里塞的一个前拉 Dragon。哎呦，有没有这么 lucky 哦 ？timing 没有看到2个人 pass 过了，他的后面抓到了一个。哎，想要进步摸，可是没有想到对面的那个在前面。那 smoke 太关键了，那个 smoke 顶住哦，自己也顶住了对面的一个视线。我们看一下 U 这里，他还有一个 net 的可以阻止他们进赛，50秒的一个时间，他们是 2 set up。OK， 要死了。 其实可以直接丢一个 net 去延缓一下时间的。不过这里不开，他的目的是要去 plant bomb 的，不用浪费大招，不用浪费其他东西。毕竟你 Guardian 还是蛮难守的。看一下有没有机会啊，要是大招不用交了。没了，这里一个脉冲相位冲击的一个 bridge 打这种 corner 就是很好打。 你出不出来，你不出来，你就会死。你中3下一定死。这也是 Copenhagen 拿下了他的大招 ，Brim 有一个大招，然后 Build 这里还是有机会的，3打3，3比3的一个比分。现在大招的情况我们可以看一下，这里 FPX 叫了一个暂停 ，FPX 被打了一个3比0的一个 streak 回来。 叫一下暂停嘛，布置一下战术吧，他们的战术失败的。他们假 B 真 A 的一个战术已经被破，就是对面已经知道，你只要一 flash 我就直接去 B 了，我就已经猜到你一定是打不是 sorry， 你 flash B 去 A， 你一 flash 我就直接去 A 找你了。 他们现在的战术应该是设计给 A， 设计给 B 的，就是我一直搞乱，但 it's OK， 因为他们没有打过 B 嘛。这一场的战术应该是设计给 B 的。他们没有，他们只有一个大招，然后 Brim 没有大招 ，U 的 Brim 有大招，然后还有3个大招，我记得有 Race 的大招。对于他们 retake 来讲啊，只要炸 Tower， 把 Tower 跟他打掉，然后 Race 开着大招进去。 FPX 可能这一场优势会送啊，毕竟有大招，对面大招太强了。OK， 这有一个暂停，他们的战术还是打一个 A， 应该是要拿波波给那个给 Jeans 啦，有多一个 rest 的一个机会。首先先抢一下他的一个 information 先，再配合 Jeans 的一个 flash， 不是 ，sorry， 那个就是明帮开的一个 flash。OK。 不拿波波吗 ？OK， 开了一个高速通道，他们全部人就开始毁灭了。哎呦 ，nice stun！Forsaken 这里拿到了第一个人头，再拿一把 G。这里 almost fit 到，但是换一把 Wender，33 HP。OK， 没有杀到太多人了。 不过，这造成了很多问题哦。看到吗？这里的一个 race 高低，再加上一个，哎呀！哎呦 ，line up man！ 这里基本上是没了啦，不用看了。好消息是6下拿下了第4场，坏消息是3个大招都交掉了。 这里Copenhagen的一个 Bring 的大招 ，Race 的一个大招，全部交到完的。下一场就到 FPX 的大招的时间了。这里 Race， 哦呦，可以 headshot 买第2个也是厉害。Copenhagen的这里看到一个头 headshot， 哦呦，这么开心这个 U， 毕竟被打了很久了，被压着打，被踩在地上打，令人非常不开心。这里 Forsaken 还是抢起了一把枪，3900抢一个 airdrop。对面知道他抢 airdrop 直接是跑了，不用看了，直接跑了。Forsaken 是没有 stun 的，哎呦，这里 FPX 打下了2个重要的人头。 哦，直接没有 B control 了 ，A control 了 ，A long 这里直接被扫下了2个人头，最重要的那2个人头，这样他们的大军就可以进入了，然后打一个 post plant situation， 4打2的一个情况下怎么输？我是跟你还想要再 pick 一下，看到一个头，按了一下没有射到，差一点被那个 G 带走，然后 ban 开这里还是找到一个人，没了。FPX 打得很好，这一场 FPX 打得很好。 他们没有用太多的一个技能去直接把赛给他拿下来的，一个大招都没有教。我们刚讲的是用大招来拿赛嘛，对不对？问题是他大招都没有教，直接这里穿了2个人头，这里 David 一个 headshot， 然后他的 team 又拉又再多一个 headshot，Mind Freak 这里拿了一个人头， 然后开窝 ，Forsaken 这里把 side 的人收掉，没了。
That's not even the point of this round for FPX. They're trying to just take a slow skirmish at halls and have a fast reaction.
4比4的开局，
But they just won the fight.
这里 Forsaken 应该是想开大来冲啊！哎呦，先不急，先把沃跟他打爆先，不然进不去。开尔高速通道直接开大招进去，开 stun 应该是先上 tower 先 check 一下 tower 先，然后等他的 teammate。OK， 看到了这个，哎呦，差一点没有杀到，那个头被顶住了。因为这里进不到，然后开一个大招可以安全的进赛。Forsaken 这里应该是哇，他如果不跳应该可以上来这个。这里Leo剩下他们的 nice。Leo 是有一个大招的，可以 retake 一个大招，但是要等他的 teammate 来下 ，teammate 和他们的在 arcade 这里，应该是想上去，你上去你被夹住了啊！想 bait 一下，上还是不上？哎呦 ，timing， 被 timing 了，这里还是一个2打2，然后Leo是一个大招的，他只要开一个大去 long 那边应该是可以直接 defuse 掉这一个 bomb。这里没有时间了，Leo 直接不开了，选择 safe 枪爆枪。这里没有时间了，不用看了，应该死掉。剩下 Mindfreak 的一把 Randall。
The lineup Larry reigns supreme.
Yeah, it really does. Mindfreak's just applying a ton of time pressure.
哇，这里 FPX 真的是打得很好，他们只用了一个 Viper 的大招就把这一场跟他拿下来。当然还有 Forsaken 的一个冲锋了，Forsaken 冲锋其实没有起到，没有杀到太多人，但是他起到的作用其实很大。对于不懂的人来讲，如果我打一个比喻啊，如果有一个人在你家一直在那边飞来飞去，你开心吗？你当然是不开心啊！你不知道怎么办。这里 Forsaken 还是一样冲，然后靠他 teammate 的一个大招。崩盖应该是可以开大来防守他这个 side。OK， side 是没有人的，他们成功应该是直接下了包打一个 post plan situation。喂 ，Forsaken 被烧死了这里。哎呦，这个 Viper 我真的是，哎呦，这里没有 plan 的问题哦，直接被对面开大。不过他们再反开一个大，崩开的大已经开了，应该是为了反开他的大招。这里一换一军杀掉一个人，然后被 Sage 给换掉了。Mindfreak 这里。Mindfreak 这里是想要 flank 一下啊！哎呦，在 side 的一个 Forsaken 死掉了，他们应该来不及了啊！没有这个大招，没有这个，这个慢枪冲击没有炸到。这里 Kodaman 的是一个闪闪终结了这一场比赛。Forsaken 的这个 FPX。放错了这个崩开的这个相位冲击，为什么没有炸到team？
Watch how quickly they take all of this space. They've got a double blast back in from Trex, safe supporting with the operator, and the rest of the teammates pushing in behind the space that Trex manages to gather for them. The fast retake is working for Guild.
因为这里打得很好，他们就是喜欢这种节奏，开始慢慢进入 Guild 的一个节奏了。Forsaken 还是一样，开一个高速通道，然后进了 side， 他应该是要去 check 一个 tower 的了，这么 Jinx 又被扫下来了。他的 wall 应该没有放到还是什么？这里 Forsaken 已经有了 tower control 了，然后这里 David timing 被 flash 掉了，然后一个 TP 走掉，安全。可是他们还可以 rotate， 因为 Viper 可以拿 info。Viper 可以拿 info。哦呦 ，Forsaken 这里烧掉了一个人 ，Viper 还可以再，诶，还看到一个 wall 出不去了。你出不去了啊！这里 FPX 再 rotate 回来 A， 再 rotate 回来 B， 因为你 B 有 info 吗？你的 chamber 又在，你的这个又在。这里崩开是一个怎么说呢 ？fake 吧，可以讲是 fake 吧。你随便这样摘一下，跟你讲哦，我在这里，哈哈哈，拜拜，竞赛乱蹦，安全，这根本没有人看。这里 Forsaken 一个人头，哎呦被炸了一个 right click， 再小一下，哦 ，unlucky bro， 如果还没被炸到啊，早一点走的话呢，可能还可以直接杀掉这个 bridge 啊，这个 bridge 啊 ，sorry。这里崩开还是一个 line out 了，12 HP 也不用做什么东西啊，直接一个 line out。 他刚刚那个 line 有问题了，可能是他那边一个 TG 啊，哎呦，这里 David 拿下一个人头，听到 plan 的声音，直接这里再炸一下不了，被他出来 ，nice， 炸都不用炸了，直接拿下了这一场比赛。第11局的一个6比5，关键打完这一场之后，也是一个没有钱的一场啊。你是可以抢起枪的，尤其是你大招没有，你还抢起枪，你没有大秀。我们可以看一下 Forsaken 打得真好 ，Forsaken 你看这里拿了2个人头，如果他 right click dash 掉了这个招，他应该就可以上买那个 Brim 了。But nice try， 这里 David 杀了2个人，我要 play 这个 David 这里。我们看一下这里 Forsaken 还是一样 beat 一下 B 啊。毕竟我们看到 Guild 的一个 defense 是4A 1B， 他们的 A 字守不住，所以他们知道一定要放4个人，然后全部有 TP 是比较安全啦，可以打 retake。他们的战术就 basically 是这样，然后 Forsaken 这个哇怎么放的？进到 my side， Oh my god！ 反正是他们 B 这里，看可以抓到timing没有？这里2个一起开，换了1个，换了2个 ，G 谁是死掉了？这里4个人已经 down 了 ，Forsaken 可以做什么 ？1v5 situation，1v5 situation， 他知道全部在架他，但是没有用，全部 G 比较打长手了，长手你没有办法。6比6的一个开局，双方都占平。接下来就进入了 FPX 的一个节奏了。FPX 的一个 map pick， 他喜欢 defend 多一点，讲真的。
But Guild themselves have got into a great position here to try and recover the series.
I think they've proven that they can.
Actually， 从个人角度来讲啦，我认为 FPX 的防守会比较好一点，毕竟这个 side pick 是 FPX 选的嘛，也就讲 Guild 是选了一个 defense side。既然进入了 FPX 的一个节奏，是我基本上可以确定了。这里是一个 half time 的一个2-3分钟的一个休息啊，朋友们可以去站起来喝一杯水，装一下水。我们1分钟后见。
Yeah, for them to bring it back after that works really well because I think the ults that they started to get online, the amount of times that Trex is finding impact, really did bring them back in the game.
Yeah, I think some of the adaptations, especially when it comes to the A side, with like how they were retaking rather than really battling for it in a lot of the early rounds. I still don't think their B side hold was particularly good. I think they got caught out quite a lot by just how aggressive Forsaken was actually able to be, and some of the space he was taking in some of those rounds was still absurd. But yeah, this is an example of one of the retakes and some of the impact we saw from Trex.
It's not consistent though, right? You're not being able to get this over and over and over because they're pulling him like a scent all over the map. It's just, I think the Ascent map gave them a little breather, a little lean into the ability and possibility that this stuff is about to happen. So we need to see a little bit more consistent. Now we're moving to the attack side, and this is where we really saw Guild struggle on Ascent.
Also, Jing too, if we want to talk about consistency, because obviously he's playing a different agent, and Saisho and Brent touched on it, but Tom, a significant drop-off in terms of kills for him in this one.
Yeah, I do think this might be more so to do with their defensive side, like potentially going to try and lock off one side of the map while they aggress on the other. It's more of a, I guess, common way of doing it around that sage, but
hello 朋友们
I don't want to say the sidekick because he's never a sidekick, but the sidekick.
It's time to back, bro.
Still be having to make those plays, otherwise you really do lose the
我忘记
value
把
of
那个
having
字
an
跟他
Eon
关
on
掉，
defense.
有点尴尬。
I'll be interested to see how they run it, but ultimately.
But it's okay. Time for next half. 我们可以看到这里这2场比赛其实打得蛮快一下，大概是1个小时多一点吧，2场就差不多打完了。我们看一下 Guild 这里他们的一个表情啊，比较严肃。毕竟你现在是1比0落后，你这一场如果不把位拿下来的话啊，你要打 loser round 了。loser round 还有机会的，主要是 loser round 不容易打哦。
Now, having said that, they usually play Jing on Raze, and they're going to push you from all over. And if you just look at the minimap and how Fracture is set up, when you start on the attack side, you barely have any space. You're so cramped. There's no corners to hide behind or cover. So if you get pushed, it is really difficult. This time though, FPX are playing a bit more of a conservative composition.
我们可以看到这里啊 ，FPX 还是一样老套路，他们喜欢打他们的 push。这里2个 push 那边，2个 push 那边，哇，这个人直接走应该会被烧死。Nice， Forsaken 直接把他的脚跟他修掉了，你的脚没了。反而是 Q 这里有点难受啊，他们没有办法。哦呦，这个 bot 差一点把 Forsaken 他炸掉 ，Forsaken 还可以炸到没有？不可以，他的 rest， 他的 heal 浪费掉了，应该给自己好一点。这里 Q。 Oh, 来掉了 Jinx！What the fuck？ Oh my god！ 我们要看 replay， 这一场看 replay， 我刚卡的。Oh my god！ 看一下 replay， 这里果然是 Forsaken 喜欢打的一个 style。你看一下 Forsaken 一开始先看到一个人在飘着，直接把他的脚跟他修掉，然后再回去打一个防守的时候，打掉一个人头，拿被 bot 差点炸死，他的 heal 浪费哦。看一下 G 这里，直接掏刀出来，一刀捅到你的菊花。哎呦，看一下他的表情，捅你的菊花。OK， 现在我们进入了第2场 ，Forsaken 这里是有长枪啊，不怕了，直接开着一把 Guardian 来烧你们的。我的枪就是比你的枪屌，你可以怎么跟我打？你怎么跟我打长枪？这里 FPX 还是一个 flank， 全部打全部。 两边都有 headshot 的一个机会啊！哎呦 ，FPX 这里还是不要打了，因为他知道他的 teammate 可能会来了。还有 TP， 不怕不怕，扫掉他下来先，扫掉一个人，扫掉一个人 ，nice TP， 直接回来，不用怕。这里他们的可不可以抓到这个 flick 嘞 ？My free， 哎呦，这个背身被打掉了，然后送我一把枪。 哎呦，这里有 Bull 或者是 Spectre 2把枪了啊 ！Spectre 没有秀出来，比较慢一点。这个倒了，这个。哎呦 ，Guardian 再杀多一个人，我是个哎呦 ，almost。这里 Trax 把一场拿回来1分，拿了一把 Guardian。这里主要是 Guardian 没有 headshot 太多啊 ，Imagine 啊 headshot 多1-2个就没了这一场。 哇，这个 headshot 真的打得很好。和他们在这里的一个也是打了。哎呀，生气了，是我都生气了。打长枪打短枪哎，还有 Guardian 这种神枪哎。 我是看还是一样的想 push， 然后对面太多人了，打一个背身，不要打了吧，再打下去没有人了，打下去。这里 FPX 还可以再抓到一个人，他们知道这个人在这里。哎呦，差一点把全部人跟他杀完了。 Very dangerous。虽然讲 FPX 这里这一场输了，可是可以看得出，如果刚刚他杀完他是有机会可以杀完的，有机会的。他们用equal round 的一个 Sheriff 来创造这么一种机会是很难得，主要是你equal打长枪。这里 FPX 看一下他们的防守策略啊，因为 Rush 2场啊。 第3场不懂会不会再 rush， 我猜 Forsaken 还是会想要再 rush 的一场 ，stun 一下，把 bot 打一下。这里 Forsaken 回去啊 ，What？ What the fuck？ 这个 play 直接一枪打爆，我的们都直接哭了，发生了什么？ 然后他们拿这bomb就去 B 咯，肯定咯，因为 B 有 info 嘛。这里被人盖先炸一下先，延缓一下我们的趋势。哇，直接拉炸了，直接拉到再多一个延缓的一个趋势。他知道在右边，知道在右边。 他很明显看到他是从右边来的，在哎呦没有机会啊！但是这里 A 不用走啊，全部还在架着啊！你想打 A， 我全部在架着啊，你怎么打？这里 Arcade 有 Jinx 的一个 set 啊，不懂他会不会看到了 ，maybe 会摸到一个背身。Jinx pick 他，哎呦 ，almost man 6这里还是比较强一点点。打背身，你看他笑得几开心。呀，很重要这个抢，如果他不死的话，就2-2来守比较难耶。现在 Viper 赌他们是 B， 没有 info， 因为你倒了一个人在 Arcade。OK，bot 掉，他们知道了，开始 rotate， 开始 rotate， 这里没有杀到人啊，这个 PRX 被烧掉了。这一场 MyFree 应该要保枪了。一就是杀人，2就是保枪，1打3。你看都看不到人了。哦呦，这里有机会，再杀满这个6的话就有机会了。当然6不会这么蠢啊，他会等你啊。他在 crossfire 不了，一个左一个右，你要讲啦。先把6给他打掉。哎呦 ，crossfire 就是 crossfire， 你没有这么容易跟你烧掉。虽然他打掉了 low， 可是如果他走后一点啊，躲掉了第一时间的一个 trap 的一个抢线，还是有机会。问题是 wallbang 咯，你可以怎么样？看这个 Forsaken 这个 flick。What the fuck is full blind? He's full blind. 回去的时候回不到，就像我讲一下，你不可以从这个门回，你一定要从后面 smoke 那边回，太危险了。这里又打到很好啊，一波9比6，9比7 ，sorry。Time out FPX， 他们应该想一下他们的战术要怎么打了，不可以再 push 了。Yes， 你是很 aggressive， 你很有用你的 push， 但是你输吗？你输你就要换策略，因为对面知道你的策略啊。这里 FPX 的教练跟他们讨论一下。那还有第1点你们要这样做，第2点你们就不要再跟我讲这些废话，反而是 you 这里就讲强调讲稳，我们要打稳。双方不同的一个打法，一个比较 aggressive， 一个比较 passive。我们看一下谁会拿下这一场 Fracture 的胜利。我们知道 You 是一个比较适合打 defense， 我没有想到他们的 attack 是这么的好，因为他们把他们的 passive 放到了他们的 defense 上面，因为他们的 attack 上面。如果他们的 attack 不会讲我要直接冲啊，我要 rush 啊，没有，他们先慢慢来，我等到你 push 我偷掉你的人了之后，你不懂我要去哪里，因为你没有 info 了吗？你又怕我 rush 吗？是不是？这里我们可以看一下 ，You 是4个人要打那个 drop 这里。配合一个 bot 啦，应该是要拿 LD 的这个 track 的一个 LD。Race LD 可以直接冲side嘛，因为 B 的A 的 side 是很容易炸的。But 没有人在 side， 他这个 LD 应该是会开的。可是要拿 info 先，不急。这边是 equal round， 你不开也是可以打得过的，只看要不要保险一点咯。我们看一下6这里，他们全部人回防，配合 chamber 的一个保护，没有人会被偷掉。反而他们现在要去的地方就是 FPX 重点守的一个地方，他们已经守了很久这里。如果他们这个大招开到很完美，然后 Forsaken 应该是可以开到直接杀完了。如果他们大招开到美的话 ，Forsaken 开冲了 ，Forsaken 如果可以杀到2个人，哎呦，这个窝虽然是被窝了，可是回来啊，完美呀 ！Forsaken 这里真的很美，这个配合奥迪再加上这个，全部这里开大来守这里可以赛。他们知道你们rotate，直接一直让他拉爆的。15 HP，15 HP， 不要死，就不要死不10秒，没了。Forsaken 这里再杀买2个人 ，nice，let's go。这里 PRX 的一个 equal 打到真的是很美，然后 You 这里已经没有钱可以反抗了。 虽然 FPX 用了很多大招，用了 Bankai 的一个大招配合 Forsaken 的一个大招冲进去，但是还有全部的一个大招，他这个15 HP 直接不拉，等到要已经 end 了，我就在刷人头了，然后再 rush 过去拿枪。Oh my god， 这个 Ikora 打的有一个措手不及，他们这个扩他太奥真的是扩得很美。我们看这里。这里是 Chamber 打 Chamber 的一个对局啊，希望 Forsaken 是不会被拉掉，因为 Forsaken 有 G 的情况下，哎呦 ，G 这里配合 Bridge 的一个大招，不是 Bridge 的一个 stun 又来，哎呦，这里谁会先看到先 ？Chamber 会先看到还是这个谁会先看到？毕竟打是 passive 的，他是不会拉。哎呦，应该是看到一个人了，看到手了，先拼了一下，然后配合 Flash 没有打掉 ，TP 直接走。但是这里已经拿了 info 了，他们知道你的全部在这里，你的 bridge 在这里，你的 stage 在这里，他们已经知道你的 info 了。现在直接 rotate Viper 一个人守 A。Viper 是有一个大招的，如果他少一个人的话，所以他们完全可以帮 Viper 一个人守 A。这里 Jinx 的那个 stage 应该是开始要回防了，他开始要 rotate 了。37秒，他应该会直接 commit B 了，没有的选择了。那 Forsaken 这里上楼没有看到人，他们就疑惑了，哎，会不会真的是 rotate？ 27秒，现在要 commit 了，没有 rotate 了。这里 Device 先打掉他的窝，再打了一个背身，打2个背身 ，nice！ 这里直接拿 G 出来，拉时间爆了，nice！FPX 这一场打得很美呀，虽然讲是1-0，但是在他们很冷静的处理了这一场1-0，尤其是 Chamber 的 info 拿得很完美，自己还没有死。这个我忘记 D4V41。David， 这里 Jinx 也是打得很美，他配合 Bridge 的一个 stun 啊，然后这里你看 David 这里一个 Q 再杀掉这个，然后再打2个背身，8粒子弹打一个背身，真是哇，好自信啊 ！FPX Let's go！ 这里 Forsaken 有了自信啊，又再一次打了他们的 aggressive play， 他们应该是没有听到，因为 stun 的人 stun 太大声了。他们这里还是喜欢打一个 push 啦，一个 defend 的一个 push 然后拿到了一个 info 之后，他们知道你们一定在对面。Viper 看了知道了，直接全部人 rotate 了，开始 raise 的 ulti 找了一个 Forsaken， 然后他们知道 track 也是有人在配合一个大招，会死吗？哦，死了。已经杀一个人就有的 rest 了，还有机会反打，哎呦，机会反打。哎呦 ，Jinx 有看到吗 ？Jinx， 哎呦 ，Jinx 被烧死了，现在是2打4一个情况。我们看一下这里啊，他们应该是知道 Tower 是有人的，不过在于他们要不要打吧了。这一场为什么 FPX 会崩，主要是他们 push 到太快了，他们一 push， 然后 U 直接反应过来，他知道，哎，我们这里可以直接 commit side 没有人。这里 Brim 有个 line out， 再讲 my bridge 很难 stun 一下哦。应该没了，除非这个 Viper 杀完全部人，也是没有时间聊了。Nice try for FPX。他们的问题就像刚才讲的，他们出现在 push 到太 deep 了。push 是一把双刃刀，你有 map control， 你也可以去知道对面，可是问题就是现在这样咯。就像现在这样，对面一有了 information， 他们就会从对面这里直接进了，就是你的一个失误吧，可以算是失误吧。然后这里又还是没有钱起来一把不倒 ，Sage 这里起来一把不倒 ，Forsaken 这里全部都是有2个人，诶 ，Forsaken 买了一个小秀。因为他们也是没有钱的，1800的一个本开是要买 skill 的，不可以给你的。这里卡斯特也是讲啊，这也是 FPX 的一个比较难的一个地方，因为他们之前是很顺利的打到。哎呦 ，Forsaken 自己拿到 info 应该是不要 pick 了的啦。哇，这个 stun 很美，有想学的朋友可以学一下这个跳伞。太 aggressive 了吧？这个 wall 一 down 下来的时候，这线会直接把它秒掉。 除非他拉到去左边了。70 HP 啊，这种关键时候就不要 pick 了吧。这里 Mindfreak 是一个人守 side。 先让崩开帮他炸一下先，然后再放一个 Sage。哎呦，再打一个背身，一个 Q 2个 Q， 5粒子弹，这里一个 Crossfire 打得很美。问题是狗他们都已经进到了这个 shot 这里，然后再配合一个魔力。Viper 还是有机会的，一枪2枪。哦呦，11 HP， 如果他有一粒子弹可以 wallbang 就直接杀掉了。No，Paper X 这里啊 unlucky， 可以讲是 unlucky， 或者是可以讲是 Chamber 的球 ，Chamber 没有干掉。 Chamber 这里没有杀掉啊，打到11 HP， 如果杀掉就赢了这个残局。哎呦，或者是多一粒子弹了，就是这么 lucky， 11比9 ，unlucky dude。OK， 这里又是一场 Rush B， 我们看一下 Chamber 怎么处理这场 Rush B， 它是有 TP 存在的。当然，这里 Jinx 还有一个 Rest 啦，不是很怕，死一个人也是可以复活。OK， 这里也要打一个，哦呦 ，Forsaken 直接 dash 进来，然后把2个人打掉，知道2个人在弄，不要 pick 你，因为我们知道你要崩掉了。看到一个人头，哦呦 ，headshot 2个 headshot，Let's go！ 喂，这个 retake 配合 Bridge 的一个大招 ，Forsaken 直接冲进去，哇！我们看一下这里 ，Forsaken 直接一个 dash 进去 ，Spectre 少有一个人 ，David 这里再少多一个人，然后只要2个人在弄，开他的这2个 headshot， 夸张，就是撸一点头发了，真的是撸一点头发了，哇，8 HP 的一个 clutch。Forsaken 这里也是冲到很完美啊！这里的问题就是 Guild 了，因为他们又是 equal round， 然后就会打到11比11了。这里 Jinx 他还保留着他的一个奥迪啊，还可以再 rest 多一波。死都不交这个奥迪的话，这样你就要面临一个打6个人的一个决定啊。我们看一下这里，应该是听到拿那个波波的声音了。Jinx 里有 TP 的，不是很怕。 不是金，这个不是全部来的哦。这个跳 slow， 他有 rest 的，应该不要这么冲吧。不过知道对面一块长枪打短枪的一个情况下是可以凶一点的。Jinx 也是他们的2 C 了 ，Forsaken 是头号 C 位啊 ，Jinx 是2号 C 位，在这一场里面。就这里选择的是进步磨到去对面，然后配合。 Paper Race 或者是全部去打一个 side 的一个 commit 吧，我认为会打 A 多一点吧，毕竟 A 好打啊，他们有那个 Brim 的大招直接清掉 A 的一个 side， 很好打，不是好打，是很好打。这里 Forsaken Rush 了一拳回来，他就没有人了，一定是 B， 一定是 A， 一定是 A， 直接 rotate， 然后再加一个 flank。 开始 commit 了，这里我们等一下。主要是他们还没进到赛，还没进到赛。Forsaken 这里可以杀到一个人，再 stun 一下 ，stun 7秒8秒，只要不要给他们 plant 波就可以了。Jinx 这里完美 ，nice。这里 Spike 没有进到赛 ，Forsaken 站在一个很完美的位置，这是一个很关键的一波。Well done Forsaken 这里23，完美的数据，不只是体现在 Q 上面，他很把握，他把对面的一个节奏打断，对面不敢 pick 他了。虽然他是只丢了一个 stun 了，可是这个 stun 真是很重要，重要到他们不可以 plant boom， 连 Jinx 可以补上他第2枪。 如果对面判断就不一样讲，还是有机会的。这里是11比11，肤白打肤白，虽然是小虚了，不过还是有一战之力。主要是我们看大招的话 ，Forsaken 这里是有大招，然后 Jinx 还有一个 rest。而 Guild 这里就是有6的一个 commit 上的一个大招。哦 ，Forsaken 这里直接 right click dash 过来，哎呦，被烧死，虽然是 trade 了又再 trade。这里是一个哦有 rest。 这个位置 for Jin 是不好 rest 啊，所以是一个3打5的一个场景。他不可能自己飞到过去那边 rest 吧？不会吧？好像真的会哦，好像真的是想这样做。配合队友全部人过去对面这里一起打这一波，然后再 rest，maybe 是 rest for second 啊，因为 for second 是有大的，而且他是 carry 嘛，你不 rest 他 rest， 所以这里一个小姿势啊 ，for second 的大在复活过后是没有了的。哦呦，这里 FPX 的一张，哎呀，但是被 stun 了一下，节奏断了了，应该没有了，时间不够啊。尤其是他们还有这么多 skill， 直接回防了 ，save for next round， 太迟了，时间上是来不及的。想当年 Jet 死了之后，被 Red 他的大招是有保留的，而 Neon 应该是没有啊。目前看来的话，这里 Forsaken 其实打到很好了，但是 unlucky 了，2个人架这里。如果他把这一枪身上没有人架的话，应该是直接杀了。这里是12比11 ，FPX。FPX 有 Viper 的一个大招，然后 Guild 这里是没有大招。喂 ，FPX 不买吗？哦，买，真的是不买，他们决定要打了。不要在那边买什么小枪，什么鬼？最后一场了，买什么小枪 ？Do or die situation，PRX 一 Viper 一个人守 Arcade 这个位置。然后 U 这里知道他们喜欢 push， 他们打 passive 点就是喜欢打 passive。FPX 这里打掉他的一个 bot， 他们知道有人在 flank 了，不可以打 A 了。他们知道 Forsaken 在这边吗？一定是 Forsaken 带头去冲的，所以他们知道不可以打 A 了。这里应该是想要 bait 一下，然后 commit B。这里 commit B Sage。下有什么决定？ maybe 是拿了一些不一样的 info， 或者是知道了 Viper 在那边开大不好冲，现在全部人是 rotate 去 A。我们看一下这里，如果 Forsaken 可以把全部干掉的话，这就是5打4的一个场面，还是有机会翻的。那真的是干掉了这一个全部。现在还是同样的套路 ，Jin 在 side 里面守着 ，Forsaken 在这里不要给他们半步。他们的我知道他们要从 CT 过去 B， 可是 B 有 Viper。 还有 Bridge， 哎呦，崩开这里直接被秒掉了。崩开你的没有发挥你的作用，你可以拖延时间的13秒，不要让我们不然现在是 Viper 一个人守赛。等 teammate 来吧，等 teammate 来吧，你没有机会的。看一下这里1换1。 他们主要是打一个 post plan 啊，没有 skill 你知道吗？没有 skill 的一个 post plan。这个 spike 如果 Jin 直接，哎呦，他是 open plan open 呢，会不会？step FPX 打哇，把比赛拉进了加10 ，OT is OT。 Bros don't fake bro， 直接 stick 到你妈妈都不认得啊！真的是，这里 FPX 很大胆，真的 FPX 的玩法好大胆，直接 stick 了，靠着 Viper 的一个窝直接 stick 到他，哎 ，overtime， 现在 overtime 果然两边是比较势均力敌，因为我们从 half time 也看出来是6比6嘛，但 second half 也是一个6比6的一个开局。 Holy shit！ 这个 Viper 摸没有到。这里是一个 OT 了，5000块打5000块。我们看一下啊 ，Campbell 这里5000块直接起来一个大 G， 没有秀。Forsaken 哦呦，被炸了一下，还有一个高速通道，可是 Forsaken 应该是进不到了吧？这样进被烧死了喂！哦呦 ，Lucky 跟他换到了一个人头，然后这里 PRX 的哦，换赛，直接换赛。
It's a suicide fake from FPX, and yet they still find a pick out of Forsaken.
这里 Jeans 拉上面，然后2个人在side，然后 Viper 打后面。哇，这个 set up 很美啊！他们也是知道要看 Viper 就知道，我知道你一定 check 我的，我站后面一点嘛的。哎呦，这个 Q 关键，他们知道后面一个 Viper， 然后前面又要去 defend， 怎么打？知道，看到 Racer， 看到 Racer，nice， 这个 chamber 牛逼。这个chamber 什么鬼哦？他拿下了关键的3个人头，在 overtime， 我是个冲进去，然后他在后面帮忙加强。我们看一下这个 replay。OK， 这里第1枪，然后 Forsaken 这里是 Lucky 的烧死啊那个 headshot， 然后这里拉1枪，再看再拉2枪，哎呦 FPX 这里是有机会啊 ，do or die， 最后的生死局，有没有机会赢下这一场比赛，就看这一场了。FPX 还是一样老风格 ，rush， 然后 Jeans 站上面 ，Forsaken rush， 看到了 information， 这里全部的 GZ， 全部的 G，Oh my god， 哪掉一个人，他不知道有人在了。看到了，死都要拿，应该再单一下配合队友了嘛？队友已经在 rotate 这了，队友从下面换去 arcade， 这里换掉了一个人，可是出不去，尴尬。哦 ，G 这里再杀多一个人，2个人，这个可以看到2个人在tower了，看到2个人在，我是跟上下玩一下。OK， 这里是 1v1 situation， 全部是有 G 的。全部没有手枪。Oh my god！ 拿了队友的一个枪，我们恭喜 FPX 赢下这个 Playoff 的第1场2比0，第1场13比4，第2场14比12，恭喜 FPX。Let's go！ 真的很夸张 ，FPX 打得真的很好。如果复盘的话，我会再讲一下为什么 FPX 这么 aggressive 都可以赢下这场比赛。应该是讲他们的 aggressive 让他们赢下了这场比赛。尤其是最后一场那个 aggressive play 很重要，他们3个人不了，他们确定了没有人，然后 beat 到对面从那边进，从 arcade 那边进。我们看一下这一场的这一场的 highlight。这里 track 是一个双拉，然后 headshot。这里口他们的是一个拉，2个拉 ，nice。
Ascent, it was such a one-sided affair. It made it so close. Easily winnable fracture for them to battle back. But now they're going to have to do the exact same approach, battling back in the lower bracket as they are knocked down in our playoffs. Everyone's moving themselves forward. You can feel the energy.
And the battle between the fast-paced team and the controlled team goes the way of FPX this time around.
这场比赛告诉我们什么？这个是矛跟盾的一个对决，最终是我们的矛比较尖锐，捅破了这个 Nude 的这一把盾，让我们恭喜 FPX 的王者 FPX 拿下 Playoff 的第1场胜利。最后，我们当然也是要祝我们的 Forsaken 选手早日康复啊！这个 positive 的一个 COVID。哎呦，这里最后应该会 P 上那个 Forsaken 上去。如果想看的朋友去follow 他们的 Instagram。真的打很好 ，FPX 打得很好。无论是第1场还是第2场，第2场基本上是不利，第2场是一些重要的一个 moment， 是他们每个人都没有掉链子，全部人都把他们自己应该做的事情做到极致的一个表现。尤其是在 strategy 方面，是他们保持了他们的风格 ，aggressive 的风格，同时他们也比较稳。没有讲，我一直冲，我冲到不会回来，没有，冲了之后他们还是回来打一个防守，一个retake， 因为他们从外面回来嘛。 主要是有时候可以不用 pick， 可是既然已经赢了，就之后我们复盘的时候再讲吧。现在我们来等一下，休息5分钟，我们看看我们第2场是。
The skill in Valorant keeps going upwards and upwards.
Only gets better every single time.
Even the repeat performers.
第2场是 Fnatic 打 Plan Plus Phoenix。这一场讲真的啦，平心而论来讲 ，Fnatic 是比较强。纸面数据 ，Fnatic 可以讲是很强，是王者中的王者了，已经是。 毕竟上一次他们赢了嘛，是不是？最近打的统治力也是不错。但 Plus 就是在 Group Stage 那边很挣扎的爬了上来啊。
Red Bull Campus Clutch is back. Assemble your team and lead it to the World Final. Learn more on RedBullCampusClutch.com.
Can't move from the trap suit, no we don't move like that. Cruise to the venue, dressed in black. What's on the menu, don't hold back. What's gonna end soon, bro, that's fact. Now they wanna roll through, come get yacked. And times don't change. Still get waved, but the same four walls still drive me insane. I'm drawing curtains, it's still hurting. Looking out window panes for days. Still learning these different ways. Ain't worth it to sit and complain. Left burning these tracks in the rain. Back to the future, back to the days. Back to the cruiser, back to the rave. Big packs on the spruce up, getting waved. Black cats by the speaker, throwing shade. MCs with the heat, I'm spitting flames. And I'm back to stepping in my Air Max. Couple balls in the back, rolling with Bear Man. Coming like Mad Max, don't even care, man. Going on air tracks, didn't even pay for the fare, man. Back to the cruiser, back to the rave. Back to the cruiser, back to the rave. Big backs on the spruce up, getting waved. Black cats by the speaker, throwing shade. MCs with the heat, I'm spitting flames. And I'm back to stepping in my Air Max. Couple balls in the back, rolling with Bear Man. Coming like Mad Max, don't even care, man. Going on bear tracks, didn't even pay for the fare, man. Nah. Didn't even pay for the fare, but they carry on like I was never there. So I come back to stepping in my Air Max. Couple bottles in the back, rolling with Bear Man. Don't even know where my head's at. Lights in the rave, giving man a...
Boxes, I cannot fit in the boxes. Stop it, quitting was never an option. And you cannot stop it. You cannot stop it.
What a way for FPX to make their mark here at Masters Copenhagen. They take their first game against Guild, who have looked great. But today, guys, it just felt like FPX just looked better.
Yeah, I mean, they're looking like a contender, actually. And it's interesting and good to see because they actually fell early against DRX and had to fight through the lower bracket. That's where we really got a taste of what FPX could show. This time, it's different.
Yeah, I guess DRX are one of the only teams that ever really be able to battle with what they have throwing at different teams. I will say, though, that Guild, in terms of the craziness, they managed to almost deter them in a lot of the rounds we saw within this tournament, or within this matchup. So I think Safe especially had an incredible matchup, but Coldamental was up there as well. And I think he had a solid read. There were some rounds that came to almost incredibly close details, like not playing enough people on the site and having incredible mid-round calls, but that's not kind of Paper X.
Shooting the diffuser?
Yeah. It's a small detail, but a small detail.
Yeah, and speaking of detail, let's revisit this round. Honestly, it is just ridiculous.
Well, that was the thing. You can actually sort of see almost the rotations that were coming through on the other side of things, and it was just an impressive showing from Forsaken in this round, but also the utility that they actually used in these sort of scenarios to delay.
This was the round where Guild took forever to actually push through, and we're like, oh my god, this is completely different, super jarring. And it's just all quiet from Paper X. They're not pushing anywhere. And usually, you know, my 11-month-old daughter, if she's not making any sound anywhere, it's because she's doing something silly, right? So Guild is just playing a bunch of babies on the other side.
It's too quiet.
Well, one man that's not been quiet ever since the first day he debuted here is Forsaken. He just keeps getting better and better. It's such a joy to watch him.
Yeah, that Neon was so impressive. The dude is just always... And it's funny, too, because he plays at such a pace that you expect his team not to be able to keep up with, and he's getting that amount of kills, getting across the map, all sorts of different things, but also his teammates feel like they have Neon buff, too. Like,
I will say there are some rounds where they definitely could not keep up with him. it's just him coming in on a flank or peeking an angle, and you just think, there's no way you're sticking around here. But that's why Forsaken is so hard to play against, is even when he makes a bad play sometimes, you're like, I can see why you did it, because the next time you do, you're going to get 3 kills.
Yeah, he just, the confidence, right? He never hesitates. He just commits.
You know, COVID's hitting him really hard.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to be, I wonder how they're going to play when he comes back on stage. That's going to be kind of crazy.
I just love as well how they're including him in every single little thing.
Yeah. Do you know what? I had a lot of fun that map. Let's revisit some of the highlights here in our Prime Gaming post-match highlights. Absolutely phenomenal so far in this tournament, but the question is, have they finally met their match in Paper X today?
Oh, complete disrespect. 13-4 is a scoreline. Another day in the office, it seems like, for Paper X. Adios, muchachos! Nice! That's how we play Valorant, boys!
One enemy remaining.
Nice!
One enemy remaining.
Under the belt of Paper X, they make their way for the first time in Masters into this upper bracket.
It was really close towards the end there, but the scary thing is Guild are now in the lower bracket. They haven't been in that position yet here at Masters, and they haven't had the best results in the past when they find themselves in the lower bracket.
I'm super happy because EU versus EU
bracket. Oh, for the love of God. I was going to be like, why are you happy about them in the lower bracket?
I just needed to get a ribbon at you guys.
Tom and I are not very happy. But speaking of EU, Mitch is here actually on the show with us today. He's actually standing by right now with Ben Kai in the Verizon post-match interview.
Thank you so much, Yinsu. That's right, I have got the Fade main himself here. We got Ben Kai rolling in for a post-match interview. First of all, congratulations on a very successful debut here in Copenhagen. Yes, very good game from you. Even had a knife thrown in there as well, a little bit of style. I love it, man. But let's talk a little bit about getting here all the way to Copenhagen. Your travel was a little bit tough, right? You guys didn't have the cleanest of rides over.
Yeah, so all the guys that were traveling from Singapore, we had all of our luggages delayed, and most of it was left in Singapore by the time we reached Copenhagen. And when it finally came, we had to actually send down our manager and CGO to the airport to get the luggages. Like it was all piled up in a really huge stack.
Fantastic. Okay, so that's a couple days without luggage. You know, you really get to settle in Copenhagen in the same outfit for a couple days. But then you guys got settled in, right? And everything was looking good. You're getting your practice, and then you get hit with this case, Forsaken, locked in the hotel room. I wanted to ask you here today, could you feel the impact of that as you were playing here on the stage without your friend?
Obviously, it's sad for us that we couldn't have him along. Like you saw, like in the post-match celebration, we left like a little gap where we could put Jason, and I guess he does feel the same, that he's sad that he couldn't come with us. But we did say like we knocked the door in his hotel room before we left, and we were just like, bye Jason, have a good match, that kind of thing, you know.
Oh, it's so sweet, man. I mean, I can imagine not having the W Gaming here in the arena. It's a big difference. But talking about the arena itself, you played today. You didn't play in front of a crowd, and your next game won't be either. But I think it's fair to say, right? You've got champs locked in at this point. Is that the real goal here, to get in front of the fans?
For us at PaperX, the team's goal this year was just to qualify to all of these events. Yeah, so we really did that. So right now we are just sailing and just taking whatever result we get, man. We're just here to have fun.
Exactly, everything is a bonus, right? Yeah. And that's fantastic. Now, starting out this game here, Ascent, we saw that map pick come in. I was actually chatting with some of the other players who were coming in, getting their makeup done, and they were like, yeah, but this is PaperX's map pick. Obviously, you guys have, I don't think you've even given double digits away on that map regionally this year. It was strange for us to see that as Guild's pick. How did you guys feel seeing the veto pan out like that to start?
We kind of predicted the veto already. We didn't really expect them to pick Ascent, honestly, but we knew that they were gonna ban Bind, like definitely. I don't think any team except Fnatic would be like in their right mind to play us on Bind. But when they picked Ascent, we probably knew that they did their homework, and that we had to adapt by just changing up some of our small habits that could give them a tell, and we just adjusted here and there. Yeah.
Well, I'll say this, I'll leave you on this one. Bind, no other team but Fnatic, you said. Well, you actually might get to play them, right? It's Fnatic and FPX vying for that spot up against you next. Is there an opponent there that you want to see? And would you be so bold as to give us a prediction for our next series?
I wouldn't give a prediction, but all I'm going to say is I just want to do a walkout with Boaster. Both of us together.
Walkout with Boaster. I would love to see that, that's for sure. And you know what? We're going to get to see a Boaster walkout in just a little bit. Thank you so much for joining us here at the post-match interview. And for now, we're going to toss it to a break. When we come back, Fnatic and FPX is going to be on your screens.
I cannot fit in the boxes. Stop it, stop it. Quitting was never an option. And you cannot stop it. Nah, you cannot stop it.
Welcome back to Valorant Masters Copenhagen. I'm Yingsu. I'm back here with Bola, and Mimi is going to join us for the second match.
Ooh.
Welcome, Mimi.
Thank you. I'm excited to be here. Should be a good one. It's the match that we get every week. Another week. Time for another Fnatic versus FPX. Yes.
I feel like we are due for a Fnatic FPX. It's about time. But let's talk about
that time.
Let's talk about Fnatic first, because we just seen one of the first seed teams from their region absolutely show up on the server. Now, Fnatic, I would say, Bola, coming to this tournament is one team that everybody has been waiting to watch.
Yeah, absolutely. It might be a rematch between Fnatic and FPX that we've seen so many times, but this is a first here, I think, at Copenhagen. We get to see Alphayer for the first time ever on LAN, and we get to see Durka for the first time in 2022.
He left his hotel.
He's there. He got out. It feels like a miracle that he's finally made it. I mean, it was really tragic that he was unable to play at Iceland, but this guy has been jockeying to prove that he can be that best player in the world. I think he's up there in contention with players like Ye. This is really his opportunity, and he finally gets to play. Fnatic finally get to show us what they truly are.
I mean, this is the thing, right, with Durka. We haven't seen him play on LAN this entire year.
Nope. Yeah.
And we keep saying that he could be one of the best players, but he's got to prove it, because we haven't seen anything of him.
Yeah, typically, I mean, we saw him a lot last year. Typically, he is absolutely insane. This Kojo tweet back.
Yeah, I mean, Kojo is right. You know, coming from EMEA, we've seen this matchup so many times. I was saying this to you before, Mimi. It's just blended into one ginormous match in my mind of Ascent and Icebox. Just Ascent and Icebox over and over and over and over and over again.
And sometimes you're...
Yeah,
and
as
it doesn't
a treat.
work. And they're like,
you get that as a little bit of a gift on occasion. But yeah, these teams have played each other so often, and the fact that Fnatic has won every single time is really impressive, because FPX, in my opinion, is a team that loses really well. When they lose, they go back in, they make the changes, they switch up the compositions, whereas, you know, Fnatic's just been consistent. They just keep winning. They are such a solid team that FPX has never been able to best.
And
really.
I think the prior narratives of Fnatic on LAN will come true, right? Durka, we were talking about him. He's always much better on LAN. He has a LAN buff. This guy is an animal in this sense. But also, when Boaster's on LAN in a full squad, this guy looks crazy too. He hits the nastiest clutches.
Yeah, and I think we've mentioned some of the key players already, but one guy, he hasn't been on LAN. Nope. He has never even left his country before this tournament, is Alphayer. We have a lot of questions about this guy, but, you know, talk me through what happened in that post-Iceland phrase, Mimi, when Fnatic decided to bring this guy in. Who is this guy?
I mean, he's just kind of a player that came out of nowhere. Really young Turkish guy who is just demonic. They pick him up for Fnatic, and it feels like every single time this team makes a roster change, they improve, and that is no exception with Alpha. This guy has been an absolute beast online. In the grand finals of EMEA versus FPX, he was something like plus 30. He has been pounding, and he's not even playing the same star role every time. It's some of the raise, some of the killjoy. It's the flexibility in which he fits into this roster while still performing at an insane level, and the guy's only 17.
Yeah, this is an absolute hidden gem from the Turkish scene, and just speaks to credit again to Mini and Boaster's scouting skills. The Fnatic scouting is insane. They constantly find these guys from most people have never heard of. This guy comes from the VRL with Surreal Esports and dominated from there. And they're like, yeah, I mean, immediately, let's get him. Like, let's get this guy firepower upgrade. And it has worked so well.
My question is this a crutch for Fnatic? Do you feel like if Alpha doesn't show up, then they're not going to be able to perform here? Like, previously, if Durka doesn't show up, they're in kind of a dire situation.
Yeah, I mean, they have Durka to rely on. So I don't necessarily think that that's the case. But I also think that Fnatic is really good at making sure that their players show up. They've constantly come to LAN with new players, right? Constantly. That's how they started out at Reykjavik 2021, and they made it to the finals against Sentinels, played a great series. At Champions, they come in as well. They just keep improving with a lot of these new players. So that, again, speaks to just the environment that they're in. They're really teaching these young guys.
Yeah, they brought some new weapons this time around, but one guy who's come to a LAN a few times now, you guys know who he is. Let's hear from Fnatic's Boaster.
I cannot fit in the boxes, and you cannot stop it. Nah, you cannot stop it.
Hello, my name is Boaster and I play for Fnatic. For Fnatic to go all the way, all I need are two strats. Durka go kill and Alphayer go kill. despite the loss at Iceland, we kind of just were like, we know what our goal is. Like, we want to lift a trophy this year, and that is our goal. So, like, we're not going to be sulking and being little crybabies about losing at Iceland and like, that's it, the year is over, GG. No, we're going to get back on the server, get back on the grind.
Closer on the back line, is going to spray him wildly, gets to...
I don't actually see ourselves as the favourites, even though like everyone else does. Yes, I do think we could win. Yes, I do think we're the strongest Fnatic's ever looked right now. But I don't like to just say like we're the favourites or you lot are gonna lose, boo. I think it's just like I'm gonna respect my opponents and take it game by game, you know, round by round, day by day.
You gotta stop it, Booster!
No way! No way!
It's how Fnatic close out the map.
Until we lift a trophy, or 1 or 2, maybe 3, jobs are not done. It's really exciting to be back here, competing again, this time with a full roster, and hopefully we're going to be lifting a trophy at the end.
As Bosa said, with a full roster, the best they've ever looked, and Mimi, it's no secret that they are a serious contender. They're expected to go deep here.
Yeah, I mean, they have found themselves in such a comfortable position in this meta. This team just keeps on proving. But the thing I took away from that video was really just like the fun. This team is a team that just has joy, has fun when they are playing, and it's a positive environment for players to be in. I think for Alpha, you saw he was a little bit shyer than everyone else in the video, but still being in an environment like that, being hyped up by your teammates, being enabled by them, really lets you strive. So I'm not super worried about him heading into this.
You like the twerking, basically. That's what you're saying.
You're really expanding from what I said.
Who doesn't? Who doesn't?
Out of my words.
Who doesn't?
I just like good Valorant. So that's all I'm here for.
Well, speaking of good Valorant, we have seen some brilliant Valorant already from FPX. They've come in with a stand-in, and despite that, Bola, they made it out of groups.
Yeah, they did. And Angel leading this team, Artis being the bombastic character that he is. I think this team is really gelling on LAN. And yeah, the group was maybe a little weaker on their side from, you know, Xerxia, Northeption, DRX was in that group as well. I think still they came out very good looking. These guys with a sub, they're basically trying to hold on for Sugetsu to get here, and they've almost done that, but not quite, so they still have to get one more step.
It feels like the curse just keeps continuing for these guys. They don't get to play with someone at the previous event, or they don't even get to play, period. Now they come on and you're playing with the sub, you think you make it, and then it's just one day too soon to get Sugetsu in the server. But regardless, the mentality after taking that loss in losing out on a player has been massive for these guys. They have just focused up. They're a really flexible team. Even with a substitute, they have been playing fantastic.
Well, they have no Sugetsu, but they have Xiao, Bola, and that is more than enough for them.
Yeah, this guy in some cases makes the argument that he's the best player at this tournament right now. And I think it comes down to just because his clutches are so impressive. So we narrow in on that, and he has the most clutch wins out of anybody so far in the tournament, at least at the start of playoffs. He's won 2 1v3s, and he has a 31% clutch rate. It is just ridiculous what this guy's pulling off.
I mean, I don't think anyone else has been finding the same level of success yet at this tournament. You think about the game versus DRX. The reason it was so close was this guy was continuing to pull them over the line with absurd clutches. Versus Northeption, it was the same story. Whenever FPX is in trouble, Xiao is the savior. And it's on a variety of roles as well. Fade, the main one, but we've seen him pull out the Jet. Again, FPX is a team where flexibility is their key, and they do it even in their stars.
Well, the issue is, Fnatic, no one is more familiar with Xiao and what Xiao can do than the current roster of Fnatic. They know exactly how they play, but at the same time, FPX, like you said, they're flexible. They can just change it up.
You say that, but Fnatic has never played FPX on LAN.
That is true.
And I think this is a different Xiao, to be honest. He's a monster online, but he's been a monster on this stage.
Yeah, he has indeed. And I mentioned this earlier, you know, every time they face each other, we've had Icebox and Ascend and Icebox and Ascend. Let's take a look at the map vetoes today. Are you guys expecting Icebox and Ascend?
Probably. I would imagine it will just be the same thing. These teams have a lot of consistency. I mean, Fnatic are always just sticking to their guns because it works for them. They are the best Icebox team in the world. I think it's fair to just outright say that the way they play this map is impeccable. They were pioneering, playing the Killjoy here, flanks are excellent, and the fans coming through. Thus far, it's the same. Breeze and Bind, gone. This is the same as every time.
Yeah, and it actually always leads to a free win for Fnatic. FPX is consistently trying to get you know, some comp, something that works against this behemoth of a comp from Fnatic, and nothing works. They tried your route, doesn't work at all. It's really hard for me to see this going any other way.
Yeah, and we do actually get Haven as that first one for FPX, but this is another map that we've seen a few times across this team. However, in this tournament, FPX has been looking fairly solid here. I think it's an all-right pick for them going on in, but Icebox being that solid ground, I would still expect Ascent to be that final map. So even if FPX can pull something off on Haven, they still need to best their demons on one of those two maps.
It does feel like you said, Barla, the Icebox, usually if you leave it open for Fnatic, so far in Stage 2, it has been a free win. But Haven and Ascent, I think it's kind of leaning more FPX's way.
Yeah, I would think so. I always find Fnatic has a strong Haven, but yeah, you might be right here. Ascent definitely historically has been going FPX's way, even though Fnatic has played really good on that map in the past and kind of pioneered a little of what FPX does on that map. Maybe they kind of did it at the same time.
Sure.
But yeah, I think I agree with you.
What about you, Mimi?
I am still of the opinion that I think, especially considering that they are playing with a sub coming in towards this pool, just map 1 and 3 are so good for Fnatic. I really don't see a world where FPX can beat them on Icebox. This team is impeccable there. FPX have tried so many different ideas. None of them have worked with a substitute as well. I don't see them finding something new. And Ascent, well, we've seen better stuff from FPX there. I still just have a lot of faith in the way that Fnatic plays on that map. I would expect this to go this direction, and I think it's even possible for Fnatic to 2-0 here. Haven is not a bad map for them in any regard.
Yep.
Oh, okay. I like that. Lukewarm take, I feel like. Maybe a lukewarm take.
It was the complete
the
opposite
soft
of what we
hitting
said.
analysis.
But thank you guys for now. We're going to take a quick break, but don't worry, you guys are home. We're going to be right back with the Agent Select.
I cannot fit in the boxes. Stop it. Quitting was never an option. And you cannot stop it. You cannot stop it. I cannot fit in the boxes. Stop it. Quitting was never an option. And you cannot stop it. You cannot stop it.
All right, everybody, this is it. It's time to bring out the top 2 seeds from EMEA. It's Fnatic and FPX.
Hello, welcome back. Hello, welcome back. 现在我们第2场比赛终于要开始啦！双方进场，敬礼。
Valorant, they face each other 8 times, but this is the first time on LAN. Like you said, Vola, this could change everything. It has not been favorable.
My test. Okay.
LAN FPX, and they look better here, even with a sub.
Yeah, and they haven't played on LAN at all yet. Usually they do start very strong, but this is a different iteration. And the stakes are different as well. They're already in playoffs. It's a double elimination bracket, and they're fighting for champions. All 3 EMEA teams.
这里首先2个 team 就进行一些仪式一样啦。
An absolutely massive game here, and again, the pressure has got to be on for Fnatic. People have been heralding them as one of the favorites coming into this event. They have looked fantastic.
唱歌了 ，Booster 唱歌了。
Players here on LAN and FPX.
唱华语歌了 ，Booster。
So many close matches, so many overtimes here on this very stage. They are ready for this one, even if the past hasn't favored them.
And the start is perfect for them.
Okay.
They get to play
3、2、1，我们要赢 ！Let's go！
Teams have in the past been criticized for leaving it open for them. Do you guys feel the same about FPX? Should they have given them bind and not let them play Icebox?
I think so. I mean, every time these teams play Icebox.
这一场比赛是 Fnatic 打 FunPlus， 我们可以知道啊 ，Fnatic 是一个很强的队伍，他是欧洲的王者，1号种子，直接打 Playoff 的一场比赛，反而是 FPX， 我们看到他这里在 Group Stage 那边啊，很挣扎的拿到了第2个 Qualify 的一个名额。
And it speaks even more volumes to how good they are on this map because there's so much tape of them playing it. And it is the same comp, a pretty similar style every time they play. They're Killjoy in mid.
给他们时间去准备一下哦 ，Booster，Let's go！ 第一场我们是打一个 Icebox， 目前双方还是没有交过手了，就没有在 LAN 这里交过手，所以很难讲谁会比较好。毕竟一个是从 Group Stage 里面爬出来的一个欧洲选手，反而另外一个是欧洲的王者，拿下了1号种子的一个选手。我们这里看到，即便是选了一个 Race， 然后 Shao 是 Sage、Fade， 然后 Chamber 还有 Viper， 一个很正常的一个反开阵容。Chamber 跟 Viper 是必选的咯。反正在侦查位上 ，Shao 是选了一个 Fade， 然后Fnatic 这里是选了一个 Sova。尤其是有一个很重要的数据就是什么？反而是 FPX 是唯一一个 team 了，每一场都选 Fade 的一场 team， 所以我们可以看到他们对 Fade 的一个利用啊，会比别人好很多，因为他们练了很多场 Fade。毕竟这个 map 比较大，如果你要做一个侦察角的话，会比 Sova 好那么一点点，因为 Sova 的 shot 太容易打了，因为 Sova 是一个老英雄，他的一个 shot 是已经被全部强队已经开始摸到差不多了。你看昨天的一个比赛 ，shot 都还没有飞到，已经跟那些人开始瞄准了，已经懂他要射哪里了，所以那 layup 啊 ，normally 已经被摸到完了，所以强 team 呢是不会选择 Sova， 因为 Sova 会比较 被摸完了，虽然他的 shot 还有他的大招的作用是蛮强了，可是你的侦查拿不到 info 的话，就等于是没有用。反而是 Fade 也是一样会被直接秒掉，但是他的技能讲真的比较容易丢。我们这里开始吧。首先看到这个 Sova shot 是防 push， 不要给那个 FPX 这里 push 的一个 Sova 打。我们看到这里，即便哇直接被穿墙爆头一枪到死，这里7 HP 的一个 Killjoy 回防，然后去 heal 一下先。喂，不是 Killjoy，sorry 讲错了，那个是 Fade。这里 Fnatic Booster 是做一个中推啦 ，Viper 中推。 然后FunPlus 是打一个2-2，一个人看 B， 一个人看 A， 2个人看 A， 然后一个人看 B 的一个阵容。可以看到 Boom 还是在这里，还是要 commit A 啦，只是要等那个 wall 掉下来先，因为浪费太多子弹是不正确的一个行为。我们看一下这里中路的一个对决，哦呦 ，Booster 没有看到人，反正他 flank 到进去了。 哦呦 ，Angel 直接被烧掉护防，然后 Viper 这里再多一个 flank， 可是 Booster 已经走掉了。这里是回防2打4的一个回防 ，Side 这里完全没有 info， 应该会拉一下 Booster。哦呦 ，Booster 直接完美 headshot， 再加上一个身体 body shot。
阿
迪斯没有操作空间了啊，6粒子弹。没有操作空间了啊。这里直接一个 right click 解决了 FPX 阿迪斯。果然欧洲王者就是欧洲王者啊，可以看得出他们在那个战术上的一个安排，他们就是死打你 A， 他就是不 rotate， 他知道你在等他 rotate。然后这里很关键就是 Booster 他打掉了这个 CT 的一个防守。哎呦 Booster， 这么厉害！真的 ，Booster 这个打掉 CT 的一个防守是很关键的一枪，而且他还回防了那个 Sider 的一个 Wiper。OK， 第二场还是一样老套路，打一 Core Round 的话，他们是一个 A 开，跟上一场一模一样。然后的个这里 ，What the fuck？ 这边 Senso 没有打过一个 What？Oh my god， 这个的个真的是手感来了，顶都顶不住啊！这里不懂会不会发现到 Sage 呢？烧的一个 Sage 在等他 plant， 然后再走出来，啊，这个 classic。哎呦，看到了，这个这里应该是个 headshot 啊！烧这里，哇，塞的这里一样啦，没有人在看上面啊 ，Wiper 死掉了 ，Sage 这里1换1，这里5 HP 的一个 Killjoy 没了，2比0的一个开局，我们看到 Fnatic 这里已经是通过枪械的一个优先拿掉了第二场比赛啊。毕竟长手打短手还是比较好打一点的，只要不是太烂 ，Killjoy 这里是可以玩 line up 去拿下，稳稳拿下。这里 FNC is the only Turkish player competing at this tournament。对，这里 FNC 是唯一一个Afrija 还叫 FNC Afrija，FNC 不是那个另外一个 team 的 FNC 吗？FNS 啊，那 FNS 那个 Optic 的 FNS。土耳其强者啊！有没有看到这里？阿迪斯做了一个很大胆的决定，他决定要强推。毕竟 Chamber 你有枪就是要推，你一定要用你的 TP54把你的推给他打回来。哎呦，阿迪斯抢了一个人，哦呦，这边这里再换多一个 Q 加的人头，2个一起返回啦。塞德这里 Wiper 一个人单手，哎呦，知道有人进了，过来帮忙 trade nice trade。这里1换2。把那个进攻方的一个节奏跟他打爆，但是对面是蒙的上输啊，其实不是很大的影响。这里 Angel headshot， 第3场full buy 打full buy， 我们可以看到在这里场 bonus round 里面啊 ，FPX 开始找到他们自己的节奏，他们知道他们应该怎么去有侵略的比较打一些 aggressive play。因为 FPX 在之前打那个 crew 的那场比赛的时候，我们就可以看到他打的其实蛮 aggressive 一下，他知道他的一个战略，他需要做什么东西。尤其是 Ardis 的表现真是很亮眼，反而是 G-Ban 的表现只是可以说是中规中矩。接下来我们看这里 Angel 的一个 scan， 应该是会直接被打掉，但是他们知道对面有人。哇，阿迪这里真的是很牛逼，阿迪这里好强啊！他直接把对面的包跟他打下来，然后这里 beat 掉了收啊他的一个 drone。塞德还是一样啦，单手臂这个不用讲，然后这里又是 Wiper 加全部的一个 push beat， 他们知道 Yellow 有人现在是靠那个德哥的一个奥蒂来拉那个 Yellow， 应该是要一起拉 Yellow 的。哎呦，这里全部回去了，留下 Booster 一个人在守 Yellow。我们看一下 Booster 这里啊，用一个蓝色的一条龙。这一场是皮肤中的王者，欧洲王者用皮肤中 Wender 的一个王者龙王，只是这个蓝色有点，说实话这个审美有点奇怪。我个人觉得是蓝色是4个颜色里面最不好看的，哈哈。OK， 没有太大的问题。这里 Enzo 等他30秒的一个 scan， 然后想要 commit B， 反而是 Killjoy 跟 Viper 这2个全 control 这里，哦呦，差一点被爆。这里 controller 应该是想要 push 一下 mid 看一看可不可以包夹 B side 的人啊，但是比较难，因为即便这里已经 hold 住了，即便拿了一个人头，他还有一个 net 可以再拖延一下 Viper 的一个进攻优势。哎呦，这里这一把狙好快啊！这里塞德还在等，他拉出来 ，OK， 找一个 timing 直接把这个跟他烧掉了。 收下一场 Fnatic 是没有钱的，就是一场一 call round 吧 ，maybe 玩一个 hero 也可以给 Chamber， 因为 Chamber 的一个 TP 能力可以让他很不会这么容易死。你看阿弟是一个，哇，就一个头就离谱，这里笑上来一个人，然后，再回防一个 mid 的一个，当然这里被德哥杀死也是会被缺掉了，不是很关键，讲真的。OK， 我们来到了第5场。第5场 Fnatic 还是一样想打一个shot 打一下 ，shot 打一下看一下应该有近点有没有人，近点没有人的情况下，他们知道 A 是打一个 passive， 他们是比较难打的。Angel 这里中路拿一下，哦呦咬到了，没有咬到就追到了。OK， 他们知道他们现在的人全部都在 A 的外面。然后翻巴就开始可以回防了。当然你要排除一下他们中路 rotate 的一个情况了，毕竟在没有 info 的情况下，Viper 这一个窝会很大的延缓。哎呦，阿迪又再一次把对方的头 entry very good， 叫什么？冲锋手跟他打掉了。哎呦，这个窝很美。阿迪这里还可以再看到一个人，阿迪看到人之后再看买第3个。OK， 爆点直接 net 他应该直接死掉了，剩下最后一个 Viper Booster 拿这个吧 Sheriff 没有什么作用，毕竟他们唯一的大枪是Chamber死了之后就没有战斗力了。我们看一下肖德里直接 headshot 拿下第5场。还没有点订阅的朋友，记得点订阅。我每天都会陪你们一起看比赛复盘啊，还有解说一下，用中文来让你们了解一下 Valorant 这场比赛到底是在打什么。现在 Fnatic 叫了一个暂停，我们这里也暂停一下，看一下 replay。这里阿迪的哇，阿迪真的是表现很亮眼，这里多一个 headshot，Angel 的一个 headshot， 然后阿迪这里2个 Q。也不是2个 Q 吧，至少他拿到了一个 info， 然后其他就不是很好讲。阿迪是这一场的 MVP， 如果再继续这样打下去，阿迪真的是 MVP， 他一个人就把整个 FunPlus 的一个 defend 的一个怎么说呢？阿迪是一个人呐，就把那个 FunPlus 的一个防线拉到满了，基本上就是把大墙，你过不到阿迪这一关，你就进不到那个 S 赛了。首先，他们要想一下怎么阻止阿迪的这个全部。在欧洲，他们很流行的打法就是看到全部的情况下，他们就可以直接 rotate 了，因为全部的一个手感火热。反而是 Fnatic 这里讲真的，他们的战术还是用回老套的那个索瓦达。索瓦达在目前来讲，战略意义上不是很大，没有 fit 的一个战略意义大。毕竟你 scan 到的时候，你的 shot 到是很难做一个衔接你那个，因为对面也不笨嘛，他也知道你要 shot 到他。OK， 我们来到了第6场 ，after 了一个 time out， 我们看一下 Fnatic 这里的战略还是一样打 A，Sova 还是要 shot 到 A， 但是他们放了2个人去 B long 这里，应该是想假 A 打 B。我们看一下这里侦查一下，看到2个人，这里阿迪斯不拉，他知道对面在找他，他们知道对面怕那个Chamber，阿迪就是不拉，就是躲在上面，而且还有一个 TP 配合 Sider 的一个 smoke 啊，基本上是稳守住 B long 这一条防线。反而是 A 这里，你可以看到他们完全进不去，不敢进。哎呦，阿迪关键来了，阿迪这里。阿迪杀了一个人，直接 TP 走，剩下Sider。Sider 帮他补，不怕。我们看一下这里啊，一拉的情况下，Sider 这边是2个人在看着他，Sider 拉了 ，nice。现在对面想回防，可是你的 team 被倒的话，你要怎么回防？哎呦 ，Sage 被打掉，现在剩下 Enzo 一个人吧的。Spike drop。OK， 虽然是换了一个 ，maybe 还可以换第2个，但是阿迪已经架住你了，你40 HP 中一枪没了。哇，这场阿迪真的很关键，阿迪真的是很夸张。我们来看一下 replay 啊，阿迪在上面这里直接拉了一个 chamber， 然后自己再 headshot 了一次 ，nice， 最后再加注这个30 HP 的，没什么好讲了，这一个 Q。关键的那一个全部是给他拿掉，真的是很夸张。Fnatic 这里又陷入了一个金钱危机，因为他们上一场买嘛，这一场就没有钱哦，这很正常。 然后他们的战力就是让 Side 一个人一直看 Lomber 的，看 B Lomber 的 ，Ardis 就 push 了。K 和 Fate 的一个 scan， 他还有一个 dash， 他知道有人，team 已经爆点了，他在后那个过点不了，杀一个人，可以再上来 booster， 哎呦，没有换到 booster 5 HP， 这里很不 lucky 咯，只可以讲。我们看一下，即便这里啊，因为中路那边已经前压了嘛，即便这里比较多操作攻前，他向前看了一下，没有看到人，直接回防，打一个中路的一个，哎呀 ，Fate 这个大开刀。被这一个大，哎呦，主个人不第是来 rest 他们的老大哥啊，第三，哎呦 ，Fnatic 不是里5 HP 都可以 clutch 到这一枪。现在 Angel 是知道的，一左一右，他们知道。不理这个小打，哎呦 ，Booster 这里很关键啊 ，Booster 这里3个人头。但是 2v3 situation， 但是 Ardis 还在 ，Ardis 是有 T 的，这里很关键。杀他的 N 住，哎呦，没有杀到 N 住，但是2个已经打到残了，2个都是1枪死。哎呦，打一个背身，这个背身谁杀外分？1枪2枪 ，nice！ Ardis 里哇老喂 ，Ardis 是 FPX 的 carry 啊，真是 carry 整个 team 10-3的一个战绩啊，可以看到已经7800的一个战绩。这一场应该是买 G 啊 ，Ardis 应该直接买 G， 不然就是用大招。虽然 Ardis 死了，可是他被 rest 了，他的手感还是没有断的吗？我们看一下 Booster 这里，他虽然是力挽狂澜，可是被 Ardis 抓了一个背身。讲真的，上一场他们已经知道 Ardis 的那个 EP 在 Yellow 嘛，应该 check Yellow 的。对呀，这里。OK， 这里 Side 拿了一个 info， 他们知道有 G 要打 B long 了，然后全部在 A 这里就可以玩到 aggressive 一点了，直接踢回去应该是要打 retake，sorry。我们看一下 Fnatic 这里的一个战术啊 ，Side 还是一个人守这边，毕竟 Side 其实有 LD， 他可以直接回。OK， 这边开有 Q 就 LD 了，一定要回啊 ！Side 不想走吗？想要换多2个人。哦呦，把 Boom 跟他打掉了，可是还要死啊！再换多一个，换到了，哦，换一个，然后再把德哥跟他打残。我们看一下 Booster 这里还有没有操作的空间。现在是 2v4 situation， 我们 scan 一下 ，scan 到 Booster 的一个位置，可是他开了一个大招。OK， 这边的一个 net， 再看可不可以炸到任何一个人。我看一下，德哥已经倒了，现在是 2v4 situation， 现在是不敢，不然一 plant 这边就直接炸你。Oh my god！ 哇，直接上，应该是知道另外一个人也是在这边。在剩下的人直接不用 push 吧，进都不用进吧，给一个人打了的。OK，Ardis 这一把 G 完美，再拿买对面的 G， 不用找得到对面的 G 没有，太远了，应该拿不到。不用紧，这里 Ardis 可以买 G 吗？把他的枪给队友，然后自己上一把 G。全部人这么有钱，8000多不用看了，这里 Side 真的做到很好。他首先把包跟他打下，然后在这里一拉，对面有点安全，因为有 Q 就 LD 嘛，直接用一个 timing 把对面给拉掉了。那 Ardis 里，哇，完美 ，Side 打得很好。Side 作为一个雇佣兵，可以讲是雇佣兵嘛，来了。打了只是一个 group stage 不了，完全就是融入了FPX 的一个 playstyle。欧洲的王者只是过去的王者，不要太自满啊 Fnatic。现在 Fnatic 是打一个 equal round。Ardis 这里他的 G。应该是不知道对面已经上了 kitchen 了这里，因为对面是静音模的嘛。不过 Sage 这里可能会被偷掉哦。很难讲，但是长枪打短枪，哦呦，长枪还是赢了，虽然是漏了，可是一 Q 就满血了，没什么太大的作用。这里德哥把 bot 跟他打掉，然后放一个 TP， 他们让 Mystic 的 Guardian 来 carry 啊这一场。即便这里是有大招，虽然被 drawn 到了，哦呦，这里可以 wallbang， 小心一点，要向左走。你如果向左走，你一定会死，一定要向右跑，不然人家 wallbang 直接死掉了。这里即便大枪没有杀到。 尴尬。这里 Angel 哇 ，miss 了好多枪啊。OK，easy for fun plus equal round。7 on the board。现在是7比2的一个开局，下一场 Fnatic 是 full by round， 但是即便这里也是有大招，还有 side 有大招，即便大招可以拿来 retake 是一个很好用的一个大招，而 Viper 的大招就是一个人可以单手一个 side， 他们还是老套路 ，Viper 一个人守 B， 你可以用你的 ulti， 然后 Chamber 直接 aggressive mid 或是 aggressive A 都可以。我认为 Ardis 应该会去加那个中路那个过点。因为对面是没有 op 的嘛，他加过点就一定赚了的，不可能打得过他的。这里 Ardis 还是打一个 B， 他们换一个战术，让有 ulti 的 Viper 一个人单手 A 啊。这个战术不错，因为他们知道对面是有枪局，有枪局只要拖到队友来，他们还是可以我打一个完美的 retake。我们看一下 Side 这里在做什么啊 ？Side 慢慢磨，他完全就是 passive 的，我就不要打。我的任务是拿 info 的，还有就是开大招，这就是我的任务。因为他开了大招之后，即便一个炸是很容易杀很多人的。这里 Side 开一个窝，他知道对面已经竞赛了，对面 booster 应该是想要 plan， 不是哪不 plan 上面，你的 shift 上面要拉对嘛 ？OK， 知道对面在 planting 了 ，Side 玩一个魔力 line up。OK， 这里主要是先等队友到了先，然后再 check 一下 backside 有没有人。Side 应该是准备要 commit 了，即便开大招 ，OK， 看到一个人大招没有中，然后再穿一下 ，side 已经确定是空了，现在全部人只是在 long 的。哎呦，看到 Viper， 哎呦，2个 Q， 哇，这里没有 check 到这个 corner 很伤啊，这里。Ardis 的一个 TP 回去了13 HP， 应该是没有太多的机会了，还是 safe 吧。虽然8000块不用 safe 了，直接 TP 走人。进到去 CT 就不会死了，没有吧？保一把 G 吧。这一场让 Fnatic 打回来小赚一点点，主要是booster这个地方太刁钻了 ，line up 1打2，虽然是被 Ardis 换掉，可是他已经做了很多东西了。这里 Fnatic 的这个 FNC 也是打得很不错一下，我们看一下下一场他们是负败还是负败？8000多的一个负败，刚刚那一场。我们看一下 Round 11 7比3的一个开局，他们还是要打 A， 完全没有要 fake A 的一个感觉。所以说完到这一点就是不好，他已经是。被那种顶级战队已经差不多开始摸透啊，尤其是 Fnatic 这么久没有打比赛，他们的战术已经是不适合用在现在的这个版本了。我们可以看到这里 Ardis 一个人拉，哦呦没有杀到，但是没有死，无伤大雅，Angel 这里换了一个人头，他再回去他是有狗跟那个 scan 的，所以他一定要留住。反而是 Fnatic 这里一直握，可是穿不到 Ardis 上眼上。哎呦，就放了一个 ulti。最多也是可以顶10秒或者没有太大的作用，因为没有人在赛嘛。现在剩下 Ardis 一个人，他杀一个人直接 TP 了，完美躲开 Q 的一个大招。哎呦 ，flank 这里Fnatic 的一个乐啊，我们看一下他有没有做东西。现在是又要看前面又要看后面，这里 Fnatic 的一个，哎呦，Booster 这里很关键 ，Booster 又来一个双杀 ，Oh my god， 这里乐哥也没有太大的作用，这里 Booster 应该是要在上买这个 shot 了。Oh my god， 这2场都是 Booster 一个人跟他拉回来啊，妈妈，果然是欧洲的强者，龙王的气息。
We did again hear it from the analyst as this guy on LAN, when he's in a squad, he just hits another level. And Boaster saw it in the previous round, seen it here. The same stuff we wrote home about for Ardis, the positional advantages he's getting, some of the duels he's online in. It's looked gorgeous. And Fnatic had so many things to fall back on there again. Even if any of these things go wrong, And so when the fight behind, they had post-plant Hunter's Fury locked down. They still had a bunch of utility.
这里 Fnatic 叫了一个不 ，FunPlus 叫了一个暂停啊，主要是因为他们看到 Booster 这2场没有人 clear 那个 spot， 不可以再让他这样走下去了，再这样走下去他们就不用打 A 了。他们 retake A 完全不成功。这个 time out 我们看一看他们应该会做什么啊？你要这样想，这个 time out 是为了要顶住他们的 A。 他们 A 下一场一定会打得比较 aggressive 的 ，Fnatic maybe 会直接换去打 B， 因为这个暂停他们也是有人讨论的嘛。所以下一场的应该是会这样 ，Viper 会去 A 那边用他的大招来守一个 side， 单手，然后 Chamber 会去 B，Chamber Ardis 会去 B 守住那一条主要的道路。 他们这场防守啊，主要是靠塞德的大招，其他人的是他技能没有这么好用啊。毕竟 Viper 这种 meta 角色，只要不死就没有问题啊。他现在是拿一下 info， 开个大招单手 A， 他单手 A 的一个情况下，他一定是会把 Fnatic 逼到去打 B 或者是打 mid， 这个时候 RD 就可以趁机去杀1-2个人了。你看 Fnatic 这里一开始，哎呦 ，Angel 这里录了一个手臂直接被狙死啊！ 这种真的是失误啊！你要打防守，你不应该撸你的身位的，一点都不可以撸的。你一定要靠你的 Viper 的大招一个人守不的。现在他们是应该要 rotate 了，这里主要的压力就来到了 Ardis 一定要守住这一条路。
You can see that they have actually managed to get themselves an extra orb, so Xiao, a single kill here, may actually be able to bring Angel back online.
我们看一下 Ardis 这里，哎呦，被 scan 到了，死都不走。大招死了，没了这一场。这场 Fnatic 应该是可以比较顺利进到赛。Xiao 拿了第一个人头。哎呦，这个奥迪好夸张啊！从 Kitchen 里面延伸到一个。 side 的一个点，这边 fly， 2个人头，哦 ，light up，nice， 这样就跟他打回来。这里这边还有一个人头，这里是 1v2 situation，Angel 这里 boom drop 了22秒，怎么打？这边还有2个那个 Satcher， 然后 Side 已经摸到他的屁股后面了 ，Side 应该拿下一个人头。哇，FunPlus 这一场打得真是很好。FunPlus 一个这边果然是站出来了，但 Ardis 没有站出来的时候，就这边站出来了。那种 Raceman 这一个 line up，Holy shit，Bomb drop 是很关键的一个地方 ，Bomb 不应该卡在这个地方。为什么？ Boom， 还在这个地方，什么时间点呀 ？OK， 不用紧，我们看一下下一场，这一场应该是 Fnatic 的一个 equal round。这不是 ，sorry， 这是一个 half 了，有一个休息啊，这还没休息。OK， 这里是 half time 的一个休息，我们休息1分钟吗？进入广告时间。
Probably one of the more underwhelming ones we've seen out of the players we've been hyping up about.
Yeah, it has been a tough.
我们自己看一下数据啊，这个 Fnatic 的这个 FNS Afaja 的一个 halftime 的一个 echo 是80，跟他以前相比真的是差很多，才3个 Q 12个 dead。当然这一部分的原因是因为 Fnatic 的一个战队打到比较烂的原因。不过3个推真是有点 underperforming 嘞，看得出来，反而是 Ardis 前期的那一个离谱，这个 Ardis 前期，你看这个 Ardis 这个 side 这里也是很关键，对面 Q 就以为他走了，他直接反手，直接加2个，shit man， 哎，还笑得出来啊，8比4的开局，8比4的开局你还笑得出来，你打了一个3杠12，什么成绩来的？你不应该打这种成绩啊！
And it was the best implementation of Fade Raise that I've seen on this map that makes it really, really difficult to deal with.
Yeah, I was so incredibly impressed with how they were playing this composition. The way that they were setting up mid without a killjoy was excellent with that Fade constantly.
这里他们就讲 killjoy 什么鬼啊？
The Sage helping out in that regard as well. On top of that, just
是可以30秒的一个休息时间。
Like you said, Fnatic is a lot better on their defense.
对于新来的朋友，如果你们不知道，我来大概给你们讲一下，我 我也是有一个 YouTube channel， 我会定时做一些 Valorant 的一个比赛的一个复盘。如果你有兴趣的话，可以去看一下，我会带你们一起去了解他们用的是什么战术啊，他们的打法啊，还有我们普通人可以从他们的打法中学习到什么。如果你有兴趣的话，可以去 YouTube search Sugar Cane Daddy 甘蔗爸爸。
Yeah, and on top of that as well, Boaster just needs to keep with this performance. He had some massive clutches. He was keeping.
还有就是这个 Valorant Master 这期间呢，每一天我都会直播看他们的一个比赛，然后顺便解说啦。如果有兴趣的朋友就多多支持了，感谢你们的支持。OK， 还有5秒，第二场就开始了。这里 FunPlus 是一个进攻，他们打应该是一个2-1-2的一个 info 吧。 主要是收集 info 的，不需要 push 的。尤其是 RD 这里，他有一个 TP， 他不是很怕。哎呦，这里德哥直接 headshot， 因为地理的问题是他可以看到啊，可是他看不到他。就是德哥一pick啊，他的那个 crosshair placement 就在头，因为 RD 是蹲着的。这个是地理位置啊，没有办法。RD 死了之后。 他们进攻其实没有太大的节奏，因为这边这里看到有一个人 ，maybe 他们猜他们也是没有在赛了，因为 scan 都没有 scan 到嘛。这里需要直接去 wall plan，wall plan 了之后会看一下他们怎样防守，可能会打一个 line up， 这里 line up 直接死掉，喂，竟然没有死掉！哎呦，这个 line up 错了啊，果然是。 FPX 知道他们也是要，他们就没有 plan 在那个深的那个下面，要 plan 的远一点。我们看一下这个 Enzo， 他想要 scan 到 mid 的一个人，然后他们，哎呦，被这里 line up 2个人 crossfire， 哎呦，一跳下来就 crossfire， 这里 Enzo 打了一个，哎呦 mistake 这里 mistake。 这个 wall 没有什么 ，Oh my god！ 本来想讲这个 wall 差一点弄到他死，不过对面也是被那 Q 就给拉着。
To make up for a pretty abysmal first half. This is their map pick. This is somewhere I expected to see a decent attack out of them, and it barely scraped by with 4 rounds on the pistol. Let's hope that's not the same this time around, Tom. It's rare you see a team win both pistols and still be this far behind.
Yeah, it's almost the unfortunate truth of FPX is they could have basically 10-2'd that half if it wasn't for the fact that they lost.
哎呦，我们在这个 replay 我们可以看到这个 Afriya 终于站起来了，4个 Q 啊，4个 Q 一下子拉到去72的一个战绩。哎，不72，刚刚有杀人 ，sorry。哎呦，阿迪斯里，哦 ，It's so clean, dude， 那个 headshot。 尤其是你回血可以回到100的情况下，哇，稳赚啊！这一个 headshot， 哇，阿迪斯里，这里 Angel 这个 bit 看一下有没有人，他们应该是准备要 commit B 了。那 scan 没有看到人在那个 flank 那边。
In the info game for Fnatic, and it's being made up for pretty much by Durka.
这里还是想打 A 吗 ？Race 其实没有拿到什么 information 的呢，打 A 其实不应该这样 call。你的 wall 浪费在 mid 了，尤其是那 Viper 的 wall 浪费在 mid。那你 Race 又没有拿到 information， 你这样拉 mid 的话，应该会送啊。硬硬打 B 不是好咯？这里 Angel 上去看一下，没有人。 慢了，其实。哎呦，这里德哥一个人都没拿到，消活下来有15 HP。问题是他们24秒已经进不到赛了啊，不然 bomb 啊，这里 mistake 超了一个，再杀买第2个。因为 bomb 是消拿的，消是很难 plan bomb 啊，你只可以 rush 啊，你不 rush 没有机会啊。11秒，进不进？现在消一个人吧，没了，8比6。 我们 Fnatic 打回来了2场。 这一场是 bonus round，FPX 的一个 full buy 打 Fnatic 的一个 bonus， 2把 Spectre 1把 Guardian。Depends 啦，其实这一场讲真的，因为是 bonus round 的关系 ，Fnatic 应该再拿多一场。这里 Fnatic 也没有打算买，直接给你了，这一场给你。当然经济优势好大，2600，下一场他们输就都可以拿到很多钱，你想输1000。OK， 这个 scan， 哎呦，给对面抓一个 timing， 没有拉到。如果这一个 fit 拉到啊，那全次是可以直接秒掉啊。我看一下阿迪斯里亚在做什么。瑞其实这样危险，如果全部拉左边的话，就直接没了。但是 mid smoke 了啦，不用怕 cross 被偷掉了。这里呢 ，Fnatic 是想要打一个 B side，commit B， 因为他们知道 Fnatic 没有人在 B。Fnatic 以为他们是假 B 阵 A， 所以他们叫人回防一点点，退了1-2步这样。然后我们就可以看到这里了。Shaw 应该是准备好要 war plan 啊，等他拿多一点 information 之后先。我们看一下 Booster 已经拉到去嘞，他拉到去 Yellow 了，然后没有人理他。OK， 幸好阿迪神的是有看，不过阿迪已经漏了。这里应该是一个很 normal 的一个 war plan。war plan。打爆枪了之后，笑已经走掉了，已经打不到了。这里 Mystic 一个人都没有看到，浪费了一个很好的机会。反而是你看这里 ，Angel，Angel 直接被杀掉了 ，Oh my God，2v3 situation，Race 又被杀了，现在 Sider 一个人吧 ，Sider 还被 scan 到了 ，Sider 杀掉一个人，看德哥敢不敢，德哥哦 ，nice TP， 不来拉他罢了，不要拉他罢了。Just play time，just play time，nice，Sider 的一个大枪直接 headshot 4个 kill，Holy shit！ 这个 Sider 好关键呐！他被 scan 到之后，他就不紧张，他就直接小声被先把第一个杀掉，然后再用智商去跟第二个玩。看 Sider 这里杀一个人，然后再拉第二个人直接窝。在 smoke 里面把第二个人杀掉，在小身位拉到 Q-J， 在最后玩一下这一个 headshot， 打得很美。尤其是窝跌下来的一瞬间，可能是 maybe 会影响一下那个 chamber 的那个视觉，这样吧 maybe。这里是9-6开局，在 Fnatic 的掌握之中，毕竟还是 bonus round 嘛。这里还是一个 combo， 先 seed， 然后再用一个这边的一个 net， 没有炸到人啊，不过 nice try 啦。这种 skill 还可以再回来的嘛？你开局丢一个是大概30秒左右，你就可以再丢一次了。
Yeah, almost trying to keep him in position, try and catch him out while aggressive, but well, he hasn't been forced to TP, he hasn't even been forced to move, just still sat this far forward, and it means that they can almost play a gamble elsewhere.
这里我们看一下啊 ，Booster 的站位是站得比较 passive 的，因为他知道他不能死，他一死了 B 的那个 defense 就没有了。但是讲真的，这样你就给对面太多的一个 map control。Lucky 的是这里放 plus 啊，是想要走 mid to B 的一个 situation， 然后他们就看到了一个 Q-J， 一定会看到 Q-J，Q-J 直接被 headshot 掉，然后 Booster 打一个正面。我有这里 Angel 被咬到了 ，Angel 被咬到的情况下跳下去，应该是不会死啊，但是他们打到很尴尬诶，想进又进不到，想退又退不到，16秒不用 plan 了。Booster 这边这样看着，还有什么机会？3秒没有 plan 过没了。
FPX, it all falls apart from some crazy plays out of Fnatic. I can't believe Mystic just did what he did.
It was unbelievable. Yeah, he sees a wall and he raises it a wall, goes up on top, catches them off.
I thought Jing played earlier today.
You're seeing it right here, right now. And it was necessary, right? Look at FPX. They panic in that moment. They're trying to adapt to players on every angle. They know they need to plant, but no safe ground. no control. They couldn't at any point establish a front lines. These guys were surrounded in that whole fight, and well, it's hard to organize that kind of.
对，FunPlus 要叫他要不啦，打到他们进攻打到，哎呀，有点烂。
Right back into this one. They are only 2 rounds behind on the defense of their own map pick. Fnatic are definitely
他们浪费太多时间在前期的一个 setup 上面了，没有一个明确的一个战术执行啊，他们就是想打，可是又进不去，不打又不可以，就很尴尬，进退两难。尤其是他每次卡在一个中间段，卡在 mid， 卡在 kitchen， 卡在那个 side 的一个外面。 不是第一次了，这个问题要发生。FunPlus 的教练可能会跟他们讲，你们要改变打法，让阿迪先来找机会先。主要是要看阿迪啊，阿迪应该会去 mid 那边找机会先，还是一个2-1-2的一个 setup。
At least in that round, some of the issues that can come on the attack once Fnatic are given that free reign, like we'd say.
当然，如果你不找机会，也是可以 rush 一场啊。毕竟他们现在是 equal round 嘛 ，equal round 最好的解决办法就是 rush， 用速度的优势来人多打人少，趁你还没有回防的时候，把你有的人跟他打掉，这样就是等于没有了，没有人打了。这里是想要一个 rush A，5个人已经准备了，然后看一个 scan 没有 scan 到人，阿迪拉得很近哦，阿迪拉得很近。其实阿迪应该给他的枪，给他的 teammate 的，他自己可以开 G。我想要靠他来 entry 的话，不 G 是比较难 entry 啊，一定是给他 render。我们看一下阿迪这里，他应该是知道对面 John， 先保护一下自己的身位先。 反正好像是有看到吧，应该有看到吧。你看又卡在中间，FunPlus又卡在中间，第2次了。对面放一个窝，你要怎么打？
You want to fight me? Go ahead. I'll take it. The confidence that he has that he'll win them if they overextend like that. But Fnatic are not doing that just now. They're sitting back. They've even used up their wall.
这里阿迪还是我刚才讲的呢，他需要阿迪来打一个突破口。Booster 里好像找到了一个机会，在上面看他。哎呦，这个这里一枪都没有中到，然后被 scan 了一下，不敢打了，往回来一点，再开局。这里阿迪应该是想要打 mid， 毕竟还是有 render 的优势的，他应该是要打 mid to A。mid to A 的一个战术。阿迪这里做什么？这里是 mid to A 的战术。
All the steps are going to be heard by Enzo. The rest of the players actually don't have the weaponry really to fight. Oh, that's not the greatest timing.
这里plan了，剩下3个人3打4一个 situation， 没有大招，反而是 Fnatic 这里全部人都是有大招。为什么阿迪会去到 kitchen？ 我知道你想 flank， 不，你有大枪哎。
Just gonna try to get the jump. Good kill at least. Reveal through. They know where he is. Oh, hold on!
哎呦，这里 Angel 差一点 clutch 哎。
Just a little lapse in communication there. By the time they realized, he was already adjusting.
Yeah, a little bit of a shaky around. Luckily for Fnatic, they
这里我们看一下 replay， 我们就看到阿迪走 kitchen。
It's definitely not the prettiest of scenarios for them. And now you look at the round that FPX are coming in with.
这里外部已经杀掉了 ，Booster 这一场其实打得很好，发挥都很好 ，Booster， 尤其是比他队里面的其他人还好一点点。 9-8，我们这里看到是应该是一个副败打副败，然后双方的。双方大招情况是一个3个大比2个大了，就就是有一个大，还有说话的一个大。我们看到 Booster 这里又是打一个 passive 的一个防守，他们跟 Sider 的打法不一样 ，Sider 是比较喜欢打一个 yellow 的 wiper。 连 Booster 是想要打一个 side 的一个 wiper， 分别在于 Booster 会给很多 map control， 而 side 就会拿到比较多 information， 而且打一个出其不意的，好像刚刚讲，我认为各有优劣吧，看怎么打。太早丢这个 toxic 了 ，Booster 这里他想要放掉 side 吗？直接放掉了整个 side， 等 team 来 commit， 等 team 来 retake。 问题是他2个魔力用完了之后，阿迪还在这里，然后他们要打 A 了。阿迪是有一个 TP 的，他很容易被 Enzo 的 Bulldog 烧掉，尤其他是走出了那个 TP 的范围。OK， 他 TP 了，没有了。
I'm not liking the look of this for FPX.
现在你一 TP 走，你就知道你一定是打 A 啊。这里 Fake 开了一个大，然后德哥这里少有一个人直接 TP 走。我们看一下这里，这里 RDC 也是死掉了，没了。这里 2v4 situation， 这边是有个大招，有没有奇迹？这个大招有没有奇迹？这边没了，被炸死了。15秒 ，plan 都不用 plan 了。
Xiao just hoping to make things as costly as possible. Wall down, it's going to get broken almost instantaneously. It does land the shot, but it doesn't even matter. They're just going to try and bait someone in and do some extra economy damage, but it's not the case. Still, FPX struggles.
双方9比9，反 Plus 这一场是应该是没钱了，3000多一个，不可以复败的。这里德哥打到很好，他知道对面开费的时候可以直接，因为你 K 是要时间的，打一个时间 timing 的话啊，是可以去 rush 掉他的。反正不是这里把 Adis 跟他打掉了。Adis 为什么还在这里？你 team 已经进了赛，你为什么不要直接走？Adis 这几波的操作的是很迷耶。我知道你状态很好今天，可是你为什么不要跟着大队走呢？
Instead, he's like, I know you're probably going to push while this is going through. A cheeky reveal. And that's caught Enzo below, but not Durka. He was safe enough. That Prowler's not going to see him either. He's got the jump for one of these duels, and there it is. Artist down.
It's the rifle as well. He had a hero rifle invested into this round. Prowler will at least get a little bit of information. Wall is going to be put in, but again, it's instantly broken. Durka
手感这种东西就是这样，你死下就没有了。Adis 的手感已经看得出开始慢慢的消失了，反而是德哥的手感啊，越来越强，他越来越准他的手感。毕竟他一直杀人嘛，在这个 defense side 的时候，但是 Fnatic 这里已经开始 flank 了 ，QJ 的一个 LD， 你走不走？你要走，我的 Fnatic 已经那个 booster 已经到了，你要走吗？ 一个，然后上面又进不来，丢一个魔力，一定被抵天。你要走不要走？你不要走就被抵天。哇，这里 Fnatic 打的真的是很好，他们的那个这么久没有打比赛啊，突然间那个感觉一下子回来了，找到他们正确的道路啊，尤其是在 defense 上，因为他们有 Qjoy、有 Viper、有 Sova， 这里是 Qjoy， 还有一个 Sage， 这些 defense 给他们 defense 真是很强。 尤其是 defense side 的 map 嘛，这个是。
Again, Durka now top of the board. I think he was even going into the last half. I genuinely believe he's died like maybe 3 times in this half.
Yeah, you might be spot on there.
这场如果 Adis 还在杀不到人的话，FunPlus 今年就凉了。
Coming into this half on that defensive side, and the comfort levels seem to just be exponentially improving on the Fnatic side. Early aggression by Zipan, that seems to have been heard. Boaster reacted to it almost immediately. I'm not sure if he would have heard the blast pack initially, but certainly the player swinging through the air. He's going to fall back, and we've seen this retake setup a couple of times. I think he normally has the orb down. Does he not have it down this round? Oh, he does, slightly in front. Okay.
Okay, well at least now they know that that spot has been taken, same as before. Adis is going to go above.
Fnatic 这里还是把 Adis 拉掉了，但是 Adis 也少一个人，手感 maybe 会好一点，可是这里4打4的一个 situation。Xiao 是有 rest 的，他可以把 Adis rest 起来的。
It seems like FPX are very wary, and that poison orb is actually causing them a lot of problems because they can't cross until it's gone.
Even with this pit down, Boaster has a counter pit to play with, but past that, still has his orb, and if he can get a snake bite onto it, he should be in a good enough position, but snake bites are gone now. Both have been used up to delay. Here's the counter pit to play with.
这里是大招对大招，整个 map 完全被包围了，而且33秒已经就 take 不到了。 你的 mid 已经被人家 control， 你是不可以 rotate 的，你只可以硬着头皮打吧的。这里 timing， 德哥可以杀到第一个人吗？杀到第一个，再看买 shot， 哦 shot 换掉了。这里硬跟他 rush 起来，然后再 end 一下德哥，德哥被秒死，就开始 plan 波啊，14秒。 再不 plan 没了。这里 Angel， 哎呦 ，Angel 没有看到后，下一个人，没有看到人 ，Mystic 直接等到了。
Fnatic will get their 11th.
That wall also cancelled the plant. It literally walled the player up off planting, out into the open, and then got sprayed down.
They're such nerds.
That's just fantastic.
Do you know what's crazy? What, they must have had the entry in that round in like 20 seconds and had the sight the whole time. Look how much it's delayed. And then this Red Bull clutch, wall up in the air, just to spam through to deny them at the end. It is
Holy shit！ 这个 wall 他直接打断他的一个 plan boom。Holy
They had
shit！
the control of that site for a very long time. They just never really had control.
7-2 in the lead. Lost both pistols as well. FPX, they've had advantages, they've had disadvantages, but to sit here at 11-9 has got to be astounding to them. This comeback from Fnatic definitely proving that this is a map that they can pick, that they can choose. And
I like that. Maybe I shouldn't go any further than this.
But it was after he like peeked 3 more times and seen no one. He's like, okay.
All right.
So now he's gone back out for a peek.
I remember what Minnie said. Play like Device.
Nice and slow.
这场我们看一下 ，Eco 的 Fun Plus 已经摸到了经典了。哎呦，被 FNZO 加的了。然后德哥这里还有一个 TP， 他可以去拉一下那个在 Ring 上面的那个人。OK， 一出被烧直接 TP。我们看一下这里 Scan 可以看到德国人1个、2个、3个 ，OK， 知道全部都在这里了。直接开始 push 了。他知道你们打不过，你们一定会走。OK， 这里 Mistake shot 1个 ，Mistake shot 2个，还有一个在上边看到了，直接 wallbang 死掉。Equal round by the way, but it's okay.
Well, that's the thing. So Prime Gaming flawless here. Bear in mind, they've only.
我们可以看到在这里啊。
Do you remember what that round was? No, it was the 4K.
8比4的一个开局，打到去什么地步？9比12。
That's the only round they won, and they almost lost it, and it was mostly versus pistols. Other than that,
唯一那一场还是那个塞德4个 Q 拿回来了。哎呦，这里 Fun Plus 的一个进攻有点问题啊。Depend 的 Risk 没有做到什么东西，那 Angel 也是没有做什么东西。塞的工具人，啊，反正是阿迪，主要是阿迪哑火了这边。阿迪2波操作迷啊，2波操作其实那边赢了的话不会这么尴尬，他们就是因为那2波卡了很大波的一波节奏。为什么阿迪？ 那个时候会做出这种节，这里肖想要一个 wall plant， 但是他看到一个 ，OK， 这里刚刚好没有被对面的魔力打到，哇，肖这个 plant 真是完美啊！他现在想这台要不要走？如果他走，他会死；他不走，他会被窝打爆，然后秒掉他，也是一样死。 所以 team 要一直在那边 beat 咯。OK， 这里是敲2个 Q， 然后再继续躲在里面，靠了 Viper Wall 安全一点。现在他们 Fnatic 要跑了 ，Fnatic 不能了 ，Fnatic 要跑了。本来 Shao 可以抓一个 timing， 没有杀到。他加你啊！哎，我知道他已经加你啊。
I think honestly in that round, just getting the plant down.
所以不要再送了，没有钱了。Fun Plus 还有机会的，毕竟他们的钱已经回来，在这种场合打回来了已经。我们看一下这里啊，高有奥迪，准备有奥迪，这边开始有奥迪，然后反而是这里 Fnatic 只有一个 race 的一个。 不 ，Sage 的一个 rest。我们看看这里 Fun Plus 想要做什么？他想打一个 B， 然后 Viper control mid。Viper 的一个 smoke 是来不要给对面知道他们去哪里了。Mistake 这里反正都不用动了，对面不会 rush 到这么快的，被咬就咬了。德哥这里杀掉了，把这边直接咬回。 啊，这边好像什么都没做到这样。德哥这里再拉 yellow，maybe 可以上买一个拿波的一个 sage， 对，2个头3个头了。还有机会吗？肖还有机会吗？这里已经被夹住了，他连拿出去拿枪还是什么的机会都没有。不过他有 rest， 他也不敢 rest。你怎么样？你什么都不能做。 除非 Viper 在中路这里打开一个突破口。
They know that Cider's there. I'm pretty sure they saw Xiao's barrel moments ago as he attempted a res or tried to see how close he was. And now that mid position's completely locked down.
Cider
okay. A good
靠着他的窝进而去。
harassment onto Boaster, but still locking it down is Durka and with the
33秒啊！你没有解决到的哥，哎呀，的哥没了。1打4的一个情况下 ，nice 的哥一波4杀结束了这场比赛，让我们恭喜 Fnatic 拿下第一场 map。姜还是老的辣，你大爷还是你大爷，我是欧洲的王者，不是你这种 group stage 还要打到这么艰难的 team 可以比的。
Why are they putting him in the conversation with players like Ye? 29 and 14. Decimation on this defensive half, and Durka was the one leading the charge all the way through. He has burst onto the scene in Copenhagen, and honestly, yeah, it might have been a little bit slow for Alpha. It might have been a rough first half. This is why Fnatic are so feared when it comes to Icebox.
I will say, though, recency bias might get you coming out of that game thinking, wow, Fnatic, best team, that was incredible. This game is, tied up for them, but 13-10, a close game, and we cannot, fail to address Xiao, Artis, having fantastic games. Cider, the stand-in, the reason that we have even more compounded doubt against FPX. He had a phenomenal map here, had some great clutches. This is FPX looking pretty good and challenging to double digits on their opponent's map pick.
He had 9 first bloods.
9.
I mean, just noticed that. And Artis had 8. It really was the battle of those two chamber players. And honestly, I think we're going into Haven, and I think we might get it again.
I imagine so. And like I said, the next map up, that's FPX's pick. That's their home turf. After a close first map, I'm expecting.
接下来让我们一起来看第二场。第二场是 Heaven 是 FunPlus 的一个 map pick， 这对他们来讲是一个蛮熟悉的，因为他们之前就是一直在 Heaven 这里打回来。让我们休息5分钟。
Red Bull gives you wings. Red Bull gives you wings.
Feel the beat, round and round, make my feet hit the ground.
I fit in obnoxious? Stop it, stop it. Quitting was never an option. And you cannot stop it. Nah, you cannot stop it.
They had us in the first half, but Fnatic, they remain undefeated on Icebox in this stage. I'm on back on the desk with Mimi and Bala. I gotta say, Boaster, the Alpha Go Kill strat kind of failed, but Durka Go Kill was unreal on that map.
Yeah, he was insane towards the tail end. That second half, he really lit up. And he comes out with his first map on LAN in 2022, and he drops 29. Ties basically the best outside of overtimes.
Yeah, I mean, Durka was impeccable. And what was excellent out of him was he was good in the first half, good in the second. He gave time for Alpha to get going, really. He started so incredibly slow. After no kills in the first 9 rounds, he turned that around. Well, it wasn't a crazy performance out of him. It was enough to instill confidence. And, you know, Fnatic, they just do it again. They say the definition of insanity is doing the same thing over and over again, and FPX just keeps letting Fnatic go to this map.
Yeah, of course. This FPX also made a comp change as well.
Yeah, they did, and it didn't work again.
Still, I think this was the best that they have looked on this map. I really liked what they were showing with the Fade and the Raze. Zipan is incredibly comfortable on this role. He was great individually, and you see some of the nice setups here. There's the nade combo with the tether. You also had kind of the re-clear off the cats in mid, holding that space, making up for the lack of the killjoy, and also just so many great individual moments from this guy.
Yeah, I think Zipan was great. The combination Fade Raze was great as well. Mostly on defense, though. When they came to that attack side, they were often wasting the C's nade combo a lot to try to deny orb that they weren't even really going for. Dirk was just constantly playing top pipes, and it just shows the strength of this Fnatic comp. It just became so good when they switched to defense.
Yeah, the attack side was so shaky, but in the defense side, Mimi, we saw a couple of retakes that was just peak premium online Fnatic.
I mean, Fnatic is just so good in the retake at practically every moment on this map. Their composition allows it in such a great way. There was one particular one that we wanted to take a look at, and it was the way that they're using the Killjoy on this map. I think a lot of teams are still undervaluing that agent, but Fnatic have stood by the Killjoy. In this one, they're able to pop down that Killjoy lockdown early to start to fight for that retake, and we can start to see it unfold here, Ball.
Yeah, this was really, really solid. Every time you get this Killjoy lockdown up, you have to have something to try to counter it, or some sort of play as well, because it even takes a little bit to get on site, but then the lockdown comes, and Boaster gets the flank off, gets the first kill, and just seals the deal. This Molly onto Angel. Angel's like, I'm going to sit on it. This is new patch Molly. I can sit here. No, Boaster, he's vulnerable, and Boaster's like, I'll just run spray.
I mean, with how prevalent just heavy post-plant setups are on this map, I think kind of finding those flanks in the late round, in the retake, is so important to the map identity of Icebox, and I think Fnatic, out of all the teams we have here at the event, do the absolute best job at doing that, and they prove it again here with the comeback on the defense.
Yeah, it's very Fnatic, isn't it? They trap you with a lockdown, and if you either get like lockdown or you have to run into Boaster, so it is the way that they play. Like I said, Fnatic, they have 2 strats. Alpha Go Kill didn't work out too well. Here he is right now in the AIM Lab shoot around. I am quite forgiving. This is a kid that just turned 17. Mimi, a lot of people are expecting big things from him, and I think coming on to the next map is where he is going to shine.
I mean, it's stressful. You're on a big stage. A ton of people are watching you. The pressure is on. Everyone has high expectations. I don't blame him for stumbling initially, but what matters is he rebounded in that second half.
Yeah, and I also think that he was playing a really tough role to start off with, right? This is probably the most passive of any of the roles that Alpha Year plays, and he's super flexible. Now he goes more into that star position where he plays Raze on Haven, and I think this is something where he's going to enjoy himself a little bit more, have a lot more incentive, freedom to do what he needs to do and what will take out FPX.
I mean, the part we were so critical on was when he was playing Killjoy on attack. That's so incredibly difficult to do outside of how good you are as an individual. So I'm really not worried about him heading into Haven.
Well, let's talk about Haven now, because we talk about FPX changing comps. They played Haven twice already here in this competition, and they played 2 different comps. The latest one we saw, they were kind of favoring the Breach over the KO this time around. Bala, what do you think about their chances going onto this map?
Yeah, it's really interesting. FPX has been innovating a lot, and I think the important thing and the important player on this is actually Cider, the way he plays the Omen. Right? Angel was also very pivotal on that role when they played it traditionally, when they played it, for example, in the Grand Finals against Fnatic, and Cider's been doing a great job on it as well. The one consistent thing they have is Xiao on Fade, and he's been a monster on this map specifically. You mentioned the DRX in the pregame before this game started. He was so good on that map.
Yeah, he was impeccable in that one. They ended up winning things out, and I love that they do play both the Breach and the Fade in their most recent iteration of the comp. I think when you're playing against a team that does not run the Neon, you get so much much value out of that breach, being able to fight for a lobby control, not just with those C's nade combos, but with that breach stun as well. It gives more flexibility to your Raze player and just how you play both your defense and attack in general. And I think it's going to be good against Fnatic because they play a kind of older comp on this map. They've just stuck by the breach Sova, which a lot of teams have moved away from since Fade has come into the meta.
Yeah, it's interesting though because I think they also, they're pioneering the breach a little bit on this map for so long, and there's so much value in setting up Durka on this map, right? We just looked at him. He's feeling really good. 29 kills in the first map, and his attack side chamber is one of the best I've seen on this map, and possibly ever for attack side chambers. He just has so much room to work with, and so much can be used to set him up.
Well, we're heading into the Prime Gaming Agent Select here, and of course, Fnatic, they have never changed their comps in Stage 2. I don't expect them to do it here, but FPX on the other side, they've kind of been swapping here, there and here, so maybe we do see something new.
I mean, it's the identity of FPX. I wouldn't be too surprised if they made a change on through, but again, I was a fan of what they played previous, and the early picks coming on through looks like they might just be continuing with never mind.
They went back.
We're regressing to the KO.
Yeah, this could be one of the FPX things where they just don't want Fnatic to have too much prep on them, right?
Sure, and it also could just speak to the opponents that they were playing prior, right? The breach could have been better against the teams that they were playing earlier on in the tournament, and the KO Angel might feel is a little stronger. I did feel like he was getting actually just destroyed by RB when they played against DRX, and that might have been because of the specific agent he was playing on.
Well, Fnatic, they are 1-0 up in this series right now. FPX, they have to win this map if they want to force a third one. Mitch and Tom, take us away.
FPX's home turf in this FPS.
Good start.
Yeah, it's going to be a great day. Tom, I want to know, moving on to this, look, altogether a close previous map, but I guess, dominant showing towards the end from Fnatic. How are you reading into this second map now?
I think it's going to be a boring response, but I do think that the Durka versus Artist battle could actually define things here. I think that obviously Alfia now being able to be a little bit more aggressive, I think it's much more of a confidence agent, but it's one I think will help him thrive. But especially these two chambers, they get so aggressive around the map on the defensive side. If you can shut either of them down, it gets very scary. And well, sorry, need a moment. That was disgusting.
Little Durka versus Artist battle. Yep, well, it's certainly kicked off in favor towards the FPX side, but they've lost out on another man. Zipan dying on that A-long push. They've managed to get Cider into the corner.
There.
If they check this, though, Fnatic certainly will have the numbers to deal with him. A nice opening shot, but only the one to be found. Numbers remain even. Looks like Fnatic want to go 8 fast. Again, Artist now stuck in the corner, creeping his way on through. Hasn't made any noise. And they're here in the second player rotating. The reveal should give them everything they need.
What is? They know where he is. Okay, he just didn't even see like Enzo broke his stride. Just running straight across. I thought for a second somehow Artist was going to go unchecked, but no. After a solid start, Fnatic, their resurgence into this round, and they've got another pistol. I think that's all 3 so far.
It is indeed, yeah, a streak of pistols, and again, considering how close the previous map was, it could be said that the pistols are all they're keeping Fnatic alive at this point. FPX coming relatively close in a lot of those fights. Fnatic just about edging it out. Now as we move into round number 2, I'm already seeing Cider with a shorty in his hands. That'll be over towards C-Long, though. Not looking to get any contact there as Fnatic early on. Very much in favor of taking it to A as FPX
I wonder what they
found
could
out.
be.
I think they saw all 5, so that's a decent bit of info.
Yeah, they do seem to be, I think, one of the best teams at getting use out of the Fade. Like we saw in the last map with Angel picking it up, although I do think that Xiao's Fade has definitely shown to be a lot stronger. We'll see if that can be the case here. They stack up at 4 players, though, still being pressured. The problem is, well, just look where Durka is. He's all the way down mid. If he goes any further into B, full information and not really anything there. An aggressive push through, though. And actually, Zipan's going to kick things off onto Alfea. But this control might be a big problem for them. An easy kill to trade onto Angel, and while the B site is now open for business.
Yeah, and Cider might seem to have a decent position to try and catch a flank, but he has only got a shorty in his hands, so very limited in these engagements. He would have to be able to creep, right behind them, and thankfully Boaster turns. That's going to be dealt with, and there you go. Nicely handled. Fnatic walk out just the 2 players lost, and considering how things started, I think they can be happy enough with that.
Yeah, it's at least the minimum for FPX though. I think that, yeah, it could have been a lot more, especially with the gamble. I like the aggression coming out from them, and I think we can expect to see quite a bit more of that in this round. The question really though is what Fnatic are going to do here. Probably not invest too much more into this. Maybe if Enzo wants to, he could buy up a hero rifle. He's got a lot of credits in the bank that he could potentially try and juggle around, but other than that, you're looking at Durka with that headhunter, and then just whatever they can get out of the SMGs.
The benefit of having Durka as one of those fallen players, right? Just a couple of shields. I think he still had a lot of headhunter bullets. So 1.2k investment this round, and he's basically full bot. And obviously playing the pistol for Enzo, it's evening out things.
OK， 我们看到这里第2场比赛。
They've already got B-side control, Tom. Left pretty much open here by FPX. Early on wanting to fight.
对，Fnatic 是一个2领先的 ，Fnatic 打的真的是比较好。而且我们现在是一个 post plan situation， 打 B 的一个 post plan。 就算翻 plus 有枪也是比较难守，哇，这个 shot 难搞啊！他们的那个 chamber 的个啊，已经杀疯了，手感来了。 对 FN。为了不是这里，哇，这样极限换到一个人。 对面 shut down 躲一下，应该够时间，应该够时间。Nice， 这里翻 plus， 终于拿回来一场比赛，终于拿回来1分。还有就是这个 map 是一个 attack side 的一个 map 来的，所以翻 plus 是 map pick 这个 heaven 嘛，然后 Fnatic 选了一个 attacking side。
they're picking up the scraps. Really, players are going to have to drop. Light shields are going to be there.
With Tour de Force, they can get away with it. That's the thing. I feel like Artis is going to be able to bridge the gap. You've also got a showstopper.
可是他们不是掉太多分啊，打一个3-4分左右，应该是下半场都可以打得回来的，不用太担心。
They almost got something out of that.
这里这边的一个恐怖，这边的 Race 就是以前很喜欢打 Heaven， 他的 Heaven 就是很鬼强，而且他还会 double jump， 在他的 attack side 的时候真的是很容易就盯在你的 side 撕破你的防线。哎呦，阿迪这里哇，好极限，在爆炸人的前一个先杀死了，不是？ 然后再 TP 走。
Starting to go walkabouts. There is a player in the former side watching this, but he's going to be able to get quite a bit further. I'm looking at the flash though.
Great flash. Follow up, not quite. Dirk is still surviving on that one, but he hadn't put an anchor that far back. He's still stuck in the corner on long, so it's not a safe retreat, and he doesn't want it to be. They still want to fight for this C site. But with Garage now one-way smoked, no control towards the C side itself, and your C-long pusher having only 20 HP, this could see a pivot. They've got so little time to make a decision, though. It really is now or never, and they're going to start to pull back. Where are they taking it, though? C-long? Or a full save?
I think they might just save. Yeah, running out of time, not really having any sort of options to go for. Unfortunately, losing Boaster early on means that they needed someone to make a mistake, and it seemed like FPX were more than aware. Pop flash out from Angel, just making sure that they are aware.
这里 Fnatic 直接 save 了，少一个booster 的情况下直接 save 了，因为他们不想再没有枪，没有枪的话下一场就不用打了，就是一corner。
This player's going to try and lurk through here. This player's going to try and make a move here, and they were
2比2开局。
more than happy to counter that with utility or flashes.
这里 Front Plus 比较开心，因为他们只要拿多一点分，他们 attack side 会比较容易打一点。
As we come into this one, you don't have to deal with the Tour de Force, right? So resetting it for, you know, do you want a 25-second push C long, Tour de Force is there to maybe take you down. They might have rotated. You haven't got Garage. You've got to go through a one-way, and then it was re-smoked. So you can take that chance with your 4 weapons or save them till next round, have a full buy, be very close to having ultis online in very impactful scenarios, and take that big one-shot weapon out of the round. So they lose nothing really by doing that, and now a chance to reset, fight back into it. Artist, though, he wants to disrupt them immediately, going right down through mid, and they've already taken out the utility.
很鬼 aggressive 的一个 play， 什么鬼？这样都可以进到去把你的。
Trap wasn't up, a kill is found. And Cider, well, it's all going to come down to the timing, but look where Alpha has crept into. He's in a great position to catch Cider, but who's going to catch Zipan? Absolutely nobody by the looks of it. Enzo thought he had the win, but was traded out immediately. And again, a solid...
still in spawn? That's so peculiar. 3 people ran into the C site, and they were almost waiting for Durka to bring them the spike, and he's like, don't worry, guys, your fake has worked. I'll take A and win us the round.
It's a strange round indeed. Not too often.
He's still popped on the force. Man, he believes he can win this.
I mean, he's just gotten right. Him and Mystic were 1 away coming into this round. Now an opportunity for him. Where is his other TP? Oh, it's on site, going down to short. Okay. So he's going to hold this corner, but look who he's up against. No Prowlers for Xiao, but he has a Haunt. I don't know when the knife will be online for Angel, and that could be huge in taking the Tour de Force out. You might almost want to wait for it. It's 2 seconds away. 1 kill found, another, and it's Angel gone. Xiao, the last man standing. The time ticking away. He's got to make a move, and he's in a slow field. It's taking so long now. I don't even know that he'll have time to get on this. He's going to try to get it halfway, but then Durka swings and confirms it. A Red Bull clutch out of this man. It looked impossible. And somehow he's done it.
The whole team fake strat just worked out for Fnatic. I actually can't believe that, obviously not intentional, but Durka left the spike, given a tour de force, and facing off against 3 members of FPX, pulls off. He made it look so easy. He didn't take a point of damage in that whole thing. Repositioning, reading every move that FPX made, and wow. We said in the last map, we're putting him, he's obviously in contention for the best player in the world. That's why.
The look of just sheer
这里翻 plus 要叫一个暂停啊，没办法。
Nice! He's almost pinching himself like we did
这里的哥这个1v3 clutch， 哎，本来还以为这里 FPS 赢定啊，1比3。
Full team pushes the other side of the map, leaves the spike behind, and Durka goes, oh, thanks for leaving me spike, guys.
The thing is, though, if you're on the other side as well, what do you say to that? Like, Artist peaks, the swing is almost immediate out of heaven to try and put pressure on him after he TPs away. He knew exactly the timing.
And the thing is, the swing, you could say, right, that the timing was fantastic for the position he was in, but if you look at close left corner, under heaven, anything like that, the normal positions players will try to take in those, that it was right to let the player swing out of spawn first and then try to dive in afterwards and take that trade, but you just kind of count for him hitting those shots so quickly, so consistently, and it's off that plant as well that he gets the tour de force. I mean, the dominoes just lined up perfectly for Durka there, and he saw them, man. He flicked them right down, put 3 on the board, and Fnatic take the lead with that. But Tom, it's not easy. They don't follow through with an eco on FPX. They're bought up fully. They've got an op on Artis. They're going to look to make a stop to it here.
We're seeing the same contention for long once again. Information garnered already by the combination of the KO knife along with Fade utility. Again, though, Durka just pressuring into mid. They're leaving this open because
这里 B 是一个 Artist 的一个 bot， 所以讲真的，他们不是很怕 B 有人进啦，就算进了也是有人会知道。然后我们就可以看到他们刚才那个 suppress 到3个人，所以他们知道他们这一场 maybe 是要 commit 一个 A 的一个。可是看一下德哥这里，德哥这里还是极限的拉扯，他知道前面有个人，塞这里是怕有人，不能只是去讲 pick 他一下，不是？我们看一下 Enzo 这里 ，Enzo 这里 timing 没有看到那个金锁的那个 omen， 然后这里翻 pass 直接回家，然后再用一个check 一下有没有人，哎呦，打掉了一个，打到了2个，哇 ，Afraja 这里还有一个大招，哇，看到了，直接 headshot， 哎呦，这一场直接烧爆了，烧完了。
Well, the first half of the previous map more so, certainly coming online here. As they steam up to 4 and push FPX to that eco that they've been looking for.
And that's how this map actually works for them. If Alpha is having a poor performance, the attack side bot does seem very Durka-centric because a lot of the time he's left on the lurk and the rest of the team are looking to set up Alpha. This is that sort of round. They had the counter util, they had the ultimate thrown in.
这场比赛差不多没有什么悬念了。
And now after a rocky start, 4 on the bot, he hit that shot. And so did he.
哎呦，这边这个 headshot， 果然这把枪真的是叫奇迹啊！奇迹就是可以创造奇迹的一把枪。这 booster 的换了一个 skin。 不过两个他还是用这一个老旧的一个 skin， 就是以前我最喜欢那个 setup， 就是 singularity 的一个 phantom 加上一个 dragon 的一个 vandal， 然后他最喜欢的是 default knife， 这个不用讲了，奇怪啊这个人，他讲 the default knife is the best knife 咯。我们自己看一下德科看到了没有呢？这里 Ardis， 哎呦，差点被传，哎呦没有踢到，竟然没有踢到 Ardis。还是还没有的踢，还就一个哦，踢去 B 吗？可以吗？
Yeah, I think they're starting to sense out these fakes with some of the utility they're seeing. They know at a minimum there's 2 players towards the C side with a fade having been spotted. Angel so low and his shoulder was seen.
哎呦，这边这里又是第二个 headshot， 哇，很关键的这几边。
Showstopper online as well, Tom. Nade back in play thanks to that second kill. 20 seconds.
这里 Enzo 应该是在看着他的。哎呦，差一点被 wall bang 死，然后 Plan Bomb 这个人就一定要走了。
15 seconds on the clock.
这里不要死啊 KO， 差一点被炸了。这里这边还有一个大招的 ，suppose 他会把他的大招交给这个下面，把他跳下来。
Starting to get a little bit dangerous for Fnatic here, especially with Xiao.
哎呦，这个还是好准啊！赛德应该是想要 stick 一半，哎呦 ，beat 掉他。
TP kind of baited outside of there. I think it was also just the utility being thrown out. Enzo plays that one perfectly. 5-2, Fnatic extend their lead further, and while Mitch, FPX need a response now.
I really enjoyed just the swagger of that little clicking the fingers on the way through the smoke. Like, oh, you thought I was gonna shoot you, didn't you? Didn't you? I don't even need to. 5-2 for Fnatic. Like you said, this is where FPX need that response. The operator, if they're investing into it on Artist, they earned up their showstopper previous round on Zipan. There's a ton there, but obviously Fnatic have got their own ultis in response. They've got their Durka.
这一场是一个 first buy 了，没有机会的。Ardis 一定要用他的 G 在 C 这里，刚刚好这个Fnatic也是打 C， 看一下 Ardis 有没有办法。哦呦 ，Ardis 拿第一个人头，然后再 TP 回来。我们看一下这里 Race 应该是想要直接进了的。哎呦 ，TP 因为我们已经有了，可是他们没有想到的是 ，Angel 这里开始 flank 了，一个头，两个头，还有一个头。Shao 这里应该是先等一下，先不急，你不是杀了一个人。哎呦，他在做什么？ 他想要我 bang，what the fuck？ 是有可能的，不过还是很敢这样做。但是2打2的一个 situation， 然后Booster 这里被找到了，他们知道这里是 commit B 了，然后 RD 才一把 G。Shao 还有一个大招，他从那个 OK 开了。
Artist knows exactly what he's up against at this point. He knows that they're deafened as well, so he can make that little bit of noise, start to close in the distance.
哎呦，这里德哥这个好快啊！德哥这里是手感真的打出来，不要让他打他的手感出来，就是你打出来的就是这样咯。Chamber 有手感就是这样。训啊！哇，德哥这一场什么鬼哟？怎么打哦？怎么打这个Chamber？ 根本就 Chamber diff 了。 虽然 Ardis 也是不差，可是他的手感被打到没有了吗？反而是Xiao这里应该拿到一个 Q。看这个飞，看这个飞。哇，这个德哥。
when they played this map versus DRX. In fact, that was one of the sort of misleading scorelines of a 13-8, and you're like, man, when a 13-8, though, really? It wasn't, though. It was probably about, well, it probably went the other way if it wasn't for Xiao.
Okay, Artist is right down on mid. 1 kill, but he couldn't quite get into the corner. Didn't have the position to play from. And he just extended from his TP.
Judging the smoke and down to 36 HP just from spam. It seems like everything that's being attempted at the moment by FPX is being read. Boast has been so good at just holding off on these flanks, and Ace is going to TP straight in towards the C site.
可以 Booster TP， 先拿一下 Control， 然后再拿他的 Dragon 去 push 一下 CT。哎呦 ，timing 幸好德哥的那个 G 救了他。哇，德哥今天真的是很疯狂哦。
Durka said, "I'm holding spawn." He went, "Okay." I trust you, not a second of doubt, not a second of hesitation.
这里 Plus 如果再拿不到3分的话，他会很难再 下半场给你打回来，因为 Nitricus 嘛，谁都懂。
And this is FPX's choice. But this one feels a little bit different, Tom. A map like this, seeing Durka already showing up the way that he is 14-3 right now.
Yeah.
And there was a question in the previous map of who was coming out ahead in those head-to-head duels.
Yeah, not really anymore.
Especially in the impactful ones, right? It's not even just numbers, it's more.
这你们看一下啊，Fnatic是想打一个，哎呦，他们知道他们要虐了，完全没有抓到人。反而是 Fnatic Angel 这里，这边有没有看到一个人？一个人没有拿到。哎呦，这边。 这边一个人都没有杀到啊！这边，阿弟这里是，后这，然后这里 cross 掉了 ，OK beat 掉这个德哥的第一枪，德哥在 reposition， 然后再拉第二枪，这里塞德过墙没有被杀的，被 flash， 阿弟杀掉第一个，阿弟是没有可能杀掉的，阿弟是没有杀掉的。
No question. These head-to-heads, and Angel didn't quite clear the right angle on the way out there.
Just like, oh, that's my team. No, that is not my teammate.
I can shoot this guy. 8-2.
Wait a minute, we're not playing KO.
Rounds just keep on clocking up, and Tom, I hate to say it, but that was the one that FPX needed. They are down to an eco here. They've called a timeout, and they're 8-2 behind.
I think they needed quite a few of the last ones
to
win this.
Sure. But you bring it back to 7-5, yeah, I'm all right with it. But now,
the different things they're attempting though just aren't working. Like Ardis has had some success with some aggressive pushes that hasn't really won them any rounds. Angel, like we mentioned throughout this tournament, I think he has the most first deaths of anyone with 33. I don't think that's getting any better.
Plus 掉第二个站点应该是。
Like not only having no kills, but also having a KO with 1 assist is just kind of unheard of. It's like the easiest stage in the game. All of their combos as well at this point, they're too obvious. Like we saw this in the last half as well, or the last game I should say, when they were trying to deny orb control. Every single round they're throwing this utility into A main. Every single round
才需要再拿到一分，如果一分都拿不到的话，是他们下半场真是难打。现在4秒的一个 time up，
They need to be a little bit more adaptive and do something different because Fnatic are basically just running the same round in a simulator again and again.
Well, I mean, it's not even down to the strategy that they run with. Turka is 16-3.
It's decent.
This guy is currently in a shooting gallery, just running around, taking fight after fight successfully, and every single strategic advantage that FPX get, every bit of map control that they have, every pick that they find, he comes through and just undoes all their hard work almost instantly. And that's only one player. That's one guy's clutch potential, but it's all that we've needed to see so far.
Well, they've found the information this time that there is nothing towards A, but look at the pace change. There's going to be a rolling.
这里 Bridge 直接开打进一个赛，但是发现赛没有人。哎呦，这里不是直接2个 Q， 不是他只有一个绕后，直接打了3个人的一个地步，就没有弥补他们没 control， 没 control 只是靠一个 Ardis 这个 bot 的，好像是。但是一 TP 进来直接3个 Q 在这里啊，再加的一个 flash， 没有 flash 到 ，1 tap，2 tap，3 tap。
The best thing about that is as well, they had a rolling thunder go through that left 1 gap.
There it was.
That was the gap. And they had Boaster in the backlines watching for the exact gap. That's ridiculous.
Yep. They made it so that nobody for a second. Hold on, there's a fight on short. Pushing down on short sider. He's already
这个 race 加费的高爆根本没有什么卵用啊，每一场都用对面就已经知道了。这边这里又是没有杀到人，这边真的是在做什么？这边在做什么？
And the full force of Fnatic comes through. 3 versus 2. A side is theirs. And they're stepping close to double digits. We're not even looking at an ounce of hope for FPX if they end up 10-2 down.
这里本来的1就是 rotate， 2就是他们在等那个手腕的一个scan， 他们需要 scan 一下看在点里面有没有人，大概还有10秒左右就可以 commit 这个赛了。他们再 hold 多一下，看对面想要决定2个人在赛还是2个人都是一咯，现在叫咯。这 basically 现在 scan 要转好了，他们可以开始 commit 赛了。这里 Enzo 先 check 一下近点，然后准备一下他的一个 drone。 看一下左右有没有人，然后阿迪需要先隐藏起来先。阿迪需要等他们进的时候，哦，阿迪他需要 TP 回去啊，没办法。啊，这里还有22秒，等一个 booster， 哦 booster headshot。哎呦，阿迪这里差一点 clutch， 阿迪他第2枪拿出来，如果 end zone low 的话，这里就赢了啊！真的，这个很够力极限啊，跳下来直接极限击掉 booster， 然后再用那个 pistol 打那个 end zone。这里好极限啊，这里很极限。
We're seeing Alpha now look a little bit better on the server. Enzo's only died 3 times, but I think when we do head this one back off to the desk, there's only really one question I want to ask Mitch, and hey Desk, what do you think of Darker?
He good.
这里是一个
bright future ahead of this guy, definitely. You know.
中场休息 ，half time.
Maybe a little bit.
For the first map and the first series for Durka to be him doing this thing, I can't even speak.
What?
400这个德哥 ，Holy shit!
FPX didn't win a round. He just boomed them.
He just completely broke their back. You'd say the straw that broke the camel's back. It was just the dumbbell that just got dropped on
This is calculated, by the way. The best fake of all time. The greatest fake ever.
The confidence too. He just instant pops tour de force. Yeah, 1v3, whatever. And they're on the other side of the map, by the way. He has so much time to just sit here.
Sure. And I mean, as much as I'd love to just say Durka good, on top of that, FPX is just looking deflated. Normally, they're so good with their combos on the defensive side. Playing that fade raise, setting their team up for success with those KO flashes in. None of that is hitting. The coordination is feeling off. And a big part of it is just Fnatic's ready. They knew what to expect coming in towards this game. They've weighed out all that utility. They have not been afflicted by it once.
Yeah, I think one of the big things is that Moser just is constantly TPing past it.
Yeah.
And then as soon as there's a fade raise combo, they're just like, yeah, okay, we'll just wait and then go. And then there's always some sort of retake that's working really good. By the way, Moser 12 and 6. That's a massive performance for a controller player for an IGL. He's definitely playing really well right now in this stomp.
And I guess now the question is it enough for FPX to come back? And I don't think so. Just that deflation, just being utterly stomped on, it does a lot to one's mental. And when you're down this bad, heading in towards the attacking side, it's going to take a miracle for them to rally.
Well, EMEA fans, you know we've been here before. FPX, they're staring down the barrel of a 4th defeat at Stage 2 here to Fnatic, Mitch and Tom. They really have to dig deep in the second half.
Well, Fnatic are fielding a pretty fearsome first half here, Tom. I'm not sure how to feel about this second. If FPX take the pistol and start to have a phenomenal comeback into it, I'll start to believe. This is a team that, if anybody can adapt and overcome these sort of scenarios, it is this team. But Tom, it seems like such a huge task. And without the pistol, I'll say it's 100% not going their way.
Well, yeah, the fact is, this series never goes their way.
OK， 我们现在回来这里，阿迪是一个 wallbang headshot， 然后看一下这边竞赛的一个，他现在用 net 去帮忙队友这样顶一下。
They are going to get themselves into the afterplant position. A long rotation coming all the way back, though. It seems like Alpha managed to bypass.
Planning 是2个人看，阿迪跟 Omen。
Look to try and hold on to this control.
3 for 3 in pistol so far. Fnatic setting up for a 4th. It's Artisan Zipan left alive.
哎呦，不是这里 running gun 什么鬼哦？不是 running gun 11比2。
They all have a sliver of health left, but it's
这场 equal round 12比2。
on the board now.
完蛋，需要打赢13比2，结束整个的比赛。
They don't just need Durka to win. Yeah, they got rid of him early, but honestly, there's been such a response from the rest of the players. Yeah.
It's got a 4 KD.
Mitch has cursed 6 players.
6 times? I didn't even notice that one. What was that?
I don't know. What was this one? I don't doubt that he did curse.
Yeah,
someone,
no, I'll throw my hands up. Like, looking at the last couple days, I'll take it. I'll take it for sure. Man, 20 to 5's just been unbelievable.
It was a team curse. You cursed the entire team.
Oh, good. Good.
这里 FPX 一定要选择一个fullback，因为他不fullback的话就12比2，容错率好低啊。哦，这里塞德一个对。
Good kill for him. Zip out with another, and if they pace it up, they might have gotten to A, but Mystic has already snuck his way back.
这里 Ardis 又是一个人在那边惊喜啊，然后他又骗到了对面，他骗到对面已经过来了，然后等下已经叫了 teammate 过来了。哦，这里是 Chamber vs Chamber 那个 Ardis 走掉了，不要打了。问题是他们 rotate 的话，他们知道 Chamber 在 side 没有？哦，知道了 ，nice， 他们知道最后一个 booster，OK， 打了 scan， 再一个 rush，confirm。 还有一个 Mystic 就随便了。我们可以看一下 Booster 在这里，他从 B link C link 这里进来，还有一个 Smoke 一个 Flash。哦，这里 Ardis， 哎呦，10名让人干了这个 Booster， 这么奇怪的吧？
I think maybe we're looking at even carrying this through to the next round and damage out of Mystic, but hasn't spotted him.
Yeah, it looks like they're actually just going to try and bring this through. I guess with the shield still available for Mystic as well, it's just something to play with into the next round, and I guess the assumption will be that they will force. Angel steps are going to be heard. Trying to hunt down this remaining player. It's a bit of an obscure position for Mystic to try and save from, so
这里的打法跟昨天一模一样，是1比3，我就让给你们了。我 save 枪，我让给你，我让给你。 我让你1分又怎样？我一场给你送给你怎样？你需要赢8场才可以达到我这个红分。对他们讲容错率太高了，他们可以随便就是1扣，不像这里是 FPX， 他们1场都不可以再1扣了。1扣就代表对面拿到 match point， 然后你就要打 OT 啊。打 OT 的结果是很难的，就是你拼死拼活打 OT， 然后你输掉。 FPS 哦，塞德里，哦呦，塞德里直接被拿掉了。你为什么要打这么 aggressive 的 play？ 你知道了，你 teammate 都没有帮你 hold， 你那里可以打这么 aggressive play， 绕这里一换，nice， 算是一个。有没有把德克打掉？德克，哦 ，nice， trade 掉德克。这里是一个 3v2， 对面是 equal round。 他们是 bonus round， 不是 equal round， 下一场可以fullback。杀掉 Angel， 这里 Angel 2 HP。哎呦，快点走！这个 net。
He's upgraded to a frenzy, you know. I've seen this weapon do terrifying things.
我看一下这个阿菲加这里，阿菲加这里一出应该被看到了，直接 suppress 没了。 恭喜 FPX 打下第4分。
Which is definitely a good sign. He has been having a very, very rough game. I think he finished the first half without a single kill. So starting to build back into things a little bit. And they do have themselves majority rifles going into this next round as well. So I guess normally you think of this as more of a bonus round, but it really isn't. They're so far behind. Durko 1 away from Tour de Force as well. So even if they manage to get through this one, it's not going to get any easier from that point.
Yeah, these are definitely tough moments.
对，我们来到下一场，这里是 Fnatic 的一个fullback， 然后这里的 FPX 是 Spectre 还是 Spectre？ 哎呦，那塞德这里差一点被干掉了，极限的时候 TP 回去了，吃了一点点伤害，但还好。我们看一下这边这里还想打，这边这里还是想打 A， 但是你今天的表现。 有点奇怪啊。
They could smell the blood in the water. They thought there was a fight that they could force with the utility, but now they've seen, okay, these guys are giving up the control. We got to look elsewhere.
You can see how careful Angel's being. It's like he could.
我看到他们还是一样让 Ardis 来打这个 Garage。Ardis 就是死打 Garage 吧。他进 Garage， 然后这里全部打全部，哎呦，全部给干掉了。 Chamber deep 啊！当你进 B 的同时，你的 TP 就讲进 A 了。哎呦，而且 Alpha 拿一个 headshot。这里这边是一个 Bender， 如果这边没有干到 Alpha 的话，我们就输了。对面已经开始 rotate 了 ，Angel 一个 shot down。OK，shot down 干掉了，这边的 teammate 拿到了枪。这里 Angel 又送来人头，然后 shot 这里可以 1v4 clutch 没有？
of Fnatic. One man
这里一
standing.
个闪，直接死掉。
And it is a nice swing from Enzo to close.
12-4，Fnatic 现在首先拿到了一个赛点。这个1-0的一个情况下，他们拿到一个赛点，基本上是稳了。打对方 Plus 来讲，这是一个很大的一个挑战，他们需要连续赢。我们看一下这里啊，这个的一个表现，还有这个 Alfred 一个 headshot one tap。我们再看一下后面这个 Flash 的一个配合，哎 ，Enzo 这一个轻松拿下一个人头。哎呦，他们需要连续赢8场，就是一个 Q 没了。这一个大招直接烧死，最少可以打到两个残。哎呦，哎呦 ，Alfred 这里2个 headshot， 怎么打的这2个 headshot？ 这里 bomb 都不敢拿，对面一直 wallbang 了。还有加的一个 net， 然后开始吃你的 back 了。这是一个2打4一个情况 ，do or die situation。如果 Angel 这里可以站起来吧 ，Angel。波斯特开始吃 map， 开始去勒他们的后面了。这里他们好像还没有意识到后面可能会有人，因为他们的人不够啊。这里 Angel 会首先被打掉，波斯特已经找到了 Angel 的位置，他还不要上线，可能还要再找到 Omen 的位置。哎呦，这个 wallbang， 哎呦，差一点。Angel 已经反过来看他，不 ，Alfred 这里应该可以 headshot 了 ，Alfred headshot， 开个大招 ，OK， 开大招 carry 了。恭喜 Fnatic 这里2-0赢下了这个系列赛 ，Playoff 的第2场比赛是由 Playoff 的第2场胜利是由 Fnatic 拿下了。这里我们恭喜我们的欧洲王者，还是继续延续了他们的一个王朝。看看他们在这个 Master 可不可以打出他们相应的一个影响力。对于 FunPlus 来讲，我们还是要感谢他们的一个比赛啦，他们其实打得很不错，尤其是他们从 Group Stage 那边挣扎的爬上来，打3场、打3场、打 Crew 打这么多人打上来。不过他们被韩国队扫下去的时候还是蛮艰难一下。你看这个德克这里 1v 去 clutch， 哇，在最后 plan 的一个瞬间把 Shaw 的 headshot 打爆了。所以我们感谢 FPX 啦，讲真的他们已经做得很不错，但是 Playoff 第1场就被扫出去，还可以再打 Lower Ground 的，看他们 Lower Ground 有没有机会可以再挣扎爬回上来吧。好了。今天的比赛就到这里了，感谢你的观看。如果你喜欢我的频道，记得 like and share 和 subscribe 我的 channel。接下来我会做一系列的一个 Valorant Master 的一个复盘还有解说。如果你有兴趣的话，记得留守我的频道，记得可以跟我一起看一个中文版的一个解说啦。OK， 感谢你们的观看，拜拜，我们明天见。
What in the world is going on here? Mini shrouding himself on the stage with the face of another Fnatic bowing down.
That is Shroud.
That is
yeah,
Shroud.
It is
Yes.
Shroud.
Yes. They're bowing down to the North American gods, but well, there's
well, now what's happening?
I'm not sure if
He's
that's
gonna hide it for the photo, you know.
I'm not sure if that's supposed to be some sort of imagery.
I love Alfia like trying to crouch down a little bit so that Mini doesn't look as small.
I appreciate
That's team play right there.
That's that's the kind of quality I would look for in a teammate.
Oh, he can't bend down that low. I'm sorry, man.
Fantastic performance here by Fnatic. Tom, the second map honestly caught me off guard. After that first one, I thought we're guaranteed a 3-mapper. We're guaranteed an interesting scoreline on that final map even, but 13-4. I mean, a dominant statement made on somewhere that FPX thought they had the best chance of taking.
Well, it's a great sign as well. Like, let's be honest, you kind of want this team to be competing for the title. Of course, we got an MVP vote.
It's a tough one, Tom, isn't it?
I guess you could give it EMEA, other than Dirk. That's the only one. But he did kind of just obliterate another team from EMEA. So you have one vote, really. It's Dirk. Dirk was the MVP. I'll save the desk actually handing that one out because come on, whose time are we wasting here?
Yeah, especially after that last map, I think it's fair to say, and especially the first couple rounds, they were his rounds.
Even the 1v3 was so
The 1v3,
disgusting.
the confidence popping that tour de force right away when he plants. He's like, I know I've got this. This is all I needed. It was beautiful. Made it look like it was planned all along. A fantastic showing from Fnatic, and
yeah,
well, I'd be afraid to face them moving forward, that's for sure.
Why? I think that means that we're going to get them looking against Paper X.
Paper X, indeed.
It's going to be such a banger.
I hope that we get the bind that Benkai was talking about. He said Fnatic might be brave enough to pick bind up against them, and well, there's only one way to find out.
Save that for another day.
Exactly.
Another day. We're going to hand this one off to a break and then to the analyst desk. We're going to break down Durka.
I cannot fit in the boxes. Stop it. Quitting was never an option. And you cannot stop me. You cannot stop